still so much time for this attack to be able to stick this.
Such an awkward position for Oda to be trying to fight. Obviously, you can see the legs, and the second Nazgul peeks out. An absolute dome of a shot. Oda, though, still with something left in this game, in this round, rather. There's the smoke, babe. And that will be enough to secure Rhythm their first defensive round in as little as 4.
Honestly, I thought with the control that Ferox had, they would have been able to get that down with not too much trouble, but I was wrong. So that is great. I'm glad to see that Rhythm got a round back, honestly. I want to see this get close. So this is maybe the comeback train that we need, Manic.
Yep. Choo-choo. We're all on it. Not really. Not yet. Not convinced when it's Novakes with an opening double in Thatcher and in Shade, I guess. Sorry, Ace. That from Nazgul, though, I thought that may have been enough. Like you said, Raven, potentially that could have been a big game changer, round changer even. That may have really given them a look in. But we can move on now, and we can hold hope for Rhythm's first half. A defensive side that has looked shaky on play day 4. Thus far, anyway. Anything can happen.
Very true. So let's see what they can do on CCTV. Cash, last time, of course, they struggled. It was a good attack from Ferox. They cleared out the rafters and garage pretty quickly. And it was, again, a completely undenied plant in the default spot. So it's just some small things that Rhythm really need to start getting on top of. They seemingly have been better those last couple of rounds. So hopefully we're starting to see a bit of an upward trajectory here.
Ferox quite well versed with their Zofia denier anyway, ensuring that Leb, or really anyone on that bandit, doesn't have an opportunity to bandit trick. Potentially this may be the play here to ensure that they can't deny it fully, Raven.
Yeah, see whether Leb does get this trick on, but no, just the, again, utility usage from Ferox is just enabling them to get these things done so quickly. And they got both sides, in fact, open with those Selmas, so that is a gaping hole for that defense to have to worry about, and it really does enable that default plant. Now all they need is Novakes to be gone from these rafters.
And they were pretty much given it for free last round. It was Novakes that jumped over the ledge. Now needs to be very cautious of this tight angle. And still, I believe they are opening underneath him in garage as well, so they will be able to apply pressure from 2 points. Leb, he's getting pretty hungry right now, but Nazgul is watching that line directly. Is he going to be able to deny that? The shoot? Oh my! Okay,
oh, no
okay, Todd. Fair enough. 1 HP, he gets away. I could only imagine the comms from Leb right now. You'd be furious.
Yeah, that wouldn't feel too good. Very risky play. Nazgul with a tight angle into Novakes clears out that rafters position, so it is looking good yet again for Ferox on these attacks. Shade is coming from just the other side of the map here. Might be able to catch a player off guard. That is Stick in Lounge currently.
Textbook from Nazgul on that clear in the rafters area. Stick, unfortunately, aiming down the sight, does not see Shade, and it is a free kill. And it really... there has been no momentum brought from the last round to this round. Drex is still alive. They still have 2 opportunities to deny with the Smoke Babes and also the C4 on boats. And they could well do this for some time. There is only 30 seconds left on the board. Todd taking down Drex, though, you would have to imagine that that's the round done and dusted. That it is as well. And Team Ferox, well, they bounce back directly after their previous. Not interested at all.
No, quite a dominant round. It ended up being flawless in the end. Rhythm just not able to deal with some of that progression and aggression from Ferox. Being very good right now. I think the Rhythm, if they're able to hold on to a 4-2 half, maybe not so bad, but it just feels like Ferox have so much control in this map.
That would generally be the assumption. And I mean, even if you just looked at the scoreline, let alone not being able to have watched, like if you just tuned in, you would have been like, yeah, Ferox they're holding a pretty heavy foot in this one, but the way they've done so has been nothing short of impressive. A shutout on the way, and all the hopes we had for Rhythm could be crushed. But we love this tale of two halves, Raven, and it really is possible, especially when you look at a team like Rhythm and you look at what they can do, the kind of sorts that they bring to these kind of games. There is still belief, but how much belief?
10 seconds to go.
I can't really be honest at this point.
I mean, I would feel more confident in agreeing with that if it felt like, or if Rhythm were rotating into their defense half. The fact that this is their defense half, I think is quite concerning for me, because, I mean, if there's a half that's going to have more mistakes, it's usually going to be your attacks, because this is so much more that you have to be able to coordinate for things to work. I mean, I could be wrong. They might really feel confident on their attacks in this map, so we will have to see what happens in the next half. But right now, I think it is desperate times. They need to get this round.
We obviously question Drex in the dirt tunnel position in the previous round, having those smoke babes and not denying that player from coming around the corner, instead trying to fight with the shotgun, which close quarters you would generally back, but it's still extremely dangerous when there was 30 seconds left. So we'll see how they decide to hold, if they decide to hold dirt, which it does look like with that ADS deployed. Drex will hold from a very similar line, and also a Banshee as well, so a lot to slow down the push from Team Ferox should they decide to put any pressure in dirt, Raven. But the big one for me was Oda falling so early, and I doubt they will allow this to happen again.
Yeah, it's important that they don't lose Oda early. I think on top of that, with that dirt push last time, Drex just needs to be happy to use his smoke babes more to repel that push, which looks like, I feel like Ferox are going to go for the dirt control again, because it's definitely very effective. Slowing down a little bit, they haven't had as much progress as we've expected or come to see from their previous attacks. They're starting to make work onto these onto the kitchen hatch now, but Rhythm have been pretty good at tricking these.
They certainly have. Oh my, they are very sharp with their denial, and I feel like Team Ferox just haven't, well, I was going to say haven't done enough to make Rhythm uncomfortable when trying to go for that. Novak's taking down Oda once again. Will have no impact from the 1 minute mark. Shade just catches out the feet of Novak's. A big trade to come in as we see a 3 versus 4 Raven. 40 seconds remaining.
Yeah, look, they did well again to trick off a lot of that utility, but still sounded like it got open with that last set of X-Kairos. Ferox are looking confused. Nazgul's just running all over the place, and there's only 25 seconds. You got to get close to the site. Gonna start to push down the main stairs. Kit with Sushi. Let's see if Ferox can get this plant down in Arsenal.
Well, they've just dropped straight through the hatch, and Boats was able to at least catch Nazgul on the rotate through. Shade just missing those shots as he made his way back around for Blue. It was a big trade from Todd. Only 3 seconds left. The bomb's not down, rather the diffuser even, and there is no chance that they're going to be able to bring that one back. Rhythm, they managed to shut it down on that take, and they give themselves a glimmer for what will be a second half. We expect a lot from the defensive side of Rhythm, of Ferox at this point.
Yeah, this will really be the interesting thing to see here is, can Rhythm have as much effect in their attacks as we saw from Ferox? So I'm a little skeptical at this stage. Rhythm just haven't felt very in the game. Even that round, they really just hung on. Came down to a 1v1 basically.
Definitely hold on a knife's edge. Now,
attackers need to locate and
let's see what this brings. Let's see if Rhythm have what it take on their attack. You're a little bit more so skeptical after their performance in the first half, and I'm sure they won't be taking this lightly, as there is still a serious chance that after the performance we've just seen from Ferox in that first half, as you mentioned, in that what was basically a 1v1 toward the end, this really could continue to steamroll Rhythm. Once again, Ferox do see that extended hold into Cash.
5 seconds to insertion. Jammer ready. Attacker's objective is to defuse a bomb.
Go on.
Shade.
You wouldn't do it.
Oh. yeah, go on, Shade. I was literally going to say, Shade is the one you have to keep an eye on, man, because against some of these other teams, he has just been all over the place and been able to get away with obscene things. So this is definitely a danger zone for Rhythm, and if they can contain Shade, well, I think that's one tick in the step forward.
Yep. Win condition, check Shade. Every time.
Legit.
We laugh, but we are 100% serious in saying so. He can be an absolute menace for the attacking side. 45 seconds gone as they start to slowly and surely put the pressure to Cash, with Todd just holding on the other side. Looks like he will have the support. Shade nearly caught out on his rotate down blue. Gets away for now, though.
There's really not much. I mean, it didn't look like there was really much holding sight right now. If Rhythm were to drone through, they could just push, honestly. From what I can see, at least anyway. Shade is going to get some pot shots off into a player running up the rafter stairs, but not going to secure it. Looks like some players have got back to sight as well. Sushi is playing around the con door into Cash. But again, there's just so much control around CCTV. I'm surprised they haven't been able to flush Todd out. He's finally punished. So now they've got this man advantage. They can push through and start to pressure site.
That could have been huge from Todd. They literally had just cleared CCTV, and he was not expecting the player to be vaulting through the window. Nevertheless, it is now a very good start from Rhythm. And Shade from underneath, what will he be able to get as he makes his rotate back up the main stairs? And Ferox now, they come together for a quick huddle and decide what the definition of the hold will be.
Oh! Nazgul with a quick double, though. Not watched at all from the hatch, so he just pushed deep into logistics. Still a man advantage for Rhythm. 2 to find. Shade is still up on the board there. He had a C4 pre-placed in logistics. Not sure if that got blown or not yet.
Attackers recovered the bomb diffuser. The attackers bomb diffuser.
Oh, see you later, alligator stick. He'll be none the wiser for it either. 10 seconds left here, Raven. The flashes are going to come in. Oda's forced off the angle for a second. He'll re-peek and try and take the fight. It's an ambitious fight at that. Leb just makes it across the side. He'll re-peek Jacuzzi wall. It's Oda sitting down tight, and he will outplay Leb. Fortunately enough for Team Ferox, that round was steamrolling out of control, and they bring that back from a 3 versus 5 situation. Incredibly big from Oda in a moment where it could have gone either way.
Yeah, perfect position for Oda to play because that Banshee was protecting his position, so Leb couldn't quick swing on that or anything. Great play, honestly. And again, just Rhythm hanging on to some of these rounds. I mean, it's been close, but Ferox just pulling through constantly.
The attacker's bomb diffuser had...
You really love to see the landmine, don't you?
Stick would not have known what hit him.
Nope, not a clue. Not a clue. And now, Team Ferox, this is their chance to charge away with it. We will see the clash come out. So, potentially this might be to deny, well, not so much deny, but to make their lives more difficult if they do open CCTV. And, well, clash is just generally a pain in the backside.
Yes, definitely going to be a pain in the backside. It is Sushi that's playing it too. I'm not sure I've really seen him play a whole lot of Clash, to be honest, but we'll see how they play it. Maybe they're going to try and use it to harass around in CCTV. Right now he's hanging out in storage, but wouldn't expect he'll stay there long. Probably just hunting for drones.
Well, we were saying at the start of the game that Shade was going to be one of their win conditions, and going, if left unchecked, he could do some serious damage, and I think that he's kind of proven that fact, sitting at 10-4. Not just that, but all of the cheeky plays he's been able to make so far. We can't dismiss Nazgul's performance either. He's stepped up for Team Ferox. And now Rhythm, they need their saving grace. They need their Hail Mary. The shots from underneath will take boats low. Won't secure the kill, but Shade's still with a lot left to do here.
Yeah, he's going to impact trick off those charges. Just Ferox have answers for a lot of stuff that Rhythm are not ready for right now. It's been a whole minute, and it's been quite the struggle to get this progress in Garage.
I think that is all of the ex-Kairos. Well, that is an issue for Rhythm. So not only do they have the line that can generally be held up to the window of CCTV, but they also have no entrance apart from the chokehold of the doorway into Garage. Oof, that's a play and a half from Ferox, between Shade with the tricking, obviously the impact tricking, and Oda on that Kaid worked hand in hand.
Sushi is generally harassing around that CCTV wall. Nazgul trying to get aggressive down cash stairs and towards lounge, but not to be. Shade's been taken down. Not finished yet, though. Potentially could be saved. Just so much time getting burnt off. He is finally finished. But Rhythm are just not leaving themselves with a whole lot of time to be able to really get much done.
Maybe false hope, you would say, as it does look like they're in a great position, but there's still, as you said, so much to be done. They've got to try and flush Oda out here. And potentially that might come in the form of Leb. That was nearly a free kill. Novax goes down. How is Oda still alive right now? He's looking for more, but Leb this time will dismantle him. 25 seconds left, Raisin. Sushi on the clash, so potentially there's still enough here for Ferox.
See what they can do. 15 seconds, they push deep. Sushi has been concussed, but that shield still up and in the way. They try and use his concussions, but it's not pushing him back enough. Nazgul gets one. His Leb is just going to try and stick this plant in the smoke, but the team kill and all Manic. It is falling apart for Rhythm as Ferox get that round.
Oh, that's got to be so tilting for Rhythm. And it really, I think you said it, you summed it up perfectly. It really feels like Ferox just has an answer for everything that is going on right now. It seems like they just know what they want to do, and they're completely shutting Rhythm out of the game. And team kills don't help either, but, you know, I think that at that point, the nail was in the coffin. Back down to Church. Well, not back down, actually. I believe this is the first time we're seeing it. Yeah.
For Ferox, yeah, first time.
Because we saw Jim first, that's right. And Sushi will be confident enough to go back on the clash.
Yeah, I think it worked quite well for them. He got lots of info, it was quite a pain, especially towards the end of the round. And definitely be helpful for Church pushes. So let's see whether that's how they are planning to play it, but it's hard to look past the fact that Ferox are just looking strong, and they haven't lost a defense. They look great in their attacks. Like I was saying before, Manic, I think if Rhythm were the ones that were rotating to defense in the second half, I would have potentially felt a comeback was on. But right now, it just does not feel possible.
Nope. No, they've got one foot in the grave, Rhythm, and Ferox, they dug that grave for them. 6 foot of it.
Yep.
They set it up in the first half, and you would even say that Rhythm were fortunate enough to get the rounds that they did with the way Ferox were playing. So for now, it is going to come down So this, for Rhythm, this could potentially be, I don't want to say a season ender, but when you look at the teams they're coming up against, LFO, Noble, and Knights, and you could imagine if they don't take points off Ferox, it's going to be even more difficult to take rounds off, or rather a map off LFO, and then it only gets harder from there. So this is really such an important game, and we've seen crazier things, Raven, and I want to sell something crazier than what we could possibly imagine. Rhythm just do not look like they've got it in them tonight.
No, definitely not at all close to... oh my god, that wallbang from Stick!
See you later, mate.
Played. That was the info from that drone. Completely forgot what I was going to say, but that was a great aggressive clear from Rhythm.
Well, that's always a good thing when you do forget what you were about to say because of it. So, you know what? I can't really be mad at that. Sushi is going to slow that main push down drastically, and he will be able to move freely as they try to find a way to dismiss him. It was still playing, rather one playing at the bottom of main stairs. Potentially that line may have found something, but it's not to be. Shade. Well, that is really unfortunate because Leb on that soft breach, on that sledge, so many lines left unattended now for Rhythm.
Yeah, really not good there. They have got this kitchen hatch open though, relatively uncontested. Those impacts are not at all used. That does help. Just under a minute to go though, they need to start getting some pressure onto site. This clash still looming and it's really going to make it hard to push a lot of these different directions, whether he hangs around blue or church or even under the kitchen hatch drop.
How they deal with him, no one knows. He is everywhere. Sushi right now. He's on a speed walking marathon. And no matter where he goes, it is going to be a pain in the backside. Boat's now making the attention across toward kitchen. Vaix as well. The problem with this, there's no soft breach really that they're going to be able to use. And as they try to come down, it is going to cause way too many issues. 10 seconds left as they push in. Sushi, he's got dirt all under control. All Ferox need to do is hold, but Stick, he is making his way in. He's giving them a chance to play this. Novax is on site. Boots takes down Shade. Drex shutting Oda. And Sushi, you couldn't imagine he's going to win this. Surely there's no chance here, Raven.
Well, stranger things have happened. As you said before, he is on the clash, so that's going to make it pretty tricky. And it's not going to happen. Stick closes it out. Honestly, I am amazed that Rhythm managed to pull that out. It looks like with only 10 seconds to go, they had very little control, but they made it work. So they're still alive here, Manic.
Still alive and kicking for as long as they can be. 6-3. Movements have been made. And Ferox, unfortunately, well, I think they'll be pretty disappointed that they weren't able to convert that round there, because it felt like they had everything they needed. And not sure who it was that was crossing back to main stairs, but was that plant going down in church then?
Yep.
Upsetty spaghetti.
Little bit. So let's see what they can do, because Ferox are going to repeat it. See whether they can straighten that defense up to win the map. Of course, they are at quite the gap here, so they can bleed a couple of rounds. Of course, you don't want to give your opponent momentum. Let's see whether they can tighten these up. They're sticking in the clash too. Guess they're happy with the effect that it's having.
Potentially just misplaced in the last 15 seconds of that round, but
10 seconds to
Rhythm can start to just, as you said, take baby steps here. No need to get too far ahead of yourself. 3 rounds may seem like a short amount of time, but it is by no means an easy feat. One thing I found interesting was obviously the Malusi of last round, potentially Oda, had the potential to to impact trick that kitchen hatch and opted not to, so whether or not that played any impact, rather impact at the end of the round, yet to be seen. But regardless, with Rhythm now starting to make a little bit more progress in this matchup, Ferox will want to be shutting this one down and ensuring that it does not go any further than the 3 rounds.
Sushi again, going to be playing around that main stairs as Clash nice and early. Did help them get that pick onto Leb, because he had that info called over to Shade to say, hey, pick this, you'll get a kill. Worked out pretty well. It's burning a lot of time as well. With a minute played, they have not been able to progress even close to kitchen on main stairs. So definitely a lot slower than we saw from the Ferox attacks. And even slower than last round, I think. This feels like it's been more stalled out at least.
Mm. Now they'll start to make with haste. Leb obviously just needing to be careful of anyone watching that line to freeze up. And the Sushi on main stairs really just can do what he's done best so far and really just slow everything right down. He is going to be double pushed here. Just needs to be cautious of that free kill. If he backs away now, I think that's job well done, in all honesty. They've baited out a C4. Impact not working to full effect either from Oda. He will be forced to back off the angle. And Rhythm have picked up the pace a little bit more here, Raven.
Yeah, the impact tricking really just not being effective or working at all with kitchen. But the Clash has done a great job coming into this final minute. Things have picked up. Verticals being set out by Leb, which he wasn't able to do in that previous round due to his early death. And Oda caught sleeping at a long angle by Leb. In fact, sets Rhythm up, looking pretty good coming into the final part of the round.
Oh my word, make that 2, Raven. That is not good for Ferox at all. And Rhythm may just back off this, rather move off the back of this, gain the momentum in this round and continue to push on. Will that nade catch anything? I don't think it's going to get close to him, not just yet, but they do dot 2 down hatches, and they're being held by Todd. Novax, he's not making short work of it though. Shade in dirt, he could play a massive effect here as Todd catches out Drex back into a 2 versus 3. They can't deny the plant, not just yet. And wow, Stick, he holds the tight angle, he gives them the chance. And in a 2 versus 1, Todd, I don't know whether you have it in you. There is so much to do and so little HP left.
HP is definitely a good point there. Stick also tagged pretty low. And Todd even lower now, literally 1 HP. Hits the shot though, going for the ace. This is to win the map. Leb holding very patiently in the freezer. Todd going into the defuse. Will he get it, Manic?
Or Leb trying to get him off. This should be a free kill. Todd, no, not like this. Team Ferox, they win it on the back of a clutch.
Oh my gosh.
How's he done it?
I think they are going to be kicking themselves after that. Leb just not able to find the angle with the shelving. Todd finding just the right angle on the quad. Oh, unbelievable. I mean, well deserved for Ferox. That last round was a bit of a steal.
I mean, regardless of how it finishes, that was the way it was inclined to go almost from the first round, Raven. Ferox have proven well and truly that they do not...
Living started in 2013 after we lost a very good man in the name of Dwayne Lally to a mental illness. They say death by suicide affects 115 people, but you can't even put a number on it. The ripple effect that the loss of one life had on thousands of people far outweighed what I've ever experienced in my entire life.
I'd received a call saying he'd gone missing. I was driving around the whole of the Gold Coast looking for him. I had no idea where to find him.
Dwayne was an avid boxing man, very talented. Life of the party, very charismatic, extremely passionate.
Loving, loyal, he was very cheeky.
Mental illness is costing many people their lives every single day. While I'm sitting here speaking, people are taking their life, and it's because there's people suffering in silence.
1 in 5 people suffer from some form of mental illness, and suicide is the leading cause of death between the ages of 15 and 44.
You can look for things like not getting out of bed of a morning, being socially disconnected, loss of appetite, change in mood, change in behaviour, lack of self-esteem.
Dwayne suffered from depression and bipolar for a number of years, and the stigma kept him quiet. So we wanted to turn that negative into a positive, and if the shoe was on the other foot, I'm sure Dwayne would have done the same. We're just doing what he would have done.
Hi, my name's Dan Price. I don't know where I'd be if I didn't connect with Livin, but I certainly wouldn't be as well as I am today. I was suicidal and tried to take my life on the 4th of December 2014. I was very lucky to survive. I didn't want people to know that I was struggling because of the stigmas around mental illness.
We noticed that there were plenty of great service providers in this country, but all too common people weren't seeking help because of this stigma. So we wanted to bridge that gap.
As males, we're extremely tough. We want to be the tough people, the ones that have all the answers, the ones that don't want to admit our vulnerabilities and our weaknesses.
You might not have the answers, but if you can offer support and just listen to them, that could be what they need in that moment of time.
I was an alpha male and a popular guy, and I didn't want people to think I was weak, and that's why I love the message that Livin presents, which is it ain't weak to speak.
We go all around the country, businesses, sporting clubs, teaching people that it ain't weak to speak. What we're really doing is educating them in how to speak, where to speak, and then we're educating people on how to listen and how to look for these warning signs, because without one you can't really have the other. It's all about being honest and open. If something's off, just ask them.
That's what Livin's all about, taking that stigma away and giving people hope, help, connection, and giving them the confidence to speak up and seek the help when they need it and when they deserve it.
We believe with education comes understanding, with understanding comes acceptance, and with acceptance comes hope.
I want to change the way the world understands, perceives and interprets mental health. Let's change the dynamics in which this is looked at. For far too long it's been a stigma. We're going to make this a dinner table conversation, the same way that we'd put our hand up and run for help if we had a broken leg.
Don't be afraid to have those, hard-hitting, confronting conversations, because it could save a life.
I'm the happiest I've ever been in my life, and Livin has been instrumental in changing my life for the better.
If in doubt, reach out, because there's a lot of people out there that want to help and support you making that change to get back on track to start living again.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen. It's the OCN Promo Relegation Series. We've had a bit of a break from the Oceanic Nationals, but of course we're back to tie up some loose ends. We've got a couple of teams while fighting for survival, and Gaz, we've got a couple of teams that are fighting for their own chances in 2021.
Yeah, again, another little break between casts for us. Excited to be back in it. It's going to be some really tight contests over the next couple of days. I'm juiced up on my coffee. I'm ready to go, so it should be a fun afternoon.
Yeah, certainly ready to go, and hopefully everyone at home is also going to be ready to go as well. Socials down below, get involved, make sure you stay up to date, and also let us know how you think today is going to play out, or the weekend as a whole, really. Your Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, get involved, and maybe we'll feature some tweets or such of yours on the stream throughout today and tomorrow, which is really what it's all about. Today and tomorrow, Guz, and of course today kickstarts it all. We have really the bracket at hand coming up now, but it's going to be 419 and Rofcopter coming in, making their debuts for Oceanic Nationals. They're taking on the two, well, losers, I guess. The two teams at the bottom of the standings from Oceanic Nationals, Ferox and Rhythm, which I guess both got different stories as to why they're here. Rhythm's this sort of rebuilding roster, didn't quite get enough wins on the board despite performing better in their matches, and Ferox, a team that, well, had higher ambitions at the start of the season that fell short towards the end.
For sure, so many storylines to unpack heading into this tournament, but Look, we're going to unpack those, I guess, over the next couple of hours. The main thing to really remember is that 4 teams enter, only 2 make it out. 2 teams will qualify for OCN next season. And then if you unfortunately do get knocked out, you have to wait another whole year before you can re-qualify. So there's a lot of pressure on these teams to perform, and probably even more so potentially on Ferox and Rhythm, because they are defending their current positions.
Just to also make sure there's no confusion here regarding the end of this bracket, qualified to OCN 2021. Of course, getting into that position there means you're in. Those 2 teams don't play off. So the way it'll work, basically, just a quick little rundown. Of course, we've got our teams already seated in their current positions. The losers will drop down to the lower bracket. The winners move on to the upper final. Whoever wins that upper final, well, they qualify. Whoever loses goes down to the lower final, and the winner of that also qualifies. So pretty cut and clear overall. We're going to have 5 matches throughout the weekend. Let's go and have a look at the schedule, though, for today's matches at hand, where we do have 3 matches to be played today. Tomorrow, we've got the other 2. Of course, today, we won't have any teams qualifying, but we will be saying goodbye to a team already. As you can see, match 3, TBD versus TBD. That will be the lower bracket. Of course, the losers from these first 2 matches, which I guess quickly we'll go through now. Ferox versus PC 419 coming up first, guys.
Yeah, that's exactly right. Pretty cutthroat format. If you lose 2 games today, unfortunately, you are out. As you mentioned, Ferox PC 419, that's the first game, best of 3. We'll be casting that one. Should be a banger of a match. Should be potentially quite close on paper. And then we head in, of course, to Rhythm and Rafflecopter. Really excited for that matchup as well. I think it's difficult really to actually pick one over the other, but I think that's really just a testament to how close the competition really should be.
Well, in regards to that second match, as you sort of touched on it briefly there, and obviously we'll have plenty of time to touch on the first match, which we'll be casting soon. Rafflecopter's probably coming into this between themselves and PC 419 as the more favored of the pair, but how much so are they then favored compared to, say, Ferox and Rhythm?
That's the million-dollar question, isn't it? It's always difficult to, I guess, judge where these teams really are at. The only form guide we have to go off really is LPL Season 3, and we also have the Open Qualifiers, where, yes, these teams have actually taken on the likes of Ferox, but in that environment, it's very different to OCN. The stakes are a lot higher in this tournament, some would say. I mean, objectively, they are higher because you want that position in Tier 1. So that form guide doesn't give us the best indication as to where these teams might lie. We really just have to see them go head-to-head before we can make that assessment.
Well, let's go and see, of course, the head-to-head for our first matchup today, which is going to be Ferox versus PC 419. Ferox's lineup, guys, we've seen a lot of them, of course, throughout the Oceanic Nationals. Great start to the season. They made a few roster changes, and everything looked like it was clicking. They looked like they had a pathway to make it to the playoffs, and in the end, though, it all fell by the wayside, and they ended up in the bottom 2. Despite these changes, it's still a really good roster. I think a lot would have to go wrong for them to not get promoted back into Oceanic Nationals, but there are some vulnerabilities with this roster.
Yeah, it's been a rough season for Ferox. They finished 6th in 6 Masters, so they didn't make the playoffs for that. Then, of course, as you mentioned, they finished 7th in OCN. It came down to the final play day where they lost to LFO over on Oregon, a really rough match for them. They have undergone so many roster changes this year. I'm pretty sure that Repix is playing in the place of Sushi, so I'm not sure if this graphic is up to date. Maybe Sushi is playing. I'm not too sure. We'll have to wait until we actually get into the server. But yeah, a lot of changes for them this season. It's always difficult, I feel, to be gaining any sort of meaningful momentum in the long term if you were making so many changes. So hopefully the current roster as we see it today can solidify, make their way through and survive the relegations, and then heading into 2021 they should be looking pretty strong.
Their opponents for today, PC 419, looking to sort of make their debut, I guess, of the T1 portion of R6 here in ANZ. And while you mentioned before roster changes for Ferox, this is a team that also goes through some roster changes too. Vlad, Shaq, Tesla, Steffi, and Punisher. Realistically speaking, they are going to have to cause probably an upset or 2 throughout the run, not necessarily in just this match, if they are going to make it to OCN for 2021.
Yeah, heading into this tournament, they are objectively the weakest team. They made the run through the lower bracket after losing to Rafflecopter in the Open Qualifiers. So on that head-to-head, you'd say they're weaker, and then just in general, you would expect them to be weaker compared to the likes of Ferox and Rhythm. But this team, it has quite a bit of history. You have Shaq on the team, who has history dating back to season 9 and 10 of Pro League with Mindfreak. And you also have Punisher, who actually represented Mindfreak at the first 6 Invitational over on Xbox. So there's quite a bit of pedigree on this roster. Can they actually link that together into something meaningful in such a high pressure scenario? That's really the question that needs to be answered.
Well, one of the things you wrote down for this team, just bringing it to light here, but you said lacking a bit of polish. That's probably something that, I guess, playing in Tier 1 a bit more regularly, you would actually get that sort of polish to your game style and the way you play. So even just playing in this promo relegation series is going to be a huge benefit for PC419 to see really what it does take to compete at Tier 1.
Yeah, and the reason I cited potentially a lack of polish is we've seen them compete in LPL, and there's been a couple of occasions where there's been some pretty basic mistakes that have cost them rounds in those sort of tournaments. And when you think about the level of that competition compared to what they're going to be facing over the next couple of days, those smaller mistakes are going to compound into much larger mistakes that will impact the scoreboard. So if they can polish that up and reduce the number of mistakes that they make, they should still be a decent chance to take it up to the likes of Ferox and Rhythm.
Well, moving on forward now, I guess the map vetoes already come calling. Just your thoughts, I guess, coming into this matchup. I guess, though, one thing you did say is that obviously there's not a lot of history, especially at the Tier 1 level in terms of teams playing each other. But have you got any sort of a thought of what we might see in the map veto?
Well, when we look at Ferox, for example, a lot of their maps I have listed as mixed results. And what that means is they've won a few maps and they've also lost a couple as well. It's been pretty split across almost every single map. You could argue that maybe they have the slight edge on Oregon and Clubhouse, but Oregon, maybe they're still feeling a little bit of PTSD from OCN when they actually got knocked into this position by LFO. On top of that, Consulate is also a common ban for them, so we're not expecting to see Consulate, and Oregon might be a little bit up in the air, at least for Ferox. And if we shift over towards PC419, I've got a couple of strong maps listed for them: Clubhouse, Oregon, and Villa. We could potentially see come out, but again, those are based off the LPL results, and it's difficult to really assess the validity of those results.
And of course, really, the two teams respectively are playing different strength of opponent as well. When you're looking at the results for Ferox, they're going up against the best of the best, whereas for PC419, a bit more of that Tier 2. Let's go straight into the map vetoes, though. Enough dilly-dallying there. Straight out, Villa Theme Park going to be banned on a piece. And as we sort of get through this, I'm going to say I think we see Oregon as it's coming out. Of course, there's been a big play from Oregon as we've gone on through Oceanic Nationals. Cafe is going to be banned out. Consulate was picked, and then Clubhouse as the decider. So I wonder if Oregon might be the map that Ferox are looking to sort of take PC419 off guard, considering it has become a bit of a staple in Oceanic Nationals.
I mean, looking at this map veto, I think PC419 have played it really well, right? They've picked Consulate and they've picked Cafe. Both of those maps are heavily banned by Ferox. Consulate has been banned 5 times and only played once by Ferox in recent history. And then you look at Cafe, where it's not been played at all, and it has been banned 3 times by Ferox. So I think from that regard, maybe PC419 could throw Ferox off guard a little bit. That said, of course, we always have that alternate timeline or alternate story, if you would, that maybe Ferox are hiding it and they've been working on it, so we'll have to wait and see. In terms of Oregon and Coastline for the Ferox picks, pretty comfortable with that. I was a little bit hesitant, maybe Ferox heading to Oregon, but they should be able to pull through a decent result there. And I mean, sorry, they didn't pick Coastline, they banned it. I'm thinking best of 5 for some reason, but Clubhouse will be the decider, of course, and that's a pretty mixed map for both of these teams. So if it does go to that third map, we could potentially see quite a close series.
Well, we've seen the maps, I guess, and while there's no Snowball expert panel predictions, I guess our own predictions potentially for this game quickly, guys.
Ferox 2-0. I'm going to keep it simple.
I'm going to go Ferox 2-1. I think we're going to go the distance. I think we will get all 3 maps. But of course, to get there, we've got to start with our first one. It's Consulate to kickstart the OCN Promo Relegation Series. Day number 1, Ferox versus PC419. The loser drops down to the lower bracket, so we don't say goodbye to them immediately. The winner does get that second chance, really. Whoever wins this series, guys, they move on to the winner final. If they do lose that, they do get a second chance.
All right, let's jump into the ban phase. I'm super keen for Consulate. It's a map that didn't see a whole lot of play in the OCN regular season. It's a map that I actually quite enjoy spectating, casting, and even playing to some extent. Yes, it has become a little bit stale in some respects and can be frustrating due to the heavy reliance on repelling, but it can also open an opportunity for these teams to try and actually bring something new to the table. So we complete the attack bans, Thatcher off the board, Nomad off the board. Nothing standing out there. Of course, Thatcher's quite potent on this map, particularly on the garage attack. And Nomad is really strong in cutting down, again, a lot of those runouts that do exist on this map. And runouts are something that a lot of these tier 2 teams love to dabble in LPL. So maybe they'll try and transfer that across the Valkyrie. Again, another very common ban here on Conceal. A lot of trees where you can hide those cameras in. And PC419 do not want to have to deal with that. Keen to see how Ferox round this out. Maybe another intel gather, or maybe some sort of hard breach destruction off the board. Bulletproof destruction. I can't even get my words out, but it's actually going to be Wamai. So that opens it up a little bit here for the attack, and maybe PC419 can capitalize upon that.
Well, you mentioned sort of, I guess, the playstyle and consulate runouts, and I guess the aggressive nature of tier 2 teams may be more prominent than the tier 1 teams, I guess you could say, and that may be the spanner potentially that may cost Ferox, or even Rhythm for that matter, if they're going to be playing a bit more of a structured approach, and then you're going up against the team that maybe isn't. That could really be the difference maker. We'll have to see how it plans out. In saying that, though, for Ferox, they've got the experience. You know, for them, this is going down to the slums. They're used to playing against the top teams, Wildcard, Pittsburgh, etc. And now they need to go and play PC419. That's no disrespect, but obviously that's the mentality that Ferox need to have. They need to think like that. That we need to brush these guys aside and get back where we belong, which is Oceanic Nationals for 2021. Of course, it's easier said than done, though, and I did say 2-1. I think from the history that we've seen of these two teams, I would not be surprised at all if we do go to 3 maps. We start down to the basement here for the opening round on Consulate, as it will be Ferox on the defense and PC419 attacking.
And as I mentioned briefly during the rosters for Ferox, Sushi is not playing. Repix stepping in, of course. Pretty popular figure in the ANZ community. I think he's got something like 10,000 followers on Twitch, a bit of a fan base. I'm sure they're probably already spamming some obnoxious copy-pasters in the chat. So keen to see what he can bring to the table. Watching him in LPL, he's been quite strong actually in that fragging role. He's hit a lot of clutches as well for his team. I think there was one map, I can't remember who they were versing, but I think he hit about 3 or 4 clutches on a single map to really carry his team through. And that sort of prowess, look, probably will go punished a little bit more against the likes of Ferox, but if he can bring that confident playstyle to the table, I'm sure Ferox can try and feed off that.
Because for Ferox, though, really, as a whole, when you go back to, I guess, 6 Masters, you look at this roster now, it's completely different, really. So they've had a very big roster overhaul. Sometimes those are good, sometimes those aren't as good. Unfortunately for Ferox, compared to a couple of the other teams shuffling around in OCN, didn't work out, which is why they dropped down into the bottom 2. Nazgul's going to be found, though, very early on. Only 2 minutes still remaining, and Steffi's going to find that opening frag. There is a trade, though, somewhere else. Heard at getting Shaq. 2 kills very early on. Something we're probably not used to seeing in OCN, with 1:45 remaining. 4v4.
Yeah, I think that's definitely a fair observation. We're probably going to see more early picks here in this level of play. Typically, teams like to be a little bit more aggressive at the lower levels, and that's probably going to appear quite a bit over the next couple of days, so expect that trend to continue. But eclipsing the halfway point of the round, PC419, of course, now do have control of Piano. They can work a lot of vert. We see Tesla with the hammer. I'm sure Steffi's probably placing down some breach charges, as you can see right there. So there's a lot of angles being generated in towards site. Repix takes a lot of damage. He dropped off the roam and does eventually get punished by Vlad over towards that Yoda position. So PC419 now in a great spot. They have a lot of control around the site. They can now, of course, drone it out or send out those holograms, and they should know where the defenders are positioned for this execute, which should come out pretty soon.
And there's still so much time on the clock as well. A lot of these early frags now means that there is that time to still play with. Todd just being patient in security. Pun obviously doesn't want to go too early here. Still a lot of time left. Time for PC419 to just get some more vision, especially into cafeteria. Steffi's there though for the help for Pun. 30 seconds and they are going to make the push now. Smokes are out. Pun does check. He's able to get smoked out though. Todd, watching from security, did actually get that frag onto Steffi. So credit so far to Ferox. Have held their ground. They were expecting the push. They waited patiently and they're just going to fluff it out. Tesla coming from yellow. Unfortunately, it's going to be too little too late. Ferox will take this opening round.
Good recovery there from Ferox. They allowed PC419 to gain a lot of that vertical control. It looked like PC419 was setting up for a really strong execute, but Ferox did find a couple of those picks as they tried to enter in towards the site and get that plant down. It forced PC419 to try and go deep, but by that stage of the round, it was basically just a desperation play. They couldn't convert it in the end. So that's the first round in the books for Ferox, a good confident start for them, and they're actually going to thrive off that confidence. Archives tell us a site that is not normally played this early in a consulate map. Keen to see what they bring to the board. Mirror, of course, is in play, which opens up quite a few opportunities, particularly downstairs as well. And this will really be a challenge for PC419. In Tier 2, you don't typically see this site played a whole lot. So I'm hoping for their sake that they are prepared and ready to try and fault this defense.
Well, we don't even really see it that much in Tier 1 either, right? It's just the nature of the site. It's the sort of every now and then you may see it get brought out. And this is one of those then and nows for Ferox. Good start. I think you played it perfectly. Looking to capitalize now. You go to a site that PC419 might not be expecting, might not be as comfortable on. Make it a quick 2-0 start here on the defense for Consulate, and it's a good sign for Ferox. Long ways to go.
10 seconds.
Mirror, though, is going to be the important part, though, of this Archive Teller's defense.
The concerning thing for me looking at this setup at the moment is Ferox haven't yet established a lot of vertical angles. I'm sure they're probably doing that now. I think Oda's spamming the shotgun, so trying to get those lines of sight from below. Yeah, here you go. So this is a great way to get physical line of sight, to try and shoot opponents, but also a great way to send C4s up through the floor, because the tables that Oda is standing on, for example, at the moment, are a great way to counter the C4 denial from below, and you are forced to try and throw it through those gaps in the floor. So that setup from Ferox looking quite solid. Nothing standing out as massively different from what we would traditionally see. Maybe the lack of a rotate over towards the Visa stairs, but again, maybe Oda will get that up really late into the round as well. But that said, PC419 already establishing some really nice control in towards the lobby, and they might be able to convert that into a sort of west to east sort of take over from Garage, which is again pretty typical on this site.
First floor control, pretty decent. Question is, are they going to eventually go for Archives or Tellers? Seemingly that there's a pretty decent split from Ferox defensively on both sides. Vlad's going to just spot one here at Yellow Stairs. Not going to push it immediately, though. That would be just too easy to comment. Knows that that angle is going to be held now. It's weird to say this, but it's already a much slower round compared to the first round, which was chitty chitty bang bang from the minute we started. Minute and a half, not much really gained here. Shaq's going to find the opening frag though onto Oda. Repix, does he want to be aggressive here? Looking for the kill onto Vlad. It just seems like a game of cat and mouse there over at Yellow Stairs. And while that's been happening, really, for PC419, decent control. They got the opening frag again, 2 rounds in a row. And there's still a minute 10 seconds left.
And it's an awkward position that PC419 find themselves in, but Repix plays into it perfectly. He didn't feel like he was being pressured too much above. Not sure if he had to go for that rotate, and it's cut off perfectly. A couple more frags come out as well. So Ferox now on the back foot. This has not been a very good round for them. It's up to PC419 to convert the advantage that they've gained. And they do it. They trade it out. A good response there from PC419. They take the second round, and they take the off-meta bomb sites. So that's a great way to get themselves back into the map.
Well, we didn't get to see the first frag and Shaq getting Oda, but outside of that, I thought from the get-go, PC419 just pushed in, took lobby control. They were more than happy to start to roam around, started to go down to the basement as well. For Ferox, though, I mean, like the mirror didn't even really come into play. You just have to wonder if maybe it was a decent idea, but a failed execution from them defensively there for the Archive Teller's site. They're not going to give it another go, Guz, and I don't blame them considering the way that last round went. So over to lobby and press. 1-1. Good signs, though, definitely from PC419. 2 rounds in a row now, they've got the opening kills as well. This time they were at least able to convert the round into a round win.
Attackers have located a bomb.
3 unique sites in a row. That's what we like to see. Keeps it nice and fresh for us and nice and fresh for the teams as well. And again, gives us a nice gauge as to how deep these teams' abilities truly are. It's the first time that PC419 have truly been tested at this sort of level. They're an organization that has had quite a few rosters, quite a few iterations over the last 12 to 18 months even, and none of them have really been able to take that next step. They've always faltered somewhere along the line. So again, they have another great opportunity to try and qualify for OCN here, but they need to bring that depth to the table. And if they, again, can just continue to chip away at these rounds, get them on the board, that'd be a good start. Again, this is their map pick, I believe.
Yep.
So they'll be looking to win the map. If they don't, that's when things start to get a little bit dire in the 419 cap.
Well, especially going into Oregon immediately after this, right? So if Ferox can win Consulate here, I kind of backed him in on Oregon. That's when it'd be obviously then all over because it's a best of 3 to 0 would mean Ferox move on. So it's a very important map, as you said. It's their map pick as well. So you got that added bonus to it. So far, good signs. It's very, very early days, though. It's 1-1, but PC419 are getting the opening frags. They look very comfortable. They don't look scared. They're happy to push in. Whereas Ferox right now, the way that they're playing, they're not really doing anything outrageous on the defense. No sort of crazy roams. They're just holding the right positions, the right angles, playing structured. And I guess that's just going to be their hope that they back that in.
Shade inside a meeting. Key position being held here on the roam. It can be a little bit difficult sometimes to flush out, and Tesla needs to be very careful that he doesn't give away a free pick here. It's probably not going to be traded out, and there we go. Pick is claimed. No one trades it out. So PC419 now on the back foot for the remainder of the round, and they also don't have control above at all. So now they have a minute 30 to try and convert that. Maybe they'll actually just go for a straight horizontal take. Good control over towards Spiral. They're going to smoke it in and go deep.
Yeah, it's going to be that blitz in here, which I'm not surprised at all considering the way that they've been playing. That's going to be denied though inside of the smoke. That was from Shade onto Pun, who was getting that diffuser down. Nazgul, though, is immediately eliminated, and only Repix remains in a 1 versus 3. It does have control of the diffuser, but he's outnumbered and outgunned, and PC419 with a blitz attack on the lobby site.
I'd be interested to know the comms in that round for PC419. Did they go for that take knowing that they were a man down and they had to go for a little bit of a desperation play, or was that the plan all along? Either way, worked out quite well. Ferox failed to adapt a little bit there and unable to successfully deny the plant multiple occasions. And I can't really blame them. That sort of attack strat is something we don't really see often. Smokes, just in general, aren't utilized a whole lot. Never mind that specific pathing. So again, another good attack. Solid start here for PC419. I'm starting to think now about what sort of benchmark we're thinking about here for 419 or even Ferox for that matter. How many rounds do they need to try and get to be in a good position? I think if 419 can, even at worst, 3-3 the half.
I mean, but we're in unprecedented waters here, right? Like, there's not as much to go on and say, well, you know, in the past, usually teams get such and such, and then that kind of gives us a bit of an idea. I mean, we've seen teams sweep halves after having a very tight first half, you know, so... But I will say this, though, you are right in a sense that, you know, with PC419 on the attack here for Consulate, if they can get to, say, 4 rounds, man, that's looking good.
Yeah. And, I mean, just continuing on from that conversation, we talked a little bit earlier, and it's probably going to be a recurring trend, that the LPL results might not be particularly insightful and valid, because if you look back, PC419 actually lost 1-7 against Rafflecopter on this map, and you go, wait, what? Why are they firstly going to this map, and secondly, why are they not getting absolutely smashed, particularly starting on the attack? So, again, it's just important to remember that the stakes, the environment, very different here in the promo relegations to what these teams have experienced previously. So anything can really happen this weekend, and so far PC419 are proving that with a strong start.
Bomb located by attackers.
I think right now, though, from just the observation point, after seeing 3 rounds, I feel like it's up to Ferox to respond. We've seen a couple of rounds now where PC419 have been aggressive, playing really well. The only site they haven't won, actually, is Garage Cafeteria, which they're going to get another crack at it here. And I actually suspect they may play this one a bit similar to the last round on Lobby Press, where I think they might just smoke it and rush that plant down, making it very difficult then for Ferox to get the retake. Now, they could be ready for this. Nazgul, even on the Vigil, sitting in Garage, I think is expecting the blitz from PC419.
Well, the positions for Ferox aren't terrible here. They have the smoke deep to deny the plant. They also have Nazgul over towards pipes, and even Todd with a line of sight as well. So this will be a very risky attack. You add in the Evil Eyes here as well, and that makes it very challenging because Todd can, 1, deny it, and 2, call out to the rest of the team to rotate. So if PC419 are going to commit, they probably would have already had to by now. I think that this strat has already been revealed. I think Ferox even have control above vertically. They have Oda there as well. So this is not going to work unless Ferox choke this round if PC419 do commit to the breach rush.
This would be very much just a garage doors breach. Minute 20, still a lot of time. I think there was Shaq who may end up, when they push into garage, may actually push to yellow stairs and at least have some different angle of attack. Or Repix does get the knock, but Vlad should be able to get brought back up, and there's a lot of time here. Not a bit of a rush scenario still for PC419. Minute left. Steph's going to go and get Vlad back up. So Pun now watching yellow stairs with Shaq. So it's not going to be like 5 players going through garage doors, but as you said before, there's basically no vertical control at all. 45 seconds left, and little bit confused as to what they're going to do now other than just go for that smoke and plant.
It looks like they're trying to commit to a rotate, so they'll try and go down Visa stairs, apply a bit of a 2-pronged attack from both sides. Still going to be so challenging. Ferox during this time are probably thinking, oh, they're rotating, right? Already positioned in that place, but they get the picks. Great shots from PC419. It opens up the round. They need to clear Todd and Oda, though. Will they be able to? No. Oda gets 2. 3 versus 3, 15 seconds on the board.
Yeah, big play from Oda over at main stairs. Pun's going to push in. Doesn't elect to go for the defuser because there's only 10 seconds left. Needs to find the frag. Shade, though, coming up big. Shaq very low. Does get swatted as well at yellow stairs. The quick 1-2 tap from Shade. And Ferox, after what almost looked like being blitzed again there at the last second, at least hold their ground. They make it 2-2.
That was a Ferox round to lose, and look, they almost did a great couple of entries there from the back of the site. Opened up the round, but they just weren't able to find that last pick onto Oda. He was roaming for basically the entire round. He went from having vert control to lobby control, eventually going down the spiral stairs and getting those key picks to keep Ferox alive. And then, of course, time was a pressing issue. 419 unable to bring the round back. That evens out the scoreline, of course, 2-2. Looks like we're heading back to lobby and press. We saw a smoke pocket strat rush, if you would, from 419 last time. Probably not going to work again here. So they might have to go for a bit more of a traditional take. In fact, they're even hard countering with the Warden. So Ferox definitely not taking any second chances.
Attackers need to locate and defuse bombs.
I got to say, though, if you're PC419, I think that's quite flattering in a way.
It's a compliment.
Because it's a compliment.
Yep.
It's a well done. You got us last round. Not going to happen again. We're going to make sure of it even more so here with the Warden pick from Oda, which could backfire if they don't go for that sort of smoke blitz, and then you're just stuck sort of on the Warden. But see how it plays out. You would imagine that I think Plan A, the last time we saw lobby press, was eliminated, and that surely was a Plan B push. I'm not sure if dangling Tesla as a bit of bait while you sort of slow push in towards lobby from the back of it is the Plan A, but it worked in the end because once he did die, they were at a disadvantage. They were already in position for the blitz, so that was then the Plan B, I guess. They didn't get control of meeting. I would imagine that they will try and do it again here, and as you said, I don't think we'll see that smoke rush 2 times in a row.
I'm keen to see what the plan is this round. Maybe if 419 have droned out Oda and know there's a Warden on the board, they can try and focus their efforts on clearing him out and then going for the smoke plant. Of course, that's probably the riskier option compared to going for a more traditional top-down sweep, which they are setting up for at the moment. That said, Shaq's also down below. Oda has moved, though, in towards bathroom, and I think it's important that Oda just plays a safe passive position here. If he stays alive, if that smoke plant does come into fruition, he'll be in a great position to deny it. He just needs to stay alive. That's a lot of bans.
That is a lot of bans. That's a kill. I was going to say, I don't know who was it. Shaq getting the elimination onto Nazgul. And this is becoming a really, really big theme for PC419. They keep finding these opening frags. And Pun's going to get this diffuser planted already. Ferox, once again, have just sort of been caught napping.
They don't have vert control though, so maybe Ferox can retake. Shade kicks that off. Yellow stares onto Shaq, and that's a great pick to find. Todd and Shade are both on full HP, but so is the entire 419 roster. So this is going to be very difficult. They only have 25 seconds left on the board. If Shade can find this pick, it might be on, but he gets shut down. A great shot there from Vlad. Leaves it all up to Todd. Yes, he has the older, but he only has 15 bullets left in the clip now. Make it 11 in fact. Gets his double for the round, but there's no time left. Pun on the rappel. He's not going to be taken down anytime soon. Tesla's below with an 8. He couldn't even beam him here. Misses it though. Todd has to stick it, but yeah, Pun is there. He's ready to go. Good night. See you later. And 419 will take another round.
Yeah, look, it's 3-2 now. PC 419 getting closer and closer to 4 attacking rounds here on Consulate. Final round of the half. I think you mentioned 3-3 earlier on is a good sign for potentially more so. I think PC 419, they've already got 3 here. They get the opportunity for now 4 rounds. And we go to Archives Tellers, which, well, it was not very good. It was not very good from Ferox defensively. They do get a second crack at it. They will choose the mirror again. And I do hope that they can learn from their mistakes of the past here.
Now, heading into this round, Ferox are pretty much stuck between a rock and a hard place, right? If you look at the round history, the only site they've won is Garage and Cafeteria. They won that in round number 4, meaning that they can't head back there here for round number 6. It's locked out. They can't go there, meaning that they need to go to a site that they haven't won yet. Sure, they could maybe try and lobby and press again, but that was pretty unsuccessful on both occasions. I'm surprised that maybe they didn't try and go above. Maybe they have something on 419 and aren't confident in defending that style of attack. So hopefully, as you mentioned, they can mix something up, try and really bring, I think, the pulse and the mirror really into play here. Find that intel, find those picks. Don't let 419 get such an early lead in these rounds. Time and time again, they're getting these opening picks, they're converting the rounds, and Ferox aren't finding that pick back to get themselves back in to the round.
Only 1 opening pick so far in this matchup for Ferox. Everything else going the way of PC 419. And it's not really just opening picks that they're getting early on. They're getting position. Ferox aren't really denying position to PC 419. They're just walking on through. Half the time, they just walk straight into lobby. So they're getting really a lot to go their way. And you just wonder if Ferox maybe could be, or could have been, a bit more aggressive here on the defense. Because, well, this is the final round of the half. So I guess we'll see if they can be a bit more aggressive on the attack. Nazgul in break, utilizing one of these mirrors, but he's got so many different angles that he sort of needs to watch as well. I wouldn't be surprised if like 2 members really just sort of PC 419 just surround him at some point. Well, there goes Todd. Another opening pick for PC 419 to close out the half.
And again, it's the mirror off the board. So that position, which I believe Todd was holding in towards Garage, should now be basically free. And if the attack does have full control of that west side downstairs, it's going to make it very, very tricky. They probably need to send someone down to rotate, but where do you then expose to try and fulfill that position? So it's not a great start for Ferox. 419 again capitalizing with that early pick. Ferox being forced to rotate. Repic's still above as well. So look, the positions being held here from Ferox aren't terrible, but as we've seen time and time again, 419 with even just a 1-man advantage can refrag these scenarios out.
Well, Shade's not going to find anything from Archives because everyone from PC 419 is still over on that second floor. Although for Ferox, at least, despite the fact that they've lost Todd, everyone else is on full health. Usually with a minute to go, they're down to 2 or 3 players left. But talk about vertical control here from PC 419. Playing from that second floor, countering this pulse.
Wait, Nazgul. Look at Nazgul. What the hell is that man doing? Oh, I thought he was playing next to the statue. That was... Okay, that absolutely threw me off. I thought he was playing in the plant box. I would have been confused. Also, Repix as well in a really off-meta position. So Ferox could potentially try and retake this. We know 419 now have site control, but they haven't even tried 1 plant yet. We know plant denial is so strong on this site, so maybe Ferox can just hold on here.
Well, they're going to go for Towers. 20 seconds remaining. Finally, Shade does find something. It is going to be pinged out. Rapix has been eliminated, though. That off-meta position, unfortunately, does not gain what he was looking for. That's going to be Shade, though, surely getting pun. He almost got himself in the process as well.
5 seconds.
And the speed to deny that diffuser. And finally, I think for Ferox, no!
Wait, what?
They just picked up 3 kills in 3 seconds. I was getting up ready to wrap up the round. How did Ferox all just die at once? Oh, they're all in the one room.
So what happened there was they denied the plant. Great play, utilized the pulse. We mentioned that pre-round that they needed to influence the round with that pulse, gain the intel, deny the plant. They ticked that off the list. But then I think they looked at the time and went, all right, guys, just hold the diffuser. Just hold it. If they try and pick it up, we shoot them. They're dead. And look, that's pretty valid strategy. But when you do that, and when your whole team does that, that means that no one's watching for the rush late round.
Yeah.
And 419 out of nowhere, able to capitalize on that. Again, another super confident, frag-heavy playstyle. We're expecting that from the Tier 2 teams, and 419 are delivering. And the first 6 rounds, in fact, they delivered that. Sure, they didn't win the garage attacks. Again, a little bit more structured, maybe not playing into their hands as much, but a solid half so far. If they can replicate it on the defense, then Ferox, the pressure starts to mount a little bit. Sure, it's not their map pick, but you're a Tier 1 team. You should be able to beat any Tier 2 team going around.
Attackers have discovered the location
4-2
of a bomb.
in the first half of PC419. I mean, just great. Absolutely. Honestly, I give them an A+, the way that they played. And it feels like they played Ferox off the park more than Ferox making major mistakes. PC419 have been the confident team. They're looking like the Tier 1 team right now. But of course, we switch halves, and things can
10
change.
seconds left before insertion.
But for Ferox, they're going to have to find the attacking prowess that we've seen from PC419. They're going to have to replicate that. They're going to have to be a lot more aggressive than what their defense showed. And then even then, are they going to be prepared for potentially what PC419 might bring to the table here? You mentioned Rapix in an off-meta position. Well, PC419 may play these sites completely off-meta.
Yeah, again, harping back to LPL, time and time again, we've seen the likes of 419 and Rufflecopter play slightly weird positions. You know, people will critique that as not playing proper Siege, but if it works, right? It's up to Ferox to be able to adapt to that. And they probably haven't faced as much of that quirky playstyle in the regular season of OCN, where teams are a little bit more predictable and a little bit more structured. And it's been a problem for Ferox so far. And we can look at the stats. 5 out of the 6 rounds in the first half, PC419 on the attack got the opening pick. Getting the opening pick on attack is so critical. It opens up the round, and they were able to convert on so many of those occasions. Question is, can they replicate that on the defense? Maybe if they play ultra aggressive, they can, but maybe they're not wanting to feed Ferox in the same way that they fed them.
The other thing I'm looking for here in this second half is whether or not the opening picks continue to go the way of PC419, or whether or not it's just sort of an attacking thing here on Consulate. And if Ferox can now have, I guess, their fair share of the 6 rounds, only 1 went the way of Ferox. And, well, there's the answer very quickly. Thank you very much. Shaq will pick up Oda. And that continues. I'll bite only for 1 round right now, but this is, of course, though, a site that Ferox did not lose on defense. So if they can at least win it here, they make it 3-4. They win a site that was quite difficult to take for the attacking team. Potentially just gives them a bit of a lifeline here. You lose it, though, and 5-2 is a very heavy deficit to come back from.
It's quite a contrast in the attacking style from these teams. We saw 419 get the breach open really quickly and then spent a lot of time sitting around preparing for the execute. Whereas on this hand, we've got Ferox who have taken 2 minutes just to start thinking about the breach and actually getting work done. They haven't even got the electro claws off the wall. They've missed it again. So I think Repix is, he's used both of his Ash charges, I'm pretty sure. Yeah, he has. So this is going to be really difficult to deal with. They might just be forced to go down yellow, maybe even down spiral, and 419 should be able to capitalize upon that.
Well, Todd's in position here, still thinking something might happen. Maybe they got one last-ditch effort, but you got 30 seconds remaining. There goes one.
Oh, they
got to go quickly here. They've got to get it. 28 seconds remaining. Not going to be denied. Pun over at White Van. Check over at Pillar. Nazgul right behind Todd, who just got his head ripped off by Pun. Throws out the C4, expecting the quick diffuser retake from Nazgul. Didn't quite rush for it, but running out of time. 10 seconds remaining. Shade has been eliminated as well. It's a 2 versus 5. This is a slaughter from PC419. Flawless round to open their defense.
I don't know where those electro claws were placed, but my God, were Ferox having issues clearing them. Really difficult from what we could see to know if they were placed in one of those really obscure positions where they are genuinely difficult to clear, or maybe Repix did falter in shooting the breaching rounds and didn't quite hit the mark. I believe they used a nade in the end to clear it. I looked down for a brief second and it was gone, but I'm just going to assume that that is what happened. So unfortunately for Ferox, time management lacking a little bit. And that's a trend that we actually did see quite a bit in OCN. Typically, they took quite a while in their attacks, it would be fair to say. Not to say that that's always a bad thing. Good teams can take their time as well, but due to their slightly more one-dimensional nature in their attacks, that can be quite a challenge to try and actually persist with. And we saw it there. Once there was like, what, 30 seconds on the round, what options did they realistically have? The breach was watched, yellow stairs was watched, they had cover at the back of the site as well. So it was going to be very difficult to win that round, and PC419 now have bridged a 3-round gap. That's a huge gap to try and come back from again when you're on the attack.
Yeah, 5 rounds out of the last 6 now to PC419, and as you said, it's going to be very difficult for Ferox on their own attack to actually get back from this pretty large deficit. The only thing that's sort of going for Ferox is that this is PC419's map pick. Despite tier 1, tier 2, who should win, who shouldn't win, it is their map pick. Right, and this is something that they would have prepared for going up against Ferox, so you would have hoped that PC419 would be able to bring something to the table, and they've certainly brought it all in spades. It's fair to say they've been by far the better team, not just in terms of getting results, but even just in the rounds themselves. They're the aggressors, they're the ones making the moves, and Ferox are just sort of too reactionary right now. There's not much proactive play from Ferox. They're not making things happen, and this is why they're continuing to lose these rounds. It's why they continue to also lose these opening picks as well. They've only had 1 in the first 8 rounds.
Yeah, we sound like a little bit of a broken record, and maybe it's a bit cliche to say that tier 2 teams are frag heavy, yada, yada, yada. But again, we have the stats to back this up. There's only been 1 plant in 7 rounds. All the other ones have basically been massacres in the last 30 seconds. So that seems to be siding in the way of 419. They've got strong mechanical skill, strong individual players, and they're stepping up so far today. Again, those opening picks keep coming through. Shaq, for example, on the roam, on that fragging role, super strong so far. He does have the pedigree. He played Pro League previously. He knows what it takes at this sort of level, and he's bringing the goods so far. It's up to the likes of Repix, for example, who we're watching now, on that counter frag roll to try and find these opening picks, try and get these kills on the board.
And comparing as well, I think for Ferox's attack compared to PC419, oh, that is just timing and a half, unfortunately for Shay. There's nothing you can really do about that. Shaq getting yet another opening frag, and then ironically struggles to get rid of the drone. There's at least a retrade. Pani is going to be eliminated by Nazgul, makes it a 4 versus 4. Not all hope is lost for Ferox, but it's not looking good either. They haven't been able to find where Shaq is hiding now as well over at Private Bathroom. Tesla gets Oda as well elsewhere. And I think Ferox are really struggling now. I'm not sure if peeking those stairs while still slowed was the idea either, and now it's a 1 versus 4. This is going to be a 2-6. It's going to be match point.
Wow, this is quite the headache for Ferox. Yeah, they're going to be up against that match point. They'll need to win 4 rounds straight to head this just into overtime. Maybe Todd can pull off a miracle. He finds the first onto Tesla. He does have full HP. Vlad also quite low. He has the diffuser in hand, and maybe he can try and play off that. PC419 also didn't bring the pulse to the board. Valk was banned, so the intel gathering might be lacking a little bit, but they're holding the key positions. They know where Todd is most likely going to come from. They're ready. They're waiting. He's been spotted on the default. He's going to get sprayed down. 20 seconds left, Todd. I don't think you can do it, mate.
No, unfortunately not.
15 seconds left.
I mean, the only way he gets the win here is if PC419 had made a boo-boo. They don't, though. They've made not many mistakes so far here on Consulate. They have been perfect. An A+ attacking half is looking like an A+ defensive half as well. They've got match point for a reason. It's a big hole that Ferox find themselves in. And the only way out of that hole is probably going to be through Oregon now more than Consulate.
Yeah, I tend to agree with you. I'm very, very excited for this second map. If 419 play this good on Oregon, my word, this could be a 2-0 sweep in the other way. I said before the match I was probably expecting a Ferox 2-0, but yeah, look, I don't know what I'm talking about. PC419 have really shown up here so far. Sure, the job isn't done yet, but I mean, you just got to look at the round history to think that 419 should pull this through. We talked about Shaq quite a bit in that last round. I think he's going 10-3, maybe 11-3. No, 10-3. 2 assists as well. Of the 8 rounds played so far, he's gotten 4 of the opening kills. That's half of the opening kills. That is a pretty significant amount. And well, just setting up these rounds time and time again. In fact, every single round where Shaq has gotten the opening kill, they've won the round.
Yeah. You can be good cop, I'll be bad cop. On the flip side, Repix is on 0 kills playing the Ash. It's not been fun for Repix. The thing is, though, like, you know, you mentioned replacing Sushi and whatnot. How much time has Repix had? I mean, you would know more than me in this case, Guz, but is it maybe a case of being underprepared, potentially coming in for this series?
As far as I'm aware, he's probably had a few months. I don't think the roster change occurred too long after the conclusion of OCN. He's played officials with the roster in LPL, and as I mentioned, he's actually been playing quite strong, known to clutch up, getting good numbers on the board, but I'm glad you brought that up. I hadn't even really looked at Repix's stat. That is quite disappointing for him. 0-8 when you're on that fragging roll. You want to be up with the likes of Shaq. That's your job for the team, is to get kills on the board and open up the rounds. So it's been rough for him. Again, it's his first official, sort of at this Tier 1 level, if you want to consider this tournament Tier 1 ANZ. And this is a wake-up call for him. Welcome to the big league, son. This is where it starts to get rough. And I mean, you're only versing a Tier 2 team at the moment. You're not even versing one of the Tier 1 teams. So hopefully this is just a one-off map and he can recover on Oregon.
100%. Fortunately, Oregon is going to await them, and I think it's going to be sooner rather than later. Steffi's going to get punished for that. Makes it a 3 versus 3. For the first time, we're actually going to see console meeting actually here on Consulate.
Yeah.
Which is a surprise. A lot more archive and tellers than we usually see. Nice one, Repix. Well done.
Oh, it's been a rough
when everything goes wrong, everything goes wrong.
Poor Repix. Oh, there's gonna be some copy passes in the chat. Look, I'm not even gonna give you any more fire to that fuel, or any more fuel to that fire. Shaq, of course, is still up as well. I'm not sure. I'm not sure who got the opening pick in this round. It came through that quickly, but it kind of nullified itself, right? 3-on-3, pretty fair split, I would say, operator v operator. But Shaq is still downstairs. I don't know if the runout's been cut off. Nomad's banned, so they might be relying on the gridlock, who's already been killed, and that's only going to have a limited effect anyway, so they need to be super careful. That barricade, if it's ripped down, he's going to go for the run out. It gets shut down, though, so that's a good response there from Ferox. They were ready, they were waiting, probably ill-advised in the end from Shaq, and now the rest of the team needs to hold on for a minute.
This is where, as well, for Ferox, you can't really have the defeatist mentality. You got to think, we can still win this. PC419, already in this particular round, being even more hyper-aggressive, and it's sort of backfired a little bit, mainly because Ferox have been able to get those retrades. I mean, look at that, though. Another run out from Vlad isn't quite successful. But the style of play that won PC419 a lot of these rounds has been like this, but this round's even been more aggressive than usual. Repix going to try and get that diffuser down, but obviously for PC419, only down to Vlad, who's very low. Repix gets on the board with a frag as well. Woo! They get the round win, makes it 3-6. Repix gets a kill. Maybe things could still turn around for Ferox.
Yep, it's never over till it's over, is it? And Siege is known for having some wacky results at times. Again, we are expecting PC419 to probably close this one out. They're on the defense, on their map pick, and it's been a strong map for them so far. Let's not discredit that. Basically been faultless. I mean, of course, they've lost 3 rounds, so it hasn't been completely perfect, but for the most part, for a Tier 2 team, it has been a very strong performance from them. And I'm a little bit upset that console meeting, the only time we've seen it so far, was in fact an attacking win in the end, and maybe that validates why the teams have elected not to go there, and 419 aren't going to reattempt it. They're going to head back down to Cafeteria and Garage. They won it on their last attempt, and they'll be looking to do the same here. Try again to just slow down the breach. Pun. He placed those electro claws perfectly on the last occasion. He'll be looking to do the same here. Try and just deny it for as long as possible and force Ferox into one of those rush attacks, which was costly last time.
Well, this is the biggest round, really, of the match. So far, the site that hasn't been able to be broken through by an attacking side, whether it's PC419 or Ferox. Defense, 100% win rate so far. And of course, for PC419, they only need one more round to close out the map, make it a 7-3 victory. So certainly things looking up for them here. But if Ferox can win, makes it 4-6. In saying that, then they would have to probably, I reckon, you'd think PC419 would just repeat it anyway. Potentially. It's a long, long way back for Ferox. It's hard to see many avenues. There's one of the electric claws from Kaid. Whether or not that was the exact place he did it last time, I mean, not 100% sure, but you would imagine so.
Well, it worked last time, so I don't see any reason why you would change it up unless you'd be afraid that maybe they droned it out. But I don't think there's that many opportunities to change up those placements too much. And Ferox, they've already counted it, right? They've brought the Maverick to the board. Todd will be able to just trick the wall open. That will completely nullify the position of the Electro Claws and will basically fix the wrongs of the last attack where it took them so long to get the breach open and left them no time to really do anything. This is quite interesting. They're actually going to Maverick the top of the wall. They don't have a secondary hard breach, so I'm not sure the reasoning behind that. Maybe they're going to try and open as much as possible. I'm not sure how much fuel you have. Maybe you can open 2 breaches. I'm going to look real stupid if you can't open 2 of them, but I think you should be able to. That's what you want, of course. The more of the breach you can open, the more avenues you have in towards the side and more opportunities to get that plant down. And yeah, there we go. Nice clean work there from Todd. Doesn't make any faults. And with over half the round to go, now they can actually start to formulate a proper attack.
Well, you know they lost the player as well, though, so it's down to a 4 versus 5. Steffi got that opening fragment and Nazgul. So, I mean, you've basically traded the wall for a player. Which, I mean, it's a very important wall, nonetheless, but no Nazgul for the remainder of the round. Minute and a half, Shade's going to just try and drone out Garage, see what we can find. Looks like PC419 holding a bit further back towards Cafeteria. Oda's going to go for a different angle of attack. Certainly the right way to play this, so you don't want to just have everyone congested in from one angle. Tunneling in just from Garage, looking like they're going to get a little bit more vertical control this time around as well.
Shaq again just being a nuisance, running around, not being shut down. He's been barricaded off by his team, but I don't think that's really going to phase him too much. That said, there's only a minute to go, and it doesn't really look like Ferox are setting up on that side of the map, so his impact, at least in this mid-round phase, might be a little bit limited. Oda going above likely has the shorty as secondary and can create some vertical positions. Trying to clear out pipes, and of course back of White, but gets lit up from above. Was that Shaq? No, that was Tesla from above. So many roams coming out from PC419. It's a 2v5. Ferox, make that a 1v5. Repix, he needs to go big here. He's only got 1 pick so far, but he needs to find 5. I think it's all over on that number 1.
Hey, you could just stab the KDA from here, Repix, if you could clutch out the 1 versus 5. Not going to happen, though. With the pistol as well from Staffy. Flawless from PC419. Well, the whole map was quite flawless. 7-3 victory for their map pick. And a good little entrance to the OCN, well, promo / relegations, I guess. And they're looking to be... Oh, that was a breeze. I'm not sure if that's the thing to say going into Oregon. It's not over yet. It's a best of 3. It's not a best of 1. Got to watch those fighting words. It may just put fire to the fuel, as Guz likes to say. I still can't get over that one. But look, 7-3, massive victory, and PC419 are not here to play around. They're here to get promoted.
I'm going to add images that precede unfortunate events. If PC419 managed to drop this series, Shaq's going to look a little bit silly for that, but I mean, I'm sure it's probably just a bit of banter and jest, and isn't too harmful. We like a little bit of banter in this region. And I mean, to be fair, he probably can say that pretty confidently, right? It was a little bit of a breeze in the end. PC419 coming out of the gate strong, 7-3.
He wasn't wrong.
I mean, if I would have thought about that scoreline, it would have been Ferox taking it 7-3, right? Not the other way around. So a great start from 419, getting so many opening picks, Shaq popping off, the rest of the team coming up clutch late round, and unfortunately, Ferox just didn't have a response.
I mean, the only thing I'll say here, of course, I've already said it before, it was PC419's map pick. They played it perfectly, but now they've got to go to Oregon, which is Ferox's map pick. And look, now I'd be super surprised if PC419 can make this a 2-0. But hey, apparently it was a breeze. Oregon might be a breeze as well. We're going to breeze on over to a break. When we come back, we do head over to Oregon.
Actively drop the bomb diffuser. 50. Go. Attackers drop the diffuser. dropped.
Never did.
Well, it's time for that serious game face moment if you are Team Ferox, because you're up against the wall. That wall is PC 419. They've taken out Consulate 7-3. It was a breeze, potentially. Over to Oregon, though, we do head now, which of course is Ferox's map pick. That's where they should feel a little bit more comfortable, and they should be really the aggressors this time around, which, in fairness, though, they probably should have still been the aggressors anyway on Consulate, Guz.
I agree. Consulate played into the hands of 419. They played frag heavy. They played aggressive. Whether or not that playstyle is going to transfer over towards Oregon, which is traditionally a lot slower, a lot more structured, we'll have to wait and see. I'm expecting Ferox to make a response, but they've had high pressure scenarios on this map previously. They're in the relegations because they lost to LFO on Oregon. So will that curse stay with them here against 419? Who knows?
I mean, LFO's a good team, though, and one of the things that we've sort of been speaking about here in the promo relegations is that when you look at the match history for Ferox and the match history for PC419, the teams that they have been playing respectively, very different levels. Now, obviously meeting together, though, I think PC419 have shown that maybe they've taken that next step where maybe past iterations of PC419 haven't been able to do over the last 12 to 18 months, for instance. And look, it's not finished yet. And I think we've seen, when you look at actually a team like Ferox, we'll use them as an example, at the start of OCN, something they were able to do was get a couple of cheeky wins on the board, and they looked like a team that was going to make the playoffs. Then they just capitulated, and then it all just sort of fell away. They had a nice little start, and then it went away. Potentially, that might happen here for PC419. So you don't want to get too confident, like Shaq, potentially, because you've still got at least one more map you need to win. Not only that, guys, but then you've still got another series you need to win. So it's a long, long way to the celebratory qualification spot.
Yeah, it's a short road in some respects. It's only a weekend-long bracket, but in other respects, it can feel like a long couple of days for these teams. These series can go on for several hours at a time. They could potentially, if they lose this matchup, play for upwards of 6 hours today, and that's going to definitely take the gas out of you a little bit. So PC419, they need to play the long game. If they think they've won it now, well, they're a little bit in their heads, and they probably need to settle down a little bit. Still a long path to go, and Oregon's going to be a very tough map.
I like it, though. I do like it. I mean, we sort of laugh a little bit, but it's really cool to see that sort of banter, and that's probably really what it is, right? I don't want to overblow it too much. I'm sure it's said in jest. I highly doubt there was, full-on toxicity with it, but it's still nice. It really, if you're saying it in jest as well, you've got nothing to really lose. I mean, I guess it could, I'm not going to say the fire to the fuel again. It could fuel the fire, right, of Ferox. It could make them go a little bit harder in here on Oregon. But I would dare say, if that one comment is the reason that they go, right, we got to be like heaps better now, well, that says a bit more about Ferox than anything, because like they really should be in that very competitive mindset from the get-go. So we'll see whether or not that actually plays a hand. If anything, it can have the reverse effect as well, cuz, where it could just like drop the mental of Ferox as well, where it's like, man, that really was a breeze. They really did demolish us.
Yeah, we say this time and time again in best of 3 series. You're not always expected to win your map pick. It's not the end of the world, provided you're confident on your own pick and then the decider. It doesn't matter. If you win 2-1, it's the same as a 2-0 in the end anyway. You'll progress up that upper bracket. And at the worst case scenario, if you lose, you head down to the lower bracket. Sure, you need to play another game today, but you're not out. So it is important that Ferox do maintain that mental. Just chill out during this break. I don't think personally they'll be too stressed. They have the experience to stay confident, and hopefully we see that in the second map.
Yeah, well, we are going to be heading into said second map. It's Oregon in this best of 3 series. Ferox, PC419. Well, apparently there's something brewing here. It's already brewed up on the consulate. We'll see whether or not Oregon, it could potentially explode. Potentially. We'll potentially see how we go, potentially, in a minute.
I didn't realize that, Rob, but you look a lot like him, actually. Are you actually Xenox? Who got rid of you? That's right. I wanted the better caster anyway.
Oh.
I'm not complaining. Potentially better caster.
Potentially.
All right, let's get into these bans. Ying off the board. Ying is an operator that's seen actually quite a bit of play recently from some of the teams on OCN on Oregon. In fact, globally as well, Ying's been quite popular. Allows for a lot of the entries to really come into fruition, particularly when you're trying to disturb the locations of pretty set positions on the defense. The Ying can be very disruptive in that regard. With her taken off the board, of course, that will not be the case. Thatcher taken off the board once again here in this matchup. We saw it banned on Consulate, and it will be followed up once again here on Oregon, and that will help, of course, on the attack and opening up some of the walls a little bit easier. That said, it didn't always make walls super straightforward to open. In fact, Ferox was a team that did struggle with that a little bit on one of their attacks over towards Garage. Let's head into, of course, the defensive bans. Mirror taken off the board, so nothing too crazy there. I'm expecting maybe another projectile denial ban. We could see a Jaeger if Ferox want to be really ballsy. I'm assuming they've already prepped their bans. They know what they want to take off the board, and it is going to actually be Ramai. So the other projectile denial, again,
Close
these
enough.
bans are not really standing out to me as anything that we should be getting too overly excited about. I'm just happy that Ying's off the board, so we won't be watching white screens for the entire match, because there were a couple of matches. I think it was Okami Noble in the playoffs. Ying was just absolutely abused, and yeah, that was a bit of a hellstorm to watch, so we don't have to worry about that.
Well, Ferox are going to worry a little bit, though, coming over to Oregon, despite the fact that it is their map pick. They are down 1-0. they also know that not just Oregon, but they will need to win Clubhouse. That's the deciding map after this. So they need to win the next 2 maps, of course, for PC419. They can just get the job done here. And then they can actually call it a day, technically. The 2 winners today will only have to play again tomorrow. So it'll be a very early finish for the winner of this match. Unless it goes to like a best of 3 all the way, I guess maybe then it's been a little bit of a track. But regardless, Ferox on the defense, PC419 on the attacking side, which is a replica to Consulate. But I do believe that on Oregon here specifically, especially certain sites, not so much the kitchen sites, and as we do get the kitchen site, I'm just going to completely change my frame of mind here. But guys, this has been a talking point towards the back end of OCN, was we didn't see enough of this site on Oregon. Usually it's basement, usually it's kids' dorms, but not so much the kitchen sites. But if I remember correctly, from the small sample size, this was the best defensive side, apparently.
Yeah, it was during the regular season. I'm pretty sure it had the highest win percent in favor of the defense. But of course, again, as you mentioned, very small sample size. So it doesn't really paint a full picture, if you would. But I am happy to see Ferox experiment here. We have both been pretty critical of teams just continuously going upstairs and losing rounds. It isn't always the best site to go to necessarily. And if there's any opportunity to try and get an early cheeky round on the board, it's the first one. PC419 probably were expecting a basement defense. Their operator selections would probably suggest that, or maybe even an upstairs take, for example. And they have thrown that spanner in the works. They're playing ultra aggressive here inside of small tower. It is traded out. Shade from below does get Steffi. Shaq's still alive on the board though, so not the worst result there from Ferox as they open up proceedings here on round 1. I do like seeing that aggression though. Try and get back in the face of 419.
Yeah, and that's what we sort of spoke about over in Consulate, was that Ferox lacked that aggression. They weren't the ones making the plays. It was PC419, and a trend that they've already sort of broken in the opening round here is that opening pick. I mean, I know it was retraded immediately, losing Todd, but Shade did get Steffi, and obviously in the end it's a 4v4, but it's just the little things that need to go the way for Ferox here. Oda sitting in showers, obviously has the protection as well. Nazgul does get Shaq, and that aggression from Ferox is continuing here. And they've got an advantage, and it's a good start here on their defense for Oregon.
Of course, arguably Showers is one of the most difficult positions of the entire map even to sometimes clear out. 3 ADS devices covering that, a deployable shield, on top of Oda just having the Older in hand, which can spray down multiple enemies at a time. So this will be difficult for 419 to deal with. They don't have the Thatcher to disable the ADS devices. I don't think they're going to have a whole lot in terms of actually being able to clear them either. So provided Oda doesn't overpeak here, I don't think 419 are going to be able to clear this out. It's going to be very, very challenging. Sure, Tesla's, being able to drain out a little bit of those ADS charges, but it's not going to be enough. Provided he and Nazgul hold these positions, 419 aren't going to be able to get through.
Nazgul very low, does have to be a bit more careful now, but Oda can still hold that spot for how much longer though? That shield's gone. Tries to click a few heads through the opening in the wall. 35 seconds left. Really job done already, but you don't want to be losing 2 players here. Make it then a 3 versus 2. But time is of the essence for PC419 here on the attack for Kitchen Dining. Oda continues to hold well, gets the peek onto Vlad successfully. And I think that's going to probably spell the end of the round for PC419. Pun making a last-ditch effort. Unfortunately, though, does get picked off by Nazgul. And Ferox are on the board early on here for Oregon.
Yeah, good start. I like the fact that Ferox decided to go to that site. A little bit dicey there in small tower at the start, but it was traded out, and that left it in that 4-on-4 scenario. And as I mentioned, that Showers position, so heavily fortified. Even with a Thatcher on the board, it was still going to be slightly challenging to clear that shield, but near impossible once that Thatcher was banned out, and they didn't have anyone else really to drain that utility with flashbangs. I believe Shaq was playing on the Ash. He got taken down, and from that point onwards, they just didn't have enough utility to clear that position, and Oda played it super well, super disciplined. He didn't overpeak the position. If he had have died there, that would have really opened up the round. So it was well played by him. Ferox hold on, and they were actually going to kids' dorms, which Xenox, I know we have a lot of history on this side. Time and time again, the map result is dictated by the result of this particular objective. So let's see if that trend continues.
Well, this is the thing though, right? Is that's usually based off the fact that teams like to do what is essentially a 2-site strat on Oregon, which is basement, kids, dorms. Not so much playing kitchen dining, but we've already seen kitchen dining in effect here for Ferox. Now, if you're winning kitchen dining, then you don't need to win kids dorms as much, because then you can go down to basement after this, which is extremely strong for the defensive side. So as much as I love to harp on, and especially at the end of OCN, how important this side is, that was different based on, of course, the other sides that are played, where early on the over-reliance on basement meant that dorms was super important, and dorms, without looking at the actual statistics from just the eye test point of view, was like a 55-45 sort of split. It was very much either attack, defense. It didn't really matter. There wasn't that much of a favor.
All right, let's see how 419 are going to try and take this objective. They've brought 2 hard breaches, Pun on the Ace, Vlad on the Maverick. Of course, Maverick is basically going to be a must pick for this entire attack on this map. With no Thatcher on the board, Thermite's going to be very difficult to try and actually utilize fully, and being able to Maverick those walls makes life pretty darn easy. Expect Vlad to head over towards his tower position. He's already there. He can start working the wall. And in fact, Ferox don't have anyone directly inside of dorms contesting this. Sometimes we see teams get quite aggressive, try and actually peek the holes as they're made by the Maverick, but that won't be the case here from Ferox. In fact, they just don't have anyone there at all, and Shaq's going to drain that out. He knows that it's clear, and maybe if 419 want to be really ballsy here, they could try and go for an early play. They do, of course, have to deal with Oda and Nazgul, who are there as well, ready and waiting. But maybe if they wanted to assert their dominance a little bit, they could go for it, but don't expect that to be the case.
Even if someone had been playing an addict, which we usually see, they would have most likely fallen back by now anyway to Nazgul's position. You have that hole in the wall opened up, you just rotate back over to dorms. But because that hasn't been opened up all the way, Nazgul can sort of have this like sort of one way where it's that low little opening at the bottom of the wall without it being fully open. And he can sit and watch Addict from a further back position. So it's definitely playing it safer rather than being aggressive. Can't obviously wide swing Addict and try and find a frag, but definitely not going to die as early as he may have had he been playing an Addict. Shaq now. And Tesla, minute remaining, PC 419. Definitely in terms of the attack, don't look as prominent and as aggressive as they did on Consulate, as they are now looking here over on Oregon. Oda finds the opening frag, and while 2 rounds in a row now, good signs for Ferox. They are getting these opening picks. Steffi was the one eliminated. There is a retrade though, 4v4, similar to the first round. 40 seconds remaining, and similar to the first round, Oda's going to have to hold a position here and hold on for dear life.
Well, he still has 1 impact in the pocket, so he can deny yet another breach. They're having so many issues opening up the wall, but Oda misses it. That could be critical in giving 419 the opening into this round, but Oda wide swings, manages to pick up 1. Can he find the second? He does. Gets the down. In the end, it's a 1-on-3. Repix needs to try and hold on here. 15 seconds to play with. Maybe he can do it. He's going in for the flank. 419 may not be aware of this position. He can deny the plant.
Attackers drop the diffuser.
Does get Shaq down. 5 seconds remaining. As he said, all he really needs to do is deny the plant. Just does not need to die. Does get Pun. Tesla is sticking the diffuser. But I think Rapid should just run in. Oh, never mind. Throws the C4 the wrong way over towards dorms. Oh, but Tesla pushed right into it. Oh, no. He doesn't even know where the diffuser was. Oh, that's so unfortunate from Tesla. But in the end, what a play from Rapix, and a confidence play too. Considering the performance he had on Consulate, a good start here on Oregon for Repix and Ferox.
That's the confidence boost that I think Repix needed. He had such a rough Consulate map. I think in the end, did he go 1-8? I'm pretty sure he did. He had an opportunity in the last round to pad his stats a bit of the 1-on-5, but didn't even find a pick. So it was rough for him. Of course, his role in the team is a hard fragging role. That's his job. Get picks on the board and find those kills. And I mean, that's exactly what he did right here. He found the first one onto Pun. Shaq, of course, was already down. And then he needed to try and deny the plant, but unfortunately, he didn't quite have the time to do so. It didn't matter, though. C4 on the wall gets Tesla, and that was a great way to finish off the round. Unfortunately, 419, their flank watch, not quite there. They didn't know he was there, I don't believe. No drone set up in that position. Of course, no Nomad or Gridlock, I don't believe, was brought either. And that's a trend that actually I noticed a little bit in LPL. 419, a little bit susceptible at times to that flank. Not just that one specifically, but just in general on all 7 maps. And again, it comes back to haunt them.
Big round lost as well, considering despite kitchen dining, Kids Dorm's still a very, very important site to win here on Oregon. Now you go down to basement, and this is going to be very difficult. But to say that, and as we've sort of seen throughout the Oceanic Nationals, towards the end of the regular season, and definitely going into the playoffs, we did see launch resupply has become easier to take. Teams are starting to figure it out as they continue to play it at the high level. They have been able to win this site from the attacking team a little bit more often than, say, when we first started seeing Oregon in ANZ. So for PC419, it's not impossible, but you would think Ferox, it's their map pick. Obviously, the way they're playing right now spells that this is going to be very difficult for PC419 to take. It should be 3-0, barring a big catastrophe.
Yeah, that said, again, if you want to look at LPL for a form guide, you are right. This site, just in general, globally and locally, has become more and more attacker-sided. That's just a general trend we see on new maps. They start off defender-sided and eventually equalize out, at least to some extent. And basement, in fact, in a lot of those tier 2 games here in Oceania, were actually significantly attacker-sided. So 419 will be able to feed into that a little bit. They just need to tick off the checklist. It's, again, another one of those objectives. In fact, most of the objectives on this map, really, if you lose that first pick, you're going to find yourself in a lot of trouble because they do often rely on that ability to retrade out late round. And, of course, the more members you have on the board, the easier that's going to be. It's simple maths. So provided they do stay alive and just, again, just slowly tinker through these jobs, get the hatches open, get the walls open, they might be able to convert this round and get their first on the board. But boom, there you go. Shade gets the first pick, says goodnight to Vlad, and that's going to make things really tough now. No Maverick on the board, so the hatch isn't going to get open, and they are that one man down for the late round execute.
Yeah, it's not even just, as you said, the elimination, but losing the Maverick on top of it. It's almost like losing 2 players just then. It's in terms of significance.
Bomb located by attackers.
Well, there goes 2 players apparently. Okay.
Good trade.
I feel like a wizard there, but anyway, a good trade, I guess. It's still an advantage to Ferox though, regardless. That hasn't changed, at least. Minute remaining, but a round that's going to be so difficult for PC419.
Yeah, well, a minute to go. They still have that man disadvantage after the DC, so they probably just need to send it here, get something working for them. Still smokes on the board from Todd, though, and with 45 seconds to go, he can probably flush out a lot of time here. Drain it down. He's just going to keep placing them out, and that will leave 419 in a position where they will need to be forced to late rush. Shaq doesn't see that player to his left. That defender can retreat towards site. Shaq will probably be forced to just send it here. That said, though, Steffi does find one. Shaq finds himself in towards the site. This could be winnable for 419.
25 seconds remaining. 3 versus 3. Shaq is low. Red picks over in Freezer. And Todd on site. So they've got a decent angle here. Nazgul's around there too. And he does find a kill. Does get a second as well, actually. And well, there's a third. How about that one from Ferox? 3 rounds won. It was always going to be difficult, though, obviously, after losing that Maverick. The DCs did happen, but they happened fairly, at least, guys. You know, it was one apiece. It was a good little trade.
Yeah, that's a weird one. I don't think I've seen so many players DC at once. I have no idea what happened there, but you know what did happen? Ferox have taken 3 rounds straight, so this is a great recovery from map 1. We said that Oregon was going to be stronger for Ferox. I mean, you just look at the map, Vito, right? It's their pick. You'd expect that. So, and if they can make a big statement here in Oregon, just continue rolling this momentum on, then it puts the pressure back on PC419. It was a breezy first map from them, taking their word for it, but second map has been far from it so far. And sure, if we want to just ride off the 3rd round because of the DCs, we can, but if you want to look at round 1 and round 2, those were not convincing at all.
But
either,
I wouldn't either, though. I wouldn't either. Yeah, I think we saw enough from that round, losing the Mavericks, so they got the opening frag again, 3 rounds in a row, and something they struggled to do on Consular. It was always going to be a very tough round for PC419 to win from that point onwards as well. Even before that, it was still going to be a difficult round to win either. So I don't think they're sitting there going, oh, woe is us. That hampered us more than it hampered Ferox. If anything, because of that very early frag, that actually ended up giving PC419 a chance when they did make it that 3v3 at the end. That's the early frag I was talking about, not obviously the Vlad kill. But it's a round that obviously I don't think that we're going to win. So 3-0, very much deserved for Ferox. We obviously will change up the site, though, from basement. What they've done, though, is they've done the world tour. They got kitchen, they got dorms, they've got basement. So they've been able to be successful on 3 different sites. So now it's up to PC419 to crack that and find a way through so that they don't end up getting 6-0'd at some point.
Yeah, the next round's going to be the best opportunity to do that. I do, in contrary to the stats, still believe that kitchen and dining's probably going to be a little bit weaker than dorms and laundry unless Ferox pull off a miracle and somehow hold showers as well as they did last time. I'm not expecting that to be the case. I'm sure 419 are aware of what they did wrong that round, and they'll be able to counteract that in round number 4. So if they win that, they find themselves back in this. You probably only need to win 2 attacks in general in Oregon anyway, so it's not all doom and gloom. They just need to critically pick up this next round because it's likely the best opportunity that they do to have. So if they lose it, that streak just continues, that momentum keeps on building, and by that stage, honestly, 419 might just throw the towel in a little bit and say, let's just worry about map number 3 because this could be a little bit of a lost cause.
Yeah, I agree. Clubhouse, of course, the decider map after Oregon here. And as you said, I mean, if it gets to a point where you're staring down the barrel of like a 5-1 or something, how much are you really going to go above and beyond to try and fix the map? It's a strange one, though, because it's not like you're just going to suddenly say, right, we're not going to try.
Yeah,
like,
of course.
This is the sort of game where even if you're down 5-1 or even 6-1, you still got to really give it your all. Funny things can happen. We've seen crazy comebacks before, so you can never really count yourself out. Obviously, you're going to have your own defensive half as well. So for the entire first half, regardless if it gets to 5-0, they're going to be putting in 110% here. I think right now, considering we've seen a 3-0 to Ferox, looking ahead, 2 rounds. That's probably the pass mark from here for PC41 and 419. If they can get 2 out of the next 3, I give them a really, really big chance of potentially taking Oregon. If they can't get 2, they only get the 1, I think they're staring down the barrel. I think Ferox will be too good on sites like dorms, kitchen, for instance. Maybe basement might be a bit difficult, but outside of basement, I think Ferox will take it. So, look, it's their map pick. They're playing like it's their map pick. They're playing like a different team compared to Consulate. They've been, by far and away, much better. And I don't want to skip over Oregon yet, but I'm already just, as an observer here watching, thinking about Clubhouse. I can't help myself but start to think about Clubhouse. So it's really up to 419 to change that thought.
Yeah, and I don't think we've ever seen these two teams actually go at it on Clubhouse in an official. If we want to talk LPL, they actually have played one another, but that was Coastline and Villa, so 2 maps that we're not even going to see in this series. I mean, there's a potential that these 2 teams do take on one another later in this relegation tournament, so we could see it pop up then, but in the context of this match, that's basically irrelevant. In terms of Clubhouse, both of these teams are looking quite good on it. I mean, I've got it listed as a mixed result for Ferox. 4-3 is their win-loss, and they haven't banded it all, so maybe they are quite comfortable on that. PC419, on the other hand, 3 wins, 1 loss. So,
again, different competition.
Close. Yeah, 100%. I mean, if you look at the actual results on who they're taking on Clubhouse, it was Elemental, 8-6, not at the same level of Ferox. Rafflecopter, they lost 5-7, so maybe that's a sign of weakness. And then the other result was a 7-5 against ShadowNet, which is a little bit of a poor result as well. ShadowNet didn't quite go that deep in LPL. I think they might have finished last or second last in the end. So again, LPL, it's so difficult. I don't want to say this is black and white. Oh, they lost to Rafflecopter in LPL. They're going to lose here against Ferox. That's far from the case, because we saw that on Consulate, right, where they managed to stomp Ferox. So
yeah,
just a theory. Maybe they could find it a little bit more challenging against Ferox. And
I think it's
anticipating we will see the map.
Yeah, and look, I mean, the results are there. There's nothing we can do about it. It's more so just an asterisk, really, that needs to be put there. It's like, okay, well, if you say it from just the numbers, like 3-1 versus 4-3, oh, wow. I mean, obviously, this is looking really good then for PC419 going to Clubhouse. But then at Ferox, I haven't got it in front of me, but yeah, if they're playing like the likes of Wildcard, for instance, and they're losing those matches on Clubhouse to Wildcard, I mean, that's completely different to say a team like ShadowNet. So that's where, of course, sometimes the numbers do lie a little bit in that sense. And then, as we've sort of been alluded to, it makes it really hard to gauge where potentially Clubhouse will lie in the end. It may end up just being a mix of Consulate and Oregon, where, you know, in Consulate, it was all about PC419, their aggressive nature, really being too good for Ferox, and seemingly just had more strats on the board, and it was their map pick, better prepared, versus now Oregon, which just seemingly is favoring Ferox so far. We haven't seen, obviously, the entire map. It's 3-0 at the moment, but going over to Clubhouse, which is a pretty, common map, it's up in the air. I mean, and it's exciting. It's exciting. But we're not done yet, obviously, with for Oregon. How they can turn this around, though, for PC419, it really probably just starts with, as I said, getting 2 rounds here on their attack, and then they have to hold out on defense.
Yeah, but the question is, where are they going to change their attack to try and find these wins? Again, if we want to start theorizing about kitchen and dining, it's the next site that we're likely going to see, unless Ferox throw a spanner in the works and head us to kitchen and meeting, which a lot of teams don't really like to do. I mean, some teams, like I think Okami, for example, do, but on this occasion, I'm probably not expecting that. So then that harps back to my original question. What is 419 going to do to try and change this up? The linchpin really of Ferox's successful defense was Oda and Nazgul. They were holding that sort of shower side of the map, ADS abusing, shield abusing, and there was nothing that PC419 could do once Shaq died. They just didn't have enough to clear that utility and head their way in towards site. And sure, you could just full send it, but we saw Pun try and do that, I believe it was. He just got shut down from about the 6 angles that were, well, you can't have 6 angles, 5 angles, we'll say, that were watching that location. It was just ridiculous. You can't necessarily full send it in towards that side. It's very risky, very difficult to achieve. So full focus needs to be put on that showers location. If they can't clear Oda, if they can't clear Nazgul, it's going to be very tough.
I think regardless, it's going to be pretty tough from here for PC419. I mean, even the fact that they're going to go into their own defense, 3-0 at the moment, as you said, kitchen dining is not going to be that easy. And that's why I said at the end of the round that they lost Dorms. It was a big round. Despite the fact that kitchen dining having a bit more prominence, the fact that we saw it means that there's less importance on kids' dorms, but it's still a site you've got to win, because really out of all of the sites, it's the more likely one as the attacking team that you can win. And they had their chance on it, just fell short right at the end, obviously. Nice little C4, Red Picks coming up clutch, but the other sites, they haven't really looked that close. So it's certainly been one-way traffic really as a whole over the 3 rounds from Ferox, and that needs to change. And you mentioned one of the sites are going to win. Well, it has to be Dorms. They have to win that coming up at some point over the next 3 rounds. We'll see it again. And I think it probably will have to be kitchen dining, simply because how much of kitchen dining has Ferox played compared to basement? Despite basement being more attacker-sided than what it used to be, it's still something that they may feel a bit more comfortable on, because it's a site they've got more playtime on compared to kitchen dining, which didn't see as much play towards the back end of OCN in the regular season. A little bit more in the playoffs, but not so much more. So that's sort of how I'm seeing it right now. I mean, you may disagree, guys. You may say it's going to be basement that PC419 are going to have to get a round win on. And if they are, I think maybe a blitz might do it, potentially. Like an absolute blitzkrieg. Try and bring a strat from Consulate and play a bit more aggressive. Go for a push.
That could be the player. The thing I want to see as well is the likes of Pun, the likes of Shaq from PC419, who have this long-term experience at Tier 1 to step up. Sure, again, we're not going to see necessarily always the impact of that. It could come in the likes of comms and calls mid-game. We don't hear the comms. We don't know what they're saying, so we can't always make that assertion. But what we can see is the likes of Shaq on the fragging role popping off, the likes of Pun being able to fulfill his role on sort of that support flex, which he's been doing quite well, and denying a lot of the utility of the opponent. If they can continue that and continue again to just bring that experience to the board, they should be able to start mounting these rounds back. But we're back in. It's kitchen, it's dining, it's what we expected. This is a key round for PC419 Xenox. If they lose this, I don't see them coming back here on Oregon.
That's a big call.
Yep, I like big calls.
You're not totally wrong. It's certainly going to be a long, long way back. But if you lose this, you're still going to have dorms available to win. And as we've sort of alluded to during the rehost, basement ain't what it used to be. At the start of, well, not the start of OCN, but midway through OCN, when we started to see Oregon played a bit more. So, it's potentially vulnerable, potentially a way back. Those are the pathways, though, for PC419. Potentially, that might have been unintentional.
Oh, jeez. Manic, shut up. Oh, my God. I'm going to potentially get a new co-caster next year. I reckon I'm going to have a word to Raven. And
you should get that Manic guy.
Get you knocked off.
I heard he's potentially decent.
Oh, gee whiz.
You know what? He deserves it.
I deserve a new co-caster.
I can't repeat what he said to us regarding the rehost, so
no, that would be
I can't repeat that, but yeah,
not PG.
It's not PG. So regardless, kitchen dining, Round number 4. Feels like it's been a while since we've
it has been
on Oregon. And I have to wonder, has that maybe taken the sting out of things for Ferox potentially?
Stop saying it. Just stop talking, Xenon. I'll cast the entire round. How about that?
Yes. Okay, go.
I'm going to run out of breath. All right, 2 minutes 20 on the board. I have to remember how to do play-by-play. Jesus Christ. All right, so 419, they're setting up over towards Small Tower. Again, we see Oda inside of the Showers position. We're not going to see the hold in the top of Small Tower. Last time we saw Todd in that position on the Valk, traded out from below by Shade. So we're not going to see this on this occasion. We're just going to see a pretty default setup here from the defense. Soak up as much utility as possible. 419, they're aware of that. Shaq, he's playing safe for this round. He's able to burn out the utility inside of Showers. The ADS devices, I believe one has been disabled, probably one charge left on one of them, and 3 on the other. So that's 2 ADSs down. Nazgul now, he's aware that there's a little bit of pressure being applied into this part of the map, and he's going to assist Oda. So again, I said this was the linchpin of the defense. 419, they need to try and hit this as hard as possible, but we've reached the halfway point of the round. I don't think they have a whole lot of time to work with here. They still have 1 ADS to clear. They have shields. They also have banshees as well on top of that, and this is, the utility meta in a nutshell, right? When the Jaeger nerf rather comes through, this probably isn't going to be as much of a concern and will really make these sites difficult to hold. But Oda, he gets aggressive. The timing not great there from Shaq, who is low now on HP. They need to find this pick. Just trade it out, boys. Send him some flashbangs if you have them, but they can't. Oda does find that pick, is traded out. A good kill there from Steffi, and Nazgul's actually forced back up above. So it's left in a 4-on-4. 50 seconds left on the board. I'm starting to run out of breath, and it's starting to feel like PC419 are running out of a little bit of steam here as well. They're far from winning this round. They need to work out how they're going to execute on towards the site. How are they going to transition this control from Showers in towards the objective? They don't have control above. They have smokes to deal with from Shade. So this isn't going to be a very easy round. Sure, they did a great job in getting rid of Oda, but that doesn't really count for a whole lot when you haven't cleared any of the other key positions. Smoke grenades, they come through. Those canisters will inflict damage and slow down the push, but the smokes follow up. PC419, they're going to try and commit to a plant here. It's going to be challenging, but Tesla goes for it. The pick from Vlad will find one, leaving it in a 3-on-4. Tesla, 7 seconds to stick. It looks like he's going to commit, but Nazgul on the flank, he gets shut down as well. It's Todd and Repix to try and retake the site. They're both trapped inside of Kitchen. The Diffuser's deeply inside of the site, but Repix gets a double in this round. It's been a rough afternoon for him so far, but he comes up strong here in the post plant. 30 seconds left on the board. Steffi and Pun, do they know where these players are coming from? I don't think they do. Todd could sneak around, but no, Steffi shuts that one down. Repix, he needs to hit a 4K in this round. 15 seconds left on the board. He needs to find the quick fast if he wants to have any chance of winning this round, but I don't think he'll be able to do it. The time keeps ticking down. He's going to be taken off the board. PC419 get their first attack. I'm never doing that again.
I thought that was sensational, guys. I mean, look, at this point, we can do that every round if you want.
If I get your pay, then sure.
Good round, though, for PC419. I did say, we both said it, actually. This was what they needed to do. They needed to break through outside of kids' dorms somewhere as well, and they do get it done on kitchen dining. Now we head to kids' dorms as well. So it's that added bonus they can look to get. So make it a 3-2. They get then one more try to maybe even snatch a 3-3 half from a 3-0 deficit. A great round in the end. Repix had all too much to do. But it is good to see Repix fragging out here on Oregon. You talk about sort of the bad things that happen on Consulate. You got to praise the good things. Obviously, we had the rehost, so the KDAs are not exact, but so far has been quite a standout. Big round coming up. I said it last time we were on Kids Storms, Guz. It's going to be a massive round now. You lose this, I dare say I think it goes back to a 5-1 half.
Yeah, every round now in this half is critical. Sure, the last one was big in keeping themselves alive in the map, but this one is critical as well. You don't want to be dropping what is probably your best chance at winning a round. Of course, due to the nature of the rotations, Ferox were forced to head here to dorms unless they wanted to try and reattempt kitchen dining, but That probably isn't always going to be the case. Statistically, it might be better, but most teams will be comfortable in this position. And Ferox won it last time quite comfortably, even though they made quite a few mistakes, right? Harping back to that round, we saw Oda struggle to deny some of the Salma breaches on that game's wall, and a couple of other mistakes here and there weren't actually accounted for by PC419. In fact, it was Repix off the back of a huge flank that did win them the round in the end. So maybe they're going to try and do something similar here. I don't think it will work. PC419 should be accustomed to that now and ready for it, but who knows? Maybe we could see them falter again. It has been a trend for 419 to struggle on these flanks, and we already see Repix off site maybe setting up for it once again.
Big round. Again, no play from Ferox. Have a player inside of Attic. Should make this quite easy for PC419. Going back to the last time we saw Kid Storms, it was actually a round that we did see the diffuser get planted by PC419. In the end, though, did still lose the round. But despite that, it was one of their better rounds. Obviously, in the other rounds, they haven't actually gotten any plant down at all. 4 coming in from the east. Actually, no, it's 5 technically coming in from the east. Not much play over towards the west side at the moment, but still a minute and a half remaining.
So far, default, right? They've gotten part of the Addict open. That'll open up the northern side of the map for late round, and now they're transferring that focus over towards the south and trying to get the Gainesville open. The real spanner in the works here for the attack is dealing with these roamers. We have Shade below, Repix, I believe, is still below as well. And they can play a big role in denying plants late with C4, finding picks if the players try and rotate down below as well on the attack. So this is pretty dangerous for 419. The question will be, does Ferox have the intel in towards the site to maybe deny these plants? They have Todd on the Valk and, of course, Oda on the Maestro, so that could prove to be quite helpful. And there we go. Tesla tries to rotate. Shade shuts it down. 419 now at the man disadvantage. Sophia, a strong fragger taken off the board as well. And this will be a tricky round to come back from. Shaq, though, goes big down below. Repix does get away with his life. He can just play the bottom of wide or even go up above late round. And with 30 seconds to go, I still think that Ferox have the advantage.
Well, they definitely do. They got the numerical advantage as well. 4 versus 3. 24 seconds left. And they're looking well primed to take Kids Dorms once again and make it 4-1 in the half here on Oregon. With just 1 round to go. 15 seconds remaining. Gas canisters are going to be deployed. Oda just waiting for the push through from Pun, and he was so patient. Ping 2.0 on the diffuser as well. Nazgul is going to get one as that smoke dissipates. But time has run out, of course, as well. And the round has run past PC419. An important round that they have let slip. 4-1 now for Team Ferox, and they're looking really good here on Oregon.
Yeah, not a whole lot to really recap in that round that wasn't really discussed. Anyway, we saw, as we mentioned, 2 defenders down below, caused a bit of chaos, threw the attack off. By that stage, 419 at the man disadvantage was always going to find it difficult to trade these rounds out. Oregon is a map that is very, very reliant on the 20-second meta, the late executes, and the more members you have on the board, it's simple math, right? The easier it's going to be to trade picks out. And that's what we often see on successful attacks. So it was always going to be tricky. 419 put up a good effort. Sure, they got the games all open, they got Addict open, etc., etc., but they were unable to convert that into meaningful control. That means that, unfortunately for the attack, they only have 1 round on the board. They'll need to try and win basement. They don't have the Ying to rely on for that pocket strat. Sure, they can bring some smokes and maybe try and pull something off, but the lineup to me suggests that they're probably going to go for the more traditional, slow, structured attack. I don't know if that's going to pay off, because Ferox, they're starting to do some crazy stuff as well to try to throw this off, and they'll probably do something similar here to solidify their position in the first half.
And the big part of this round as well is Vlad making sure that on the Maverick doesn't get eliminated early, like he was by Shade earlier on, of course, in that very intriguing round that caused the rehost to happen. So even then, I mean, and I said at the time that it was definitely a round that Ferox were going to win, deserved to win. They'd done the job really early on, getting that frag onto Vlad. But for PC419's perspective, they didn't really get to throw the whole kitchen sink at the site. They didn't really get a proper go at it. so they can come into this particular round and not feel as threatened by this site and think, right, we can take it. We've got Vlad, make sure it doesn't die. We can open things up. Let's see what we can do. And even in that chaotic round down in basement last time, they still made it a 3 versus 3 at one point. They still pushed onto the site. They just lost the frags at the very end of the round. Shade trying to be so aggressive. Pushes back down. And just wants to peek outside here as well. But this is good to see from Ferox, though. Roaming around, something they weren't doing on Consulate. Now they've been a little bit more proactive on Oregon, and they've seen the benefits of that.
Shade is notorious for these sorts of plays. He does it in OCN. This is not anything new. If you haven't watched Ferox before, Shade is often that off-meta roamer finding picks, and I mean, he's in a really good position here to potentially go for a late flank. 419 are aware that there's a player away from sight, and maybe they'll try and just hit it and try and not worry about him too much. Of course, that's going to give away his position, though. He gets shut down. He's going to fall down the hatch as well. That's a really nice pick for 419. And they finally have the man advantage now. So there's no excuses if they can't convert this round. They get the hatch open as well because Vlad has been able to be protected. And this is a great start for 419.
Is that going to come back to bite Ferox potentially? Down a man. They've still got a bit of work to do there, and there's still only really a minute left. And despite getting a decent first floor control, how much have they really got down here in the basement? Not a whole lot. Coming in through blue seems to be the play. They are actually very likely to be able to catch someone like Todd if Todd can't fall back in time. Does get droned out and now falls away. And it's actually just going to reinforce the wall as well. 40 seconds left. So blue's the play, blue's the push. They need to win the frags, though. That's where it's going to come to fruition here for PC 419. Use that numerical advantage. Push in, try and overwhelm Ferox here towards the end of this final round of the half. 30 seconds left.
Yeah, Shaq's utility just getting eaten up there, so not great from him, but they still do have the summer charges to work with. Open up this line of sight. That's a key cross in for the execute. They're probably going to try and plant at the door near the entrance to the bomb site. Then they just need to cut off Freezer and just cut off that wall which has been opened with the charge. But instead, they're just going to go deep. Steffi finds one. 8 seconds on the board. Pun's going to try and go for the plant, but there's a flank coming through for meeting. This is just thrown the whole round in towards chaos, but Repix, he could potentially deny the plan. He does. 0 seconds left. They need to go for it once again. They can't find the pick. Repix, oh my word, he was quiet on Consulate, but he comes up big here on Oregon. What a round.
What a round. What a map so far from Repix. That is series changing play from Repix. That really should have been 4-2 had he not been able to stop that diffuser getting planted. And now 5-1, staring down the barrel of defeat here on Oregon for PC 419 and sending us to Clubhouse for the decider map. Kids Dorms for the first round in this second half here of Oregon. Ferox on the attack, switching now on the half. And PC 419 are going to have to defend for their lives here on Oregon.
Oh, that round is a tilter for 419. I feel like I'm beating a little bit of a dead horse here, but their flank watch on the attack. So frustrating when you lose a round like that because you have the strongman advantage. You're literally in the greatest position possible at that stage. 1 second left, and it was what, a 3-on-1 or a 4-on-1? Like, you're not meant to lose those.
It was a 1v4.
Yeah, and Repix just says, oh, hey guys, I'm here. Yeah, sorry about that. Bit of a drive-by and steals the round. And this is something I actually had noted, is that Repix's ability to clutch has been huge. Mainly, it's actually been in LPL in sort of 1v1, 1v2, 1vx scenarios, if you would. But, I mean, that was a special one, right? Yeah. Hitting that sort of flank. I believe he dropped from was he the player in meeting, or was he coming down the stage stairs? I didn't catch it, but...
Yeah, he dropped down and he got the frag.
Yeah, insane play.
Onto Pun, dropping the diffuser. If he had have killed anyone else, he would have been traded back immediately.
Yeah, he played it perfectly.
Yeah. Well, 5-1, and despite the fact that this is... Oh, look, he just continues. Repix cannot be stopped on Oregon. Easy frag, now into Armory on Kids Dorms. This is great control early on, 2.5 minutes. Shade's going to be able to drone out the hallway as well. I mean, this is looking like the end potentially for PC 419. It's not match point yet, but Well, it's certainly looming.
I wonder if Repix has got in champion this season. I know that's his title for his live streams all the time, as he's trying to get champ. And I mean, these performances so far, I mean, this is quite impressive. To be honest, I was a bit scared for him after Consulate, right? Because that was a very poor map, and I was thinking, oh, does he really have what it takes? But yeah, this has been a complete turnaround of fortune for him, and I think his confidence now is just at that level where he can take on anyone. If he had have just killed Shaq then, that would have just been huge, but timing not really in his favor there, and he's just got to keep steamrolling this. And this is a case of just carrying that into the third map. It's looking more and more likely that we will be heading there, and it's important that he can just remain confident, remain calm, and he should go quite strong as well on Clubhouse.
Well, he's already done the hard work as well, which is coming back from a very poor performance, and I think it says a lot about the character of Repix that hasn't let that performance hinder him coming into a new map. Let bygones be bygones. The previous map was Consulate. Now we're in Oregon. Let that player do the talking, and has been able to do so adamantly. And if Consulate was a breeze, well, this has been a hurricane. 5-1. Hey, there's nothing wrong with that.
That was a good one.
Are you laughing?
I rate that. No, I wasn't laughing at you. I was laughing with you because it was funny.
Oh, minute left. Ferox will be pushing together. AC419 holding hands, singing Kumbaya as they hold on for dear life here at Kid Storms. Rapix is a machine that needs to be stopped, and right now has not been in this round. Nazgul's going to be the one that is eliminated, though, for Ferox. There was a trade. Still an advantage for Ferox here. The numbers. Shay gets another one. He's got 2 this round. And they push slowly towards the site, creeping closer and closer. Big kills there, though, for PC419. Palm with a quick double. Repix was stopped. Todd has to come up clutch, and he does with a quick double on a Palm Tesla. 6-1, match point. Ferox coming up big in the clutch, 2 rounds in a row.
Great play there from Todd. He's a player that we haven't actually talked a whole lot about. Not necessarily just today, but in general, Todd actually has quite a lot of experience at Tier 1. He's played for teams such as Oddity, and harping back to other teams like Atletico way back in the day. So he has a strong pedigree heading into these sorts of competitions, and winning clutches like that is a sign of the confidence and the experience that he has. Yeah, sure, you could argue that the retrade should have been hit, but you got to take them as they come, and that's a great way to head yourself to match point. It was a good performance from PC419 just to bring it to that position in the first place. They held strong, but a great trade there from Todd, or a great double from Todd, and yeah, 6-1's the scoreline. Wow, wait, this is basically just been a tale of opposites, really. Map 1, super strong for 419, and map 2, super strong for Ferox. They're both going to win their map picks, bar some massive comeback, and again, that just nullifies the series. It's basically a 0-0 heading into that third map.
Yeah, big credit to Pun in that last round as well. I mean, I know they don't come away with the win, but on the Maestro, last man defense, and not much work had been done prior to his engagement at the end. And look, coming up clutch with a quick double with the LMG. I mean, it's not easy. So almost thought the round was going to go the way of PC419. Despite being down 4-3, they made it a 1v2. So things can change in the blink of an eye. It's all about who can come up clutch to the end, and so far, 2 rounds in a row for Ferox where that has gone their way. First was Repix, and then Todd as well. Match point for the foreseeable future. Down to basement for this round for PC419, and I mean, look, despite the statistics indicating that it is becoming a little bit easier for the attacking side, Scuzz, it's still 100% defense rate in this particular matchup. So not going to be too easy for Ferox, but if they have shown us the way that they're playing on Oregon so far, I would not be surprised to see them win this side.
Does appear as if 419 have set up in a basic default-ish position, if you would. They've set up to defend blue. They've got Pun over towards the door in an aggro position. Has been droned out, though. Maybe they'll be able to clear that position nice and quickly. Repix tries to clear the shield in blue, but that's protected by the ADS devices, and Vlad will need to rely on those smoke canisters quite early into the round. Looking at the time, just under 2 minutes left. These gas canisters are not going to hold out the attackers for that long. So it's important that he uses them as sparingly as possible. He only has 2 left now, and that's not a whole lot of denial. And I'm sure the attackers are aware of that, and they'll try and capitalize on that, particularly later into this round.
And half remaining. I think the fact that no one from Ferox has been eliminated yet is such a good sign. Gas canisters are also slowly running out. If PC419 don't get the opening frag as Ferox push in, they're going to find it really difficult, I think, to hold off the Ferox wave here. Especially when you're down 6-1, the map seemingly looks lost. Obviously, you want to win a round or two to save face. But I think deep down inside, PC419 are very likely to concede and say, all right, let's head over to Clubhouse. Rapix makes the cross successfully. Good position now as well to continue to be aggressive and find kills. They're going to try and clear Vlad out. Still another ADS active. That's going to be the end of it, though. Unless there's one sitting working C1 for the third. Rapix peeks from one side. Oh, no. Ended up just whiting himself, though.
Rapix.
Unfortunately, that's not the play from Rapix. Vlad gets the opening kill. And that does spell disaster potentially for Ferox now for the rest of the round. Not over yet. Vlad can fall back from that position. 30 seconds left. They've lost their frontline fragger as well. Not ideal for Ferox from here. Nazgul's been eliminated. I think the round's lost from here.
Yeah, it's a 3-on-5. It's a very difficult site. Again, you need the manpower to trade it out. If Shaq can find that pick, it would have been all and truly done. But Ferox do find a response, actually using a nade to clear that position and commit that to that kill or finalize that kill if you would, leaving it in a 3-on-4. 8 seconds left on the board. Defuser's dropped. It's Todd left in a 1-on-4. He clutched up the last round, but I don't think he'll be able to do it again. He's going to be forced to drop the hatch. Time not on his side. PC419 will close out Oregon in 8 rounds. What? They won't close out. PC419 will hold on. They will not close out the map. Oh, that coffee's wearing off. I'll tell you that much. 6-2, the scoreline. Take it away.
Well, fortunately, guys, there's going to probably be a break in between the series here as we will head to Clubhouse. You can go refill.
Yes, I will.
Back over to dorms. I mean, look, it's saving face more than anything. I think realistically, PC419 aren't going to come all the way back from 6-1 down. If they do, if they come back from 6-1 down, winning the series, Ferox drop down to the lower bracket, they may as well just forfeit at that point. If I was on Ferox, my mental would be so far in the bin. It just wouldn't even be a joke. So, look, they'll close out. Whether it's 6-2, whether they make it 7-2, 7-3, 7-4, doesn't matter. Because as you said before, once the map goes to Ferox, we head to Clubhouse, and it's basically 0-0. It's basically like a best of 1, and the results on Consular and Oregon really just don't matter.
Yeah, maybe I'm just casting for the future there. I just called the PC419 about 7 rounds too soon. six rounds too soon.
Maybe,
but I highly doubt it. I definitely agree with you. It's delaying the inevitable. Ferox should be able to close this one out. Sure, the last round was a little bit scary for them, but it's basement. It's not the end of the world. They'll be able to now attack dorms once again. They won it last time. Sure, again, it was off the back of a clutch from Todd, but if they could tidy up that late round, which they're in a great position, right? They just got slaughtered a little bit towards the end as they tried to enter in towards the site. But if they clean that up and have a strong early round again, like that, I think they should be able to convert the round.
Opening frag for Nazgul. Unfortunately for Steph, he has been the prime beneficiary of being the opening death for PC419 on Oregon 4 times now from the first 8-9 rounds. 5-on-4 advantage, 2 minutes to play, so much time at hand for Ferox. They don't have to rush this. Maybe sometimes you're up 6-2, the blood's pumping. And you just want to get out of this map, get onto the next one where the result will have a larger impact.
Drone parkour. Is that Dev Marta playing? No, it's not. Oh, it's Todd. Okay. I wonder where he's trying to get it. Probably the top.
Oh, back to the start. Never mind, he's given up.
Well, he doesn't have a whole lot of time. We're halfway through the round, and Todd's trying to set up flake drones. It's probably a little bit too late for that. And in fact, he actually needs to start getting work on that wall. The dorm's wall is still reinforced, and that's his job really to try and trick that, get it open, put some pressure in towards the side as Tesla sits comfortably inside of the walk-in, finds one onto Shade. That is the Habana off the board as well. A massive loss for Ferox in the hard breach department.
expecting that diffuser to get picked up as well, so looking for the run. But no one from Ferox really budging. They want to try and find him first, at least make it difficult and force him away from that position. That's exactly what they've been able to do. So they can pick up the diffuser, they get rid of Tesla. It's sort of back on track momentarily. Quick little retrade, 1-1. Though Shaq does go down to the stairs. Repix stays alive, just barely. Makes it a 3 versus 1. Pun. Last man defense again with the Maestro over in Dorm. He did find 2 kills last time out on this kid's Dorm site. 2 won't cut it though. Needs to find 3 if PC419 are going to stay alive. Unfortunately, I think... Well, he's running out of health as he's running out of time and he's running out of space.
Oh, no.
Oh. Cheeky gets 1. Repix is really low as well. I mean, despite Pun being low too, Repix is a hair's breadth away from dying. And Pun, obviously, once that diffuser goes down, will have a lot of time. Another 45 seconds on the clock. So, in terms of that emergent rush, it's not really necessary. Like, he can play a little bit to the time here. Well, that'll do it. In the end, went as expected. 2 rounds, 2 maps done, 1 to go. I don't know where you've gone, Guz.
I wanted you to take the call for the end of the map, and you're just like, nope. Okay.
That was the most clear throw ever. And you're just sitting there laughing, giggling like a little schoolgirl, which is probably what Ferox are doing right now. 7-2. That was definitely a breeze. And we head to Clubhouse for the decider. That felt longer than it really was simply because of the rehost. That was very, very quick. That was very clean from Ferox.
Yep. Quick, clean, efficient. Probably the 3 words I'd use to describe that. Again, just it almost basically identically mirrored Consulate in some respects. Ferox, sure, it was a 7-2, so slightly stronger, but these 2 results, they nullify each other. It's 0-0 heading into this last map. That's the best way to think about it. It comes down to the best of 1 on Clubhouse, and I'm finding it difficult to separate these 2 teams. We theorized a little bit during the rehost that maybe Ferox do have the edge, but who knows? If they can carry that confidence across, that might well be the case.
Well, I did make the prediction that we would go to a 2-1 scenario. In that prediction, I thought it was going to be Ferox who would be the winners. So as we head to a break on the other side, we come back to Clubhouse, the decider, to see who moves on to the winner final.
Attackers are activating the diffuser. Seconds remaining. Seconds to go. Attackers drop the diffuser. Attackers cover. Attackers have dropped the bomb diffuser.
go. Gonna do it like this, gonna do it like that. Everybody's on that, gonna do it like this. Yeah, we never look back. Got the bodies on tap, put the body on it. Getting cloudy on it, got me on the right track. Yeah, you got me on it. Gonna do it like this, cause that's the way we want it. Gonna do it like this, gonna do it like that. Gonna do it like this, yeah, we never look back. Oh, yeah. The shots in my tap, everybody's on that. Getting cloudy on it.
Everybody's gonna see it. Oh, all you need to know is that we're holding on. Even if we fall, we will rise up and we follow the path that we believe in. No, we're not gonna stop until we reach it. Oh, all you need to know is that we're holding on. We rise up from the dust and clean my throat.
Two maps gone, one to go here for the promo relegations of OCN. PC419 was a breeze over on Consulate. For Ferox, it was the Hurricane on Oregon. We now head to Clubhouse, though, to decide which wind is stronger. I don't know where I'm going with this one, guys, but where I do know we're going is Clubhouse to decide which team will play again today or which team will get the day off and come back tomorrow.
Yeah, I think the wind has settled down a bit. The water is calm, if you would, heading into this last map. Everything is reset, basically. The best way to think about this, it's a best of one on Clubhouse. Which team is going to be stronger? Which team is going to continue the run in the upper bracket? Sure, there's a second chance if you lose this map, but being in that upper bracket position, very valuable in this style of format. So both teams will be looking to try and convert this map.
You win this, of course, and you get that second chance, really. We've said it, you've got to win 2 of the series to progress, to be promoted to OCN. If you lose this one, that means you've got to win 2 in a row. It means you've got to win the lower bracket completely, run the gauntlet, essentially. It's not a long gauntlet, but it's a gauntlet nonetheless. And obviously that means that from here on out, you're at the mercy, and if you are then going to lose one of those, you're done, you're out. So there's a second chance that still remains if you can win this matchup. I mean, I think a lot of people would probably have predicted Ferox and Rhythm to both play each other in the winners final tomorrow. And that could still happen, of course, if Ferox wins this and then Rhythm wins the other one. That makes it very difficult because then 419 has to play Rafflecopter, then one has to go home already of our sort of challenges, I guess. So for 419, this is your opportunity that you may not get again here to have that second chance to get a win on the board, and potentially, no pun intended here, but there's a chance they actually may end up playing Ferox again later on. And if they've already beaten Ferox, that's an amazing amount of confidence that they can take into that potential series. God damn it, Manic, I hate you.
Well, PC419 have shown that they can beat Ferox. They did it on Consulate comfortably. But then, I mean, if you look at the second map, you could say the same about Ferox, which again just repeats the theme that this series has been nullified. It's 0-0. Clubhouse is a map where either of these teams could win. If you look at the history, it's quite tight. These teams haven't versed each other on it in an official, but they have got some previous results that we can go off. And as I said, it's close. It's difficult to separate these teams. You could make the argument that it being a little bit more structured, like Oregon and Ferox having a strong performance just on that map, that maybe they can carry that across to Clubhouse, but it's not an identical map. It's very different, and maybe PC419 can pull something out here.
We'll have to see whether or not they are going to be able to cause an upset, because that's really what it would be from here now. If PC419 wins this map, they move on to the winners final tomorrow. And they do get a victory against the T1 team, as Guns likes to keep alluding to. Clubhouse, though, is the decider. Ferox, massive turnaround on Oregon, where we go one map earlier, and PC419 were extremely impressive on Consulate. And it kind of feels like which version of both teams is going to show up here on Clubhouse. Are we going to see PC419 or Consulate or their Oregon performance here, and vice versa for Ferox?
Who knows? Time will tell. Bands coming through now. The attacking bands will be Thatcher alongside the Mavericks. So very, very traditional here on Clubhouse. Makes opening some of the hard breach walls a little bit more challenging, but I'm sure these teams are up to the task. Excited to see what the bands on the defense might be. Will it be another Wamai? We've seen that in the first two maps to help counter a little bit of that projectile / utility meta, if that's what you want to call it. And there we go. Wamai followed up again for a third time in a row here. PC419 not wanting to take on that operator as they are starting on the attack. How will Ferox respond? Will they bring potentially a hard breach denial onto the board? Maybe an intel gatherer? I'm probably leaning more into the hard breach meta simply because it is Clubhouse in the end, and actually it won't be. So Valkyrie, so intel gatherer on the board, so that will leave, of course, the likes of Bandit, Kaid, etc. up. And that makes it even more difficult to attack, right? Because you don't have the Maverick to directly counter that, nor do you have the Thatcher.
I just wonder, just complete speculation here for PC419, but, you know, more so on their defense, I wonder how much roaming they're going to do. Certain sites, you know, basement, for instance, whether you're the SSG roam or you obviously turtle up, they strike me as a team, though, that would probably be more likely to roam. I mean, I could be completely wrong in that thinking, but their defense is going to be the intriguing part. Obviously, we're going to see Ferox on the defense first here. On the attack for PC419, which, as you said, may be a little bit more difficult than usual. But I think it might suit them, depending on how Ferox play this. Cash CCTV first up. Not doing Church Arsenal just yet, which is typically the harder site. But a lot of intrigue surrounding this, and it's kind of just one round at a time, right? See what we can find in terms of repetition and patterns, trends as we progress through Clubhouse, because there's not a lot to go off in terms of these two teams playing each other on Clubhouse, and information, it's not really there.
5 seconds to insertion.
Yeah, that's exactly right. As I mentioned, they've only played each other in Coastline and Villa, so again, nothing to go off in terms of hard trends or hard form to rely upon, and that's going to mean that it's going to be difficult to make assertions as to who's going to come out on top, particularly early in this map. I don't even think we'll be at a stage at the halfway point where we can confidently say who's going to take this one, just due to the nature of Clubhouse, the nature of the bands that are being brought, and in fact, add on top of that, the wild playstyle that both of these teams can produce if they want to flick that switch. And look, I mean, if I'm Ferox, this is not really the time to be messing around and saving strats and playing safe and yada, yada, yada. This is the time to make a statement, just secure that spot in the upper bracket. You don't want to be taking any sort of chances in that lower bracket, because if you do lose 2 best of 3s in a row, you're gone for 12 months. That's a long ass time. These teams, they don't want to be out for that long. That's a very long time to sit around waiting in Tier 2. And Tier 1's where you want to be. So these teams will be fighting hard for that position. And there's no better way to do that than start your run in the upper bracket here on Saturday.
And one of the things that PC419 can't do, they're going to make sure they keep on top of it. But if things start to go the way of Ferox, can't go into your shells. You've got to play that aggressive style that won you Consulate. You've got to be confident. You've got to back yourselves in. If you start going into your shells, you start turtling, or you start playing passive, reactionary, it's going to end up costing them more than anything. So as it's 0-0 and it's 1-1 as a whole, this is the time where they've got to get back on the front foot. There's the opening frag from Staffy onto Nazgul. And just like Consulate, if they keep finding those opening frags, they are going to find round wins, because we even saw it on Oregon. Ferox was the team getting the frags to open up the rounds, and they were getting the round wins as well. No surprise, the correlation's there. Minute and 12 seconds left, though, still for Cash CCTV. Shade with this, well, I'm not sure if I'd say off better position. I haven't really seen too much of it. Usually there's one up in rafters and that's about it in terms of garage, but Shade playing differently, and as you said before, Shade likes to play differently from time to time.
Yeah, that Harry Pod position is played occasionally by aggressive players, but you are right, it is a little bit off meta and not played a whole lot. And it does mean that Shade is now basically stuck below for the rest of this round. So you could think of it a little bit at the moment as a 3-on-4 towards site, as Oda does pick up that pick. Can he find a second? He does. Defuser down, traded out. So it is a 3-on-3 or again a 3-on-2 on site if Shade hasn't made it back in time. Shaq finds a pick though. Repix finds one back. Again, the trade's coming back and forth. And PC419 now not in the worst position. That said, they will need to collect the Defuser, and they do so. But look at this. Tesla's holding the cross at the breach. This is going to be very difficult to deny the plant. Shade might have a C4, but if he misses the mark, this is going to be very challenging. Tesla's actually going to get aggressive. Go nice and deep. In fact, they're both going to go deep. This is very risky. It doesn't pay off. Shade, he's back in the fray. He gets the pick. Steffi's down. Tesla doesn't see that pick either. Repix cleaning things up. Ferox managed to take the round. I don't know why PC419 didn't go from a default plant there. Maybe just not feeling confident to stick it.
Well, you said it there at the end as well, just going too deep, that being the downfall in the end for PC419. Really could have gone for more of a default plant inside of CCTV. Went deep into cash. Maybe, I think, looking for a frag and trying to be on the front foot there, but when you've got the diffuser, you've got the site open for CCTV, you know garage is clear. Could have easily got that down earlier. Easier said than done, though, from this position. And I think really, despite losing the round, I like what I saw there from PC419 in that round particularly. You didn't get the win, you didn't get the chocolates, but it was better. And it was better than what we saw from Oregon, and it was more like we saw from Consulate. So even though you lose the round, it's a good early sign here on Clubhouse that they're here to play. Team Ferox now head over to Gym Bedroom for the second round. Still no Church Arsenal just yet. And of course, waiting in the back pocket, waiting in the wings.
Yeah, Church Arsenal has turned a little bit strange in the last couple of months. It's very, very, very heavily reliant on whether or not the attack can open up the hatch with Habana. And we often see teams bringing 4, even 6 impact grenades to try and counter that on that objective. So maybe Ferox don't feel particularly comfortable in defending that position. I know that both of these teams will have experience and officials on that objective, and that meta has rung true in LPL with teams focusing so heavily on that hatch. So maybe the thought process for Ferox is, sure, let's try and take Gym. It might throw PC419 off a little bit. We can collect that round, gain some confidence heading into basement, and hey, if we lose that round, at least we have 2 others to fall back on, and we're not in the worst position.
I definitely agree with you. I think this is the right play. You can fall back to it if need be, but you don't want to have the over-reliance on that site here for Clubhouse. Shade sitting up in rafters. Tesla got droned in, but followed immediately. That's a bit of a misplay. Shade is getting greedy, though, and looking for a second. I think that's going to spell demise, though, for Shade. And we've seen it a few times in the series so far. Shade might get one, but then continues to maybe overplay their hand a little bit and potentially biting off more than he can chew. It's happened a few times now. Could have got the one and just backed off through rafters and just taken that and pushed into CCTV, but elected not to.
Yeah, I mean, that's probably the right decision to make. I mean, it's incredibly risky to go for that play, and it doesn't pay off. That said, Shade playing the Malusi has already placed those Banshees down, so it's not a loss in the utility department, just a lost gun on the side of Ferox, which could come back to bite them. Again, it's another one of these maps that comes down quite often to late round executes. You want to have as many people on the board as possible to trade them out, and now it is a 4-on-4, and PC419 now with this control over towards CC can start to get the wall open. Placing the exothermic on the floor will expose Repix's position. It's only a matter of time before Repix dies here. The question will be, how many picks can he find on the exit? In fact, he gets aggressive, but he gets shut down. Vlad, in fact, it is from the top of the main stairs to find that pick again, evening out that man count with a minute to go.
So close. Sometimes it all just comes down to timing. Timing is so important. Nazgul as well on the Maestro here, though, as the sort of last line of defense. Did find a kill around the time that Repix was eliminated. As you said, made it 3 versus 3. Shaq did take a bit of damage from Repix too. Definitely would have died had Vlad not intervened. 30 seconds remaining. Look at this though from Todd down to Kitchen. That's going to be Shaq eliminated, who was already very low on health anyway. It was just sort of putting the nail in the coffin there. 20 seconds left, and now it's the advantage back over to Ferox. Nazgul.
the C4.
Oh, the C4 as well from Todd, and that's the round 1 for Ferox. 2 in a row. Good start here on Clubhouse.
It's a nice looking carpet. Where can I buy one? Actually, I actually don't have any carpet in my house now that
At all?
I'm
None?
a floorboards man. Yeah. Which is actually hurting my feet a little bit because I'm standing up right now and I'm not wearing shoes. So
First world problems.
I thought my back was sore from carrying you, but it's actually just standing on the hard floorboards. I know you're trying to hold that laugh in. I can see you.
No, you can't.
Yeah, I can.
Anyway, enough of your attempted banter.
Defenders protect
Successful
the bomb.
banter. I like to.
Church Arsenal, though. We were speaking about it just prior. And I guess this is now a freebie for Ferox. So, you know, you're the one, Guts. You're the one who said maybe, just maybe, Ferox, compared to some of the other sites, may not be as comfortable to play it. But considering you've won Gym Bedroom, you've won Cash CCTV, Church Arsenal, despite maybe some thoughts of doubt running through their minds, it's still a strong site for the defensive teams. They win this, they go around the world, they make it 3-0. It's good signs here in Clubhouse. Similar to the start of Oregon as well, more than Consulate, obviously.
Well, this round, I think this round's going to be really interesting, right? You look at the lineups, Ferox are only bringing 2 impact grenades with Todd. So that's only one person that can deny the kitchen hatch. And in fact, you can only deny 2 of the charges before Shaq will be able to get it open with the 3rd. You add on top of the fact that they brought Pun with the thermite. They've also brought Vlad with the secondary hard breach as well. So there's a lot of potential for PC419 to counter this sort of kitchen hatch meta that we've been seeing play out in the last couple of months. So I don't think PC419 should have too many issues in actually getting this site nice and open. And if they can do that quickly, that puts a lot of pressure back on Ferox, who need to decide, do we try and retake? Do we try and find picks through the floor? And both of those options are really risky on a map like this.
Blood's going to drone out Rapix as well. And yeah, the quicker you can get down to Church Arsenal, the better. And the quicker you can actually create openings, the better. Then you can look to work the opportunities to come in through different angles and directions, rather than all just say, you know, team time and time again, teams sort of funnel in through kitchen, one maybe through dirt. The quicker you can open up, the quicker you can have players coming from oil pit, dirt, kitchen, many different angles. Makes it difficult for the defensive team.
Well, we yet to see PC419 really remodel kitchen too much. Steffi T making the movements now over towards that location. We see the vert angles being created. And the primary reason they are doing this is to try and clear out Todd. They know that if they know that there's a Malusi on the board, know that he's likely bringing the impact nades. And you can see he's just ready and waiting. He's not really doing a whole lot in terms of gunplay, but he's just preparing himself to try and impact trick the hatch. That said, it is still electrifies. There's a couple more hurdles that need to be jumped through for Ferox to actually start working the hatch, or for PC419 to start working the hatch rather, and they're going to start burning out any potential ADS devices. The nade will follow that up and clear the electro claw, and that leaves that hatch exposed. Now the question is, how much time can Todd waste? The Havana pellets, they're on the hatch, but I don't think Todd has the confidence to impact trick. I don't think that hit. It didn't. No. So the hatch is open, and that's a clean start to this round for PC419. I mean, yes, there's 50 seconds left, but on this objective, that's basically the start of the round in terms of getting stuff done.
No, kitchen has been remodeled. 40 seconds left. Not quite the start of the round, but it's towards the end, and while they've got avenues forward now, PC419 here for Church Arsenal. Not necessarily a must-win just yet, but going down 3-0 is not ideal. Oda's going to be the opening death. There's a bunch of trades happening all at once now. 3 versus 3 quickly. One pushing through dirt. Todd in Arsenal should get that elimination, and does. It's Tesla. He's going to be eliminated. 15 seconds remaining. Defuser not in hand, but Vlad does find one. By an inch, by a pixel. Now we're down to a 1 versus 1. Nazgul and the Maestro falls back, and he does get hunted down by Pun. PC419 are on the board here for Clubhouse.
Wow, that was trade after trade after trade after trade after I think every single frag was traded out in the last 30 seconds. And I mean, that's why I kind of said when they got the hatch open, that's always like the quote unquote start of the round, if you would, because that's when things start to open up. And I liked what I saw there from PC419, a pretty heavy take in towards blue. They didn't go the more traditional, just hatch drop, smoke and plant. And that threw off the defense quite a bit. They were able to recover for the most part. Like I said, Ferox trading out pick after pick after pick, but maybe potentially a little bit of a misplay from Nazgul at the end. And it's unfortunate for him that we're going to be highlighting that mistake because there are probably others made by plenty of other players in that sort of hectic scenario. But instead of maybe just running straight into Moto, he decided to maybe try and cover his position a little bit behind the table, behind the chassis a little bit as well. And it was a great pick from Pun to find that in the end, and it's enough to get them the round, and it's a good round at that because it means that Ferox haven't done the round the world trip like they did over on Oregon.
Yeah, they do get to repeat Church Arsenal though, and it wasn't exactly a flawless round from PC419. One of those ones that could have gone either way. Coin flip went their way. They win the round. It was well played from Pun. Definitely went on the front foot to find those 2 kills. And Ferox, these are the questions that come begging though. Do you just go for the repeat? Do you run it back? Do you just play it the same way you did? Back yourselves to just win the fights a little bit more? Or do you change up the approach slightly? I mean, in terms of defending Kitchen, it was more of a time thing rather than a difficulty for PC419 to open up the Kitchen hatch. It was sort of like they had an agenda list, and for whatever reason, Kitchen was like low on that list. But then when they got there, it was opened pretty quickly.
Yeah, and I think that was partly due to the way that they set up the vert. There was a heavy focus from PC419 to watch with their guns Todd, who was below, and it was well played from Todd actually to not commit to it. He would have died if he tried to impact trick the hatch in the traditional sense. He went for sort of a half-ish throw, if you would, to try and get it, and of course it didn't hit the mark. But like you said, there wasn't a whole lot of time left. And that is what fed into that very aggressive retrade at the end of the round. And it was a bit of a coin flip in the end, and could have gone either way, as the wise Messiah once said. And
yep, thank you.
Who knows, will this round play out the same? It looks like it's a little bit faster here for PC419.
Yeah.
Steffi already remodeling the floor. 1:45 left in the round, trying to potentially find any picks there in towards Armory, but none will be found. It's again being played quite passively from Ferox, and in fact it isn't being electrified yet, so Oda's actually going to try to trick the hatch. So again, a little bit of risk involved in this, but if he can pull it off, a lot of time will be wasted for PC419. Did he throw it too late there? That's the question. Will the hatch be tricked? No, it won't. So Oda unfortunately fails at that task, and with 1:20 to go, PC419 have a lot of openings towards site.
It was close, not close enough. 1:14, as you said, and it was about the 30-second mark that Kitchen hatch was opened up in the previous round. So in terms of time, PC419 actually have improved this round. They haven't found an opening frag just yet, but considering the last round and considering the way this round is going, it's actually an improvement. Ferox need to win these fights though, as PC419 do start to make their way in. Shaq, Tesla. The big one is whether or not Repix can finally get one of them. Oda does get the opening frag. It's onto Shaq, DEFUSER down on the floor. Repix still holding as well, prone, keeping Tesla at bay. Over towards utility, and Vlado finding a double. Shay pushing in through dirt, 3 versus 3, 30 seconds left. Still quite a bit of time. Ferox don't have to rush, and expecting Vlad to his right-hand side, though, was getting peppered elsewhere. Vlad is so low here as well, though, as Nazgul is a pretty similar condition. Vlad's got a quad, looking for the ace onto Repix. He's found it! From 4 kills to 5 kills, and a teabag in the end to win the round. PC419. Well, it's basically a Vlad round win. And they tie it up 2-2, 2 rounds in a row on Church and Arsenal.
Oh, I hope we don't go back to us. I'm gonna have to sit down. Okay, well let's review that round, right? I don't know how exactly Vlad got every single one of those kills. We didn't unfortunately get to see necessarily every single one of them, so you know that's just the nature of Siege.
I think he just dropped down and found a couple frags.
Which leads into my point. PC419 are playing quite heavily into the blue take, and quite often that's actually not the case. Most of the teams will dedicate to just dropping the hatch, smoking it out, and finding those trades with maybe having the Zofia push blue late. And I know from talking to some of those players that have that Zofia role, It's a bit of a bastard of a job because you're just standing there for literally 2.5 minutes, and then you have to walk through like 3 banshees to try and find the pick late in the round. But PC49 have just completely ignored that philosophy. They're pushing it deep, and it looked like for the most part Ferox actually shut that down quite well. You had the Jaeger over towards the generator. You also had Oda over towards the AK rack. And it looked like it was going to be impossible to try and penetrate that. But then Vlad just came in and said, oh, hey guys, I'm here. Picks up a 4K, plant goes down, picks up the 5th, and no response at all there from Ferox in that round.
2-2. Ferox have really struggled down Church Arsenal. Not quite going the way they would have liked. And is it confirmation to the speculation that you sort of put on the table earlier, guys, in terms of Church Arsenal? Because, I mean, look, you look at like a Wizard right now, you brought it up. Maybe there was... Without having full knowledge and full information, you did speculate that Church Arsenal may not be kind to Ferox, and that's been the case. And now we head back over to CCTV and Cash.
That's why my nickname's Harry Potter, because I'm a wizard.
All right.
You don't agree?
You know what? I do agree, based off what we've just seen. Yeah, quite wizardry from you. But now heading back to Cash CCTV, which did go the way of Ferox quite comfortably too. Even though they didn't even have the opening frag, after that, it sort of went their way. I feel like we're at a crossroads.
I feel like you're teasing me to try and predict this round. And look, so far, it's difficult to make that assertion. And look, I'm going to say PC419 off the back of that pick. Basically, Shade, he was trying to hold that position below, deny the ability to get Vert in towards stock and on towards the main breach. And that's just been nullified. Shaq just says, hello, good night, Shade. And that's one of the top fraggers as well for Ferox taken off the board too. So that's a pretty devastating loss early into this round. Sure, he's already placed his utility and he's just a gun for the rest of the round, but that still hurts late round. And if PC419 open up the wall quite cleanly here, again, it's going to come down to that trade-off, and 419 should come out on top.
Of course, last time though in Cash CCTV, 419 did get the opening frag, still didn't get the win though. It's been a hit and miss sort of map at the moment for Shade. There's been some success, there's been an opening frag, but there's also been some pretty early deaths as well. Kennel's wall going to be opened up. Minute 10 seconds, not the earliest that we've seen it opened up. I mean, we've seen some teams get it open about the 2-minute mark. Kind of late here from PC419, but they've got the numbers advantage. Can they clear Rafters? That's going to be the play. Steffi gets Oda.
That's exactly what I was going to say. They need to clear Rafters. They're probably not going to win the round unless they can just find these free picks, which they seem to be able to do. That's 3 unanswered picks in this round, but Nazgul on the boost does manage to find Vlad pushing in that Rafters position, but Shaq finds 3. It's now Nazgul with the older inside of CCTV. He needs to find the ace to win this round, but Tesla says, no thank you, and PC419 will take 3 rounds straight and actually gain the lead here on the attack.
Maybe you are a wizard. Guys, I'm starting to believe here. I'm starting to believe. To be fair, you did make your prediction.
No. I was going to say PC419 regardless of what happened there. So,
okay.
Yeah. Obvious.
Great half. Great half, though. 3 round wins. Even if they do lose this and it's 3-3 at the half, I think you can probably give them a bit of a check mark for their attack here on Clubhouse. Playstyle's been good. 4-2 half, though, would be sensational. And it would just put some doubt in the minds of Ferox. Going over to their attack, they then can't rely on defense. They struggled Church Arsenal. It's not looking good when you consider what we saw in Oregon and what we saw in Consulate, which were both one-sided runaways. This has started off close, but I would not be surprised that at the switch of the half, you see a team run away with it.
Oof. Yeah. I mean, that could be the case. Like I sort of alluded to earlier, as this map sort of started, I don't think there's going to be a point, unless it really blows out, that we can say confidently X team is going to win this, because we know that time and time again, teams are able to form comebacks. We're yet to see both teams on the attack or on the defense for that matter. And of course, that dynamic does change up quite a bit in how they will approach the map and what the result will be. It is, again, really, though, important that Ferox do win this round. You never really want to be heading into that second half down if you were on the attack, or were on the defense rather first. Just puts a little bit of doubt in the mind, and Ferox, being the favorites, only begins to mount that a little bit, and maybe PC419 being a little bit of the underdog story here, at least in the eyes of many, don't have as much of that pressure mounting on them at the moment.
Maybe in the eyes, though, of PC419, it's not as much of a underdog story that maybe some outsiders predict it to be. So they're playing confident, as they have really been throughout the entire series, besides Oregon, which was a bit of a stomp, but this has definitely been a very fun series to watch play out. Two teams that, well, I've got to say, it's kind of gone as I expected. I said it would go to 3. Did think Ferox would edge it out, but hard to say right now. 2-3 in favor of PC419. Final round of the opening half here on Clubhouse. Shade again playing that Harry Potter position. The match of wizards, apparently. He needs to find a frag, though. I think it's absolutely paramount that he finds a frag. If he gets picked here, I'm happy to call the round to PC419.
Yeah, Shade needs to muster up some magic here. He's only going 2 and 4. He keeps playing ultra aggressive positions to try and find these entry picks, but he's not able to hit the mark. And there we go. Again, Vlad. He's gone huge on this map so far. He's had an ace. He's had a couple of opening picks now. And oh my word, this is really starting to become a tricky prospect for Ferox. Their main fraggers are not stepping up to the board, and that is amplifying the pressure on the rest of the team.
And with the way that Shade's playing there, there's no option for Oda to get a refrag. So you're just kind of giving that life away. Obviously, you're trying to find that opening frag, and I definitely buy into what Shade's trying to do. But if it's not working, it's not working. And when Oda doesn't even have a chance at that Rafters position to find that refrag, you're not even getting that potential. So that's not even a factor. They're just getting a free kill, essentially. 45 seconds left. And they can now start to push it into Garage. Oda's going to reconvene, reposition, but is caught at the last second by Steffi. Nazgul, though, peeks out, gets the refrag. That's a second from Nazgul. Has to come up big and has needed it and done it. 2 versus 3, though. There's the retrade again as we just sort of watch Nazgul hold a very important position, knowing that there's still going to be another player of PC419 pushing him from Rafters. And then there's another on top red. That's the diffuser down as well. Triple kill. Might just get the quad here with the Maestro. 10 seconds remaining, and that's the easiest kill. Never mind somehow the quick reaction from Tesla. Repix, though, has the information. Diffuser has been picked up. Tesla has no time, though. Has to go for the kill. Is unsuccessful. Ferox even up the half. 3-3.
And the action really continued. So I unfortunately didn't have a chance to sort of give some color to this round, if you want to be technical. I thought that was going to go the way of Ferox on the defense. And the reason I say that is because we look at the time, it was like 45 seconds left, I believe. The breach wasn't opened. They had no way to open up the breach, which meant we saw every single player rotate to either the main stairs or to Garage. Both of those positions extremely difficult to push up when you don't have any pressure from the breach. We saw Repix at the top of main stairs shut that down. Then we saw Nazgul with the Older just spraying player after player after player, filtering up to the rafters. It was so difficult for the attack to get anything going there. So that was really well played there from Ferox to be able to deny the breach. They get that critical round on the board and they even things out. We talked about map 1 and map 2 cancelling each other out. Well, this first half has almost cancelled each other out as well because it's a 3-3. So this is now just narrowing further and further down into this second half, and maybe PC419 will be significantly stronger on their defense. I'm probably not convinced they are. They're probably going to be on par to what they were in that first half, which means we could be heading into OT for the first time in this BO3.
Yeah, well, I mean, considering Consulate was a stomp and Oregon was a stomp, there wasn't even really the possibilities of OT, whereas now there could be. Well, I did make a guess. I don't know how well that guess is going to be. That the switch of a half sometimes, the whole match just turns on its head, and potentially PC419 having defense control now may be a difference maker here. And this is what I was sort of going with at the very beginning of this map, was how PC419 are going to play defense, specifically as well Church Arsenal, whether they would go for more of a roam or if they would just sit tight, play defense, turtle on site, and hope that Ferox sort of struggled to open up avenues. And well, seemingly it looks as if it is going to be pretty much site defense.
Yeah, that's just the current meta we're in, to be honest. The roam has sort of fallen off in favor of many teams, as it has been counter-stratted extensively by the attacks. Of course, that strategy really did sort of evolve from Space Station Gaming over in NA, and then every single goddamn region started playing it, and eventually gets to the point where it's just impossible to actually execute that defense successfully. We might, after the new update, where we see the Wamai nerf and the Jaeger nerf, we might see it come back, because it's going to be a lot more difficult to play stationary on towards site. But we'll have to wait and see. We'll have to wait until 2021, of course, to see that in the OCE esports program. But look, theorizing done. We know how this round's going to be played. It's going to come down to this kitchen hatch. But Nazgul gets a really nice pick there onto Vlad. Vlad has been in form here on Clubhouse, but unfortunately his impact on this round will be very limited. And that opens up the round now for Ferox to get some work done on the floor and start progressing towards that kitchen hatch.
Minute and a half remaining in the round. Feels tense, it feels tight, it feels close. Something we haven't had on the other two maps. Ferox, they're going to have to be the ones, as the quoted tier 1 team, to break this sort of deadlock and to be the ones to put the foot down and be aggressive and to make something happen here. PC419 will just... Well, they just have to play reactionary. Play to the mistakes of Ferox. Look to capitalize. Play basic siege here. Don't have to overplay their hand. Get a couple of round wins here, and it's 5-3, and it's looking threatening for Ferox. Minute remaining. And this is obviously the beneficiary of playing on defense as well. As it gets to the later stages, the attacking team has to be the one to beat the grass. Tesla, though, I think he may have got it. Took a lot of damage in the process. Never mind, was unsuccessful. So, not only unsuccessful with tricking the hatch, but has, what, 1 health, basically.
Yeah, these rounds playing out so differently to how I expected. We've seen in the tier 2 scene, teams on the defense doing a great job in denying the hatch time after time after time after time again. But it hasn't happened yet here between these two. This opens up the round once again for Ferox. They have the man advantage. If they wanted to, they can probably just send it down the hatch, smoke it out, trade it off. They should be able to convert this round.
Should, could, would. We'll see. 15 seconds left, and the rush may benefit PC419. Shade's going to get the diffuser down early. Todd gets Tesla, and I think that will probably do it. Yes, you're right. Should get it from here. Definitely may get 1 or 2. It's potentially just now being a case of saving grace in terms of finding a few frags, making the round look closer than it really was, but ultimately well played from Ferox. Nazgul takes a bit of chip damage, not too much. 30 seconds. Shaq pushing in onto Arsenal as the solo in a 1 versus 4. There's nothing he can do here. He sticks it, he dies. He doesn't stick it, he dies. Ultimately, he dies, and Ferox win the round. They take the round advantage 4-3 here in the second half.
Well, they should, would, could, and Ferox do in the end. They set up the round really well. Opening pick onto Vlad really helped accelerate their progression on towards the site. They remodeled really well. They got the hatch opened with ease. And from there, it was always going to look like PC419 had their backs up against the wall. So, look, that means that not a single defense of Church and Arsenal has actually been successful. It's been 100% won by the attack. So, potentially, if we see PC419 reattempt it later in the half, or if we do go into OT, 1, we might not even see the site played. And 2, if we do, we're probably going to see it changed up a little bit. I'd love to see the roam come back in. I'm doubtful, but it might be the case, because whatever's happening here on towards site, it's not working, and the denial of the hatch just hasn't been there from either team.
But even after that one round, it's still hard to put a gauge on this second half and where things are going with this potential matchup. PC419 on the defense, they go cash CCTV. See how they play this one out. Got the little hole to rafters available, so I don't sense that they're going to have a Shade on their team playing at that Harry Potter position. It most likely should just be one up in rafters, especially if they're playing more default, more conventional on the defense here for Clubhouse. I'm going to obviously not go for the trick, may just set these, although could obviously just pick them up and go for the trick later. See how it plays out.
Yeah, I'd be keen to see the trick. It doesn't come out a whole lot I mean, one of the big examples I can really think of, a player that does it quite a bit, is Emorin from Wildcard, but it is a very high-risk strategy. It can be high reward if you're able to waste a lot of time, but you do also need to, more often than not, dedicate a man downstairs to try and cover that position. It looks like of all the players, it's actually going to be Vlad, so this is pretty interesting. Placing the 1-speed down there, Shaq as well there on the Jaeger, so two really strong fraggers trying to hold this position. So a lot of PC419's focus is around the breach. Question will be, does Ferox try and take this on? Do they maybe try and rotate over towards Con? Because they've already lost a man. That's Repix down. Might be able to pick himself up. The call might not come through. I don't think it has. Shaq not rotating to finish that off. And that could be partly due to points not being enabled, of course, in Pro League settings. And that means that Repix can pick himself back up and he'll be none the wiser.
It's still low health, though, for the remainder of the round. So not ideal for Ferox, but it's still better than being down to 4 players permanently from this point. You could see, though, there is a lot of presence down below, as you mentioned, on that first floor, protecting those bandit batteries. So minute half remaining. Wall still not open. No presence over in garage. Jade over on the balcony, though. Tesla up in rafters. Although Con has gone the way of Ferox. They've got him pretty early on here. Minute 20 remaining, and Con's going to be the push. This is going to be the target play. Open up this wall, and then get that plant down.
Not the easiest of walls to open. They flash it over the top to try and deny the impact trick, and I don't think it gets hit on the second occasion. So the con wall has been opened here for Ferox, but that's a small piece, of course, of the larger puzzle. They still need to worry about how they're going to get in towards the site. They managed to clear pun. That means that maybe they can rotate and try and get the main breach. But look at that time. There's only 50 seconds left. They're probably not going to go for that. Try and commit fully to the con push. They just need to work really hard to clear out the likes of Steffi in these sandwich positions. But Shaq, he's on the flank. Ferox have fallen victim to PC419's biggest weakness, and now it's a 3-on-3. Nazgul has found himself inside as well. So it's all hit the fan here. Nazgul has the diffuser, needs to try and find that plant. The question will be, can PC419 respond? Can they deny it?
Tesla does eliminate Nazgul, who had the diffuser in hand. 2 versus 2, 20 seconds. Todd is down. Not out just yet over at rafters. Tesla low. Shaq still can come in as well at the last second. Tesla is down. Shaq just holding over in construction. Now we'll make the push to see if he can deny this plant. Oh, actually, Oda got off of it regardless. So
what are you doing, Oda?
Felt the pressure from Shaq. I think, look, most likely PC419 we're going to win that regardless. But geez, Oda did just get off it a little bit early.
I mean, I'm not so much critical of the fact that he fell off the diffuser. I think that was probably the right play in that scenario. It was just a little bit of a blunder that he walked in that direction, because I'm assuming that he got off the plant because he heard Shaq, right? Which means that he knew Shaq was in cache. So why would you then run
to rafters,
to the line of sight directly where the cache store is? I'm not sure. Maybe he heard other sounds or there was another call. Again, we just don't know. And in that scenario, as you mentioned, Shaq is favored nonetheless. It would have been a blunder from Shaq had he not converted that round in the 1v1 so late. So I don't want to sound like I'm bashing Oda here. The only thing I bash Oda for is eating a zinger box on a plate instead of the box. His siege is definitely a lot better than his eating habits.
Yeah, he eats what a zinger box on a plate.
What a weirdo. I know. In fact, I actually made a bet with him. I said if Ferox win LPL, I will eat a zinger box from a plate, which is like a fallacy for me. Yeah. So I'm really hoping they don't win that. Relegations, they can win that. That's fine. I'm not too worried. I could just make more fun of Oda if he makes it into OCN next year.
Regardless, this matchup just keeps having twists and turns. 4-4 now. And this is where just being on the defense is just going to really, really hinder Ferox. Or not hinder Ferox, but help PC419. In those situations, at the end of the last round of Cash CCTV, definitely easier being on the defense when the going gets tough and you're down to the last few seconds. You're the ones that typically don't have to worry about, sticking the plant, you get on it, you get off it. And in the end, it did fall by the wayside for Ferox in those clutch moments, which, look, I mean, Ferox throughout the series, more so on Oregon, have been really good in the clutch compared to PC419, who typically, when they win their rounds, they win them quite early on. So it was good to see for PC419 to win a clutch round. And when I say they win them early on, they win them pretty early on, guys. They love to get these opening kills.
Yeah, and I think that they've committed to more of a roam. So yeah, we saw Shaq on the roam. He does get shut down, but he gets Oda off the board, and that's critical, of course, in remodeling Kitchen. So I don't think that's a bad trade by any stretch. And PC49 is still playing quite aggressive off that. I think that maybe... Was it Tesla that was offside as well, potentially? I'm not too sure. Maybe they've all rotated back. I mean, we can even see the fact that they've set up the Mozzie pests as well as the reinforcements a long way offside. And this is something that we theorized earlier. Clearly, that default meta of playing on side and denying the hatch just wasn't working, and they needed to try something else. It did work, at least to some extent. They find that opening pick and can start to get the ball rolling. Vlad is actually roaming, so he's the one inside of CCTV, has been droned out though. The question is, can he find the pick? Almost sprints into his demise, but they're going to battle out inside of Cash. C4 heads out, doesn't find the mark, but surely he's going to get shot in the back here. There was a player inside of Garage. Vlad hears that, turns around, but it doesn't matter. Nazgul finds that pick. Tesla trades one back, so they just keep coming back and forth and back and forth. 3-on-3, just over a minute to go. The question will be, how do they now set up for this execute? Has the hatch been opened? Are they going to go for blue? These are the questions that they need to start thinking about. There you go, hatch is open, so they might be able to go for a drop.
Even if it's just Shade who drops down and the others can come through different avenues, could be the play. Tesla's low. The other thing as well, you know, at the start of the round, I was mentioning these opening picks of PC419, but their conversion rate in this series has not been good compared to Ferox. So they can get a lot of opening picks, but they don't always convert the rounds. And while this looks like potentially to be one of those rounds that they don't actually convert, because 30 seconds left, Tesla's getting brought back up. Punt, low. No, Tesla's the one that does get Nazgul. Steffi's the one who does get retraded, though. And again, the round continues to play out in this sort of trend of retrades. Immediately, C4 goes out. Although it's Tesla who ends up blowing himself up. Pun left, didn't get anything with the C4. It just gets swatted from above by Todd. And that's the round win for Ferox. They take the lead again.
Look, I know we're not meant to be biased, but I was really rooting for PC419 that round, just so we could actually see a successful defense. And we were so close. It was set up so well, and I don't know what the hell happened there with the impact nade, but that made things near impossible for any sort of aggression from that remaining defender. Ideally, I would have loved to have seen PC419 maybe even commit all the way to like a double man retake above. I know it would have been risky, but it's basically the only option that they really had at that stage in the round. But unfortunately, they just weren't able to convert, and Ferox now, they edge closer and closer towards that match point. They're only one round away, but PC49 are right behind them. They're only a single round down. Again, they're actually going to go church, so oh my god. Oh, this is intense. We've seen it 4 times, and it hasn't been defended successfully once. So this is huge risk for PC49 to go there.
2 attacking round wins for PC419, 2 attacking round wins now for Ferox. And as you said, huge risk, because as well, if you lose this, it's match point for Ferox. So they're going to have that match point hanging over their heads if they lose this round. The PC419. It's that risk versus reward, though. If you can win it, be the first team to do so, strangely enough, then you can head upstairs to try and close out the half, or close out the map and close out the series. Big round for what's been a tense and tight match in an otherwise pretty open series. Back and forth it has been in the last couple of rounds. I mean, well, technically 3 rounds to 1 in favor of Ferox, but the last 2 rounds back and forth.
What are the defenders going to do to change this up? It looks like they've defaulted back to the 5-man on site, so that means they're going to heavily rely on impact tricking the hatch. Vlad can bring impacts, so can Tesla on the Malusi, not on the Malusi, on the Malusi. I always get Malusi and Mamai mixed up. Similar logos, I don't know why, but look at that. Thank you very much. I don't know who's observing. Is it MC or Marshall? Whoever it is, thank you very much for showing me the utility. So plenty of impacts for PC49 to work with here. They have the opportunity to deny the hatch as much as possible and slow down the rounds. Time and time again, the defenders are struggling to do that. If they manage to do it here, maybe Ferox will be thrown off guard.
2 minutes at a time. And well, in the last round, I said conversion rates for PC419 were not the best in terms of getting opening kills and correlating that with a round win. Ferox, on the other hand, are pretty top-notch. If Ferox get an opening kill in this series, they tend to go on and win the entire round. This does not spell good news at all. That has finally been tricked. Feels like it's the first one that has been successful in being stopped by a defensive team for this kitchen hatch. There's a few more that can, 3 more nades that can be thrown up there as well, but Nazgul just runs down, gets the elimination onto Vlad, and now it's a 5 versus 3, basically throwing lives just to try and defend this hatch. And Ferox are winning.
Surely Tesla doesn't get away with this. He doesn't.
my-
So many guns watching that position. It was basically the last hope that PC419 had in this round. Ferox, they're 1 kill away from match point. It's Steffi inside of blue, misses the shot. Ferox will take round number 10 in a flawless fashion. PC419 with a lot of pressure on them now. They need to win 2 rounds straight to head this to OT.
It started okay, right? The first time that we'd seen in this series that kitchen hatch really get stopped and get tricked, and thought maybe, okay, that's good news, that's a good sign, but then just kept losing players one by one in quick succession. Good little rundown, looking down through main hallway, getting Vlad, and from there it was basically round over. And it's a 5 versus 3. No more utility to really stop the hatch being opened as well. And unsurprisingly, they are going to finally move away from Church and Arsenal. Is that the downfall single-handedly for PC419 to have 3 attempts of defending Church Arsenal in this second half? 3 attempts, guys. 3 failures as well. This is the second time they're going to cache CCTV. I don't know. Maybe Gym Bedroom is just not the site for them either, and they just don't want to go there at all.
Yeah, I was just spending a little bit of time sort of running through that scenario in my head. Maybe they think that their Gym Bedroom is somehow weaker than Church Arsenal. And obviously it's a really big statement to make when there's so many other variables and so many other rounds played. But you could come to the assumption maybe that round 10, heading to Church Arsenal when they had the other option of heading to Gym Bedroom, could well cost them the map, could well cost them the series. They've gone to the objective that was defended 4 times previous to that and not won once. There was not a whole lot going for them. They didn't change up the defense really at all. Again, they were relying so heavily on that hatch denial. It just hasn't worked for any of these teams, and I don't understand why they thought that round would necessarily be any different. But look, I don't want to harp on that round too much. PC419, they've already moved on, heading into what could potentially be their last round in this matchup. I like this aggression from Ferox. They're not going down. I like this aggression from PC419 rather. They're not going down without a fight. A couple of members off site trying to find that opening pick. We know they love to do that, and they could well do it again.
Yeah, it's good to see. You're right, spot on. If they can find that opening pick, makes the round a lot easier, and it also shows that they're not just going to turtle. They're not just going to be too reactionary. They're happy to get on the front foot. They're happy to make a few plays, still try and win it, rather than hope that Ferox lose it. And that's the only way that they are probably going to win it from here. It is a site, though, of course, that they did win previously, round number 8, defensively. They were able to hold on. It was a close one, though. It was another sort of coin flip round that did go the way of Ferox, did go the way of PC419 more than Ferox, but what can Shaq find? What can PC419 find here in what could be the final round of this series? If they lose this round, they drop down to the lower bracket. They will await to see who loses in the matchup to come after this between Rhythm and Rafflecopter. Means that they will have to play again today, and it means that will be a do or die matchup as well.
The opening of that main breach has been a little bit sketch for some of these teams, and Shaq will make it even sketchier, dropping Repix off the board. I hope that he got the denial off the wall. He did. So his job was kind of done, but again, when it comes down to late round, you want as many players on the board, particularly the likes of a Zofia with such a strong primary assault rifle. But Ferox will need to adapt. They'll also need to adapt to the fact that Shade is now on 50 HP as well. So far, this round is shaping up in favor of PC419. They have the denial still on the board. They have the smoke canisters. They have the evil eyes. They have the C4s as well on top of that. They just need to be a little bit careful that they don't get caught off on the roam, but I don't think that's really going to be an issue. There's only 30 seconds left. Ferox now need to focus all their efforts in towards the site and just ignore these roamers. Or maybe not. There we go. 2 picks found out of nowhere for Ferox, and now Pun and Steffi are on the back foot.
incredibly difficult situation for Pun and Steffi to be in as well. And Pun just took a large chunk of damage, so playing on a very low health as well. Unfortunately, the health there, had Pun had full health, would have probably won that exchange. It didn't have it though. And Ferox have the map. They have the series 2-1, just as I predicted. Not so much a breeze in the end, unfortunately, for PC 419. Ferox will breeze past them, move on to the winner bracket. They will play again tomorrow. They await the winner of Rhythm and Rafflecopter. And it spells good news for their chances of being promoted back into the Oceanic Nationals for 2021.
Yeah, I'm keen to see the screenshot of Shaq's message plastered all over Twitter over the next couple of hours. But look, Ferox, I think they just showed their class again. We are expecting these teams to defend their positions. Let's not, position that wrongly. Ferox, going into this on paper, are the stronger team, and they managed to produce the goods. The pressure started to get to PC 419. Arguably, they slipped up a little bit in the objective selection department. That then put them on match point. They couldn't recover from there. Ferox just too good in the end.
Certainly were too good in the end. I certainly can't wait to have, of course, the interview and see how much really was made of that comment. I mean, maybe we were playing it up too much. I don't know. Yeah, it was a good series, though. I really enjoyed it. Obviously, on Consulate, it was the map pick for PC 419. Bit of work to do there, I think, for Ferox. Definitely maybe something that will look to ban out in the future matches in this promo/relegations. And then, of course, Oregon was also very much one-sided. Clubhouse quite a bit closer. So we had a bit of everything there. Both teams having a good stomp and then a nice hard-fought match. Speaking of the interviews, though, we're going to get straight into it. It is going to be Oda from Team Ferox. Says a victory interview is always a fun interview. Congratulations, Oda. You obviously have still got a bit more work to do. There's not too much time for celebrations. You play again tomorrow. I'm just going to get straight into it. How much was made of the what a breeze comment from Consulate? Was there just laughs? Was it serious? What was it?
I don't know. Shaq just likes to get cheeky, and then what a breeze. Second map, third map, just easy breeze for us, man. They couldn't handle it. I know they tried to get aggro and we just shut them down.
All right, let's start talking about that third map. I think it's probably fair to say that map 1, not much in it. Map 2, not much in that. But Clubhouse, it did start to tighten up. And the one round I really want to hone in on is round number 10. So the second last round, we see PC 419 head back down to Church Arsenal despite it not being defended successfully once throughout the entire map. Were you guys just licking your lips when you saw that map, when you saw that objective pop up again?
Yeah, look, we thought they were going to go the master or something, change it up a bit. They went straight back bottom, just did the same thing, like every time they went bottom, we did the same thing. They didn't counter it, and it just worked every time.
Yeah, I mean that's honestly the only real question I had. But have you had a zinger box today by any chance? I'll ask that.
Oh, I'm starving. I'm stinging for a zinger box.
There you go. All your products.
Well, fortunately, because you won, you do get to sort of go and have the rest of the day off. You can go have something. You don't have to worry too much about the game to come because you don't have to play later today. That's a bit of fortune. But looking forward, I guess, to tomorrow, you've got the double chance. If you do lose, obviously you get to play potentially 4-9 again, or whoever it is. What's sort of the mindset when you're ahead already, but you've still got potentially 3 teams to sort of prep for? Like, is it just about worrying about yourselves?
I think, at the moment it's just worrying about ourselves. There's not much we can go off. Like, we have LPL Pro, but let's be honest, no one really strats in that. Like, there's Rafflecopter, PC, and us, and we just all play it for fun. So not much to VOD on. So I guess we just focus on ourselves.
Last one before you let go, I just want your thoughts really on the upcoming matchup between Rhythm and Rafflecopter. How do you see that playing out?
Oh, Rhythm win. I'm cheering for Rhythm.
Nice, nice. Well, congratulations again for your pretty breezy victory today.
Thank you. It was very breezy. Cheers, boys.
That's gonna be the meme for the rest of the season.
Yeah. Well, at least for the relegation series, promo relegation series, for sure. Look, 2-1 victory, Ferox. Happy days for Oda and the boys. They get to play tomorrow. Obviously, they don't actually know who they're going to be playing tomorrow, though.
Yeah, I think that's actually, I really like the point that you brought up, that they theoretically need to prepare for 3 teams. Sure, they'll know who they're versing by the end of today, but that doesn't give you a whole lot of opportunity to prep. That said, most teams at this sort of level now are starting to adopt the mentality that you look more inwards than out. So I don't think Ferox will be too stressed in that department. And I mean, Oda seemed pretty chill, so I think that probably reflects the mentality of the rest of the team.
Yeah, happy days when you are victorious. We're going to go to a break, of course. Now, on the other side, when we come back, it won't be us. It'll be two lovely other gentlemen bringing you the action, which is going to be Rhythm versus Rufflecopter.
Go. Attackers dropped the diffuser. Attackers bomb diffuser has been dropped. Attackers are activating the diffuser. Five seconds to go. Attackers drop the diffuser. Attackers recover.
left in my head. My mind's not mine and it won't forget. But you bring me back from my darkness black. Cause the soul in me and the heart I had for you, it bleeds for you, it bleeds again. Oh, you bring me to life. Oh, you bring me to life. Oh, you bring me to life. Oh, you bring me to she bring me back, not a heart attack could take away all the love I had for you. It bleeds for you, it bleeds again. Oh, you bring me to life. Oh, you bring me to life.
Well, the first match of the day done and dusted. It's in the books. Ferox take it 2-1 against PC419. And that means a long venture for PC419 as they will be playing again after our next matchup. By the way, change of the guard. Manic and Raven, well, myself and Raven, that's a little bit weird that I talk about myself in the third perspective. Yeah, that's all right. But we're here to bring you all of the action. Raven, we were sitting watching that matchup together. I mean, like, after that second map, it just felt like Ferox were really turning it on.
Yeah, look, Ferox did step it up, especially after the first map, because, wow, PC419, it felt like they had a lot of control throughout that whole series. But Ferox, credit to them, they stood up, they really brought it back, and they made it theirs, which you would expect, as they are the ones defending their position.
Yeah, most definitely. So we will jump in straight away into what we'll be looking at, and I think that with PC419 now down in that lower bracket, it does make this next matchup, I don't know, it kind of brings the stakes up a little bit more for a team like Rafflecopter. My goodness, I was about to say something different then. We were just talking about the stakes, Raven. Obviously, you know, not only does the team that win this kind of push through to that upper bracket and continue on in the upper final, but they also get tonight off and they get completely, like, a whole day basically to prep for that matchup. I want to get your thoughts. I mean, we'll dive into it a little bit later, but, like, I really think Rhythm may be the best team in this bracket, period.
Yeah, look, it's definitely up for debate. I feel that too. I mean, Rhythm, they've had a very interesting storyline with OCN. They had a good season, but they weren't able to close out so many of their maps. We'll get into that much more in the nitty-gritty later. But for me, it does feel like as long as they continue to show up, they could probably sweep all the way through and retain their spot. But Rafflecopter, I don't think they're to be slept on either. They have been a strong team in other regards. They came through open quals pretty strongly as well. So definitely nothing to be looked over, that's for sure.
Yeah, it's one of those cases where really all of the teams in here, you wouldn't want to sleep on them, especially considering how tightly they've all performed against each other. You know, we've seen Ferox and Rafflecopter literally play off in the LPL Pro finals, the semi-final just. God, I can't even recall how many. I thought maybe like 2 weeks ago, not even.
Yeah,
so like, yeah, and the fact of the matter was that was a close matchup as well. So regardless of where we go in this best of three, the next three matches are going to be close series. And look, maybe not so much necessarily in the rounds that were played out against Ferox and PC419 as a 7-3, a 7-2, and a 7-4, but I still think that this has the potential to go all three.
Yeah, look, I think a lot of these series really do, because on top of it all, the stakes will dictate a lot. It's a time where teams can get promoted into OCN, or obviously they can get demoted out of it or relegated. And that means they have to sit on the sidelines for a whole year. They're not playing in that top flight in OCN. And that's a big deal. And so whether it's form or not, regardless, matches like this can do something to a player or to a team. They can really step it up and summon this unique energy that you really only see in these kinds of matches. So that's what really, I think, makes these series so prominent to go towards the whole 3 maps on almost every of these series. That's
you know what, we're setting the precedents nice and early here, but definitely I think you're talking about unique energy. I think one team that has specifically had that kind of energy throughout 2020 has been Rhythm. We'll have a look at them and their team, a team that by no means has slouched in the OCN season, but for whatever reason could not get past the hurdles of those overtime matches. We're talking teams like Wildcard, right? Where not just Wildcard, Elevate, Noble, Knights, like these are very prominent teams in our region. Overtime with every single team that I've just mentioned, and yet they weren't able to convert one. Is this something for us to be worried about coming into such high stakes, Raven?
Absolutely. I mean, it can point towards potentially that they just aren't able to handle that late match pressure, and they're going to have more pressure than ever on them in this kind of series with relegations. So that could come up again. They have had a whole month to sit in the shadows and scrim and work on things. So maybe they have narrowed it in. I think that's going to be off the back of some pretty strong performances from the likes of Noveix, and even Leb had some big matches for them in OCN. Bouncin can also be a little bit of an X factor. He is the man you cannot stop moving on defense, and he can just pull out these plays that just work really well for Rhythm.
Seriously, Bouncin is a player that if you were to put a GPS tracker on him, it would be wild to see where he actually roams to. I think Coastline is probably the best indicator for how we've seen Bouncin play for this team, and without a doubt, a huge X factor on this roster. It feels like every time he is in the roster, every time he's in the server with this team, there's just something there that wasn't there before, you know? Kind of just referencing some tunes there, but like it really does feel like Bouncin brings something to the team that really does turn the tides when it counts, and potentially it is those things like those roams, those flanks, and just being an all-round nuisance for their opponents.
Yeah, and looking at Rhythm's stats as well for the season, he did actually have their highest rating. And he only played 5 of the 7 maps. There were a couple of maps there where he wasn't able to play. And they really felt that. Once he was back, it was in the middle that he had that break. Once he was back again, they were up there competing in these overtime matches.
Yeah.
So it's just about them tightening up these late rounds or late maps so they can actually close them out. If they can do that, I think that's going to be really dangerous for Rufflecopter and every other team in this bracket, to be honest with you.
Well, you just mentioned them. Speak of the devil, and they shall appear. Rufflecopter, a team that by no means won't be able to go up against the likes of Rhythm. You know, we've seen the damage that this kind of roster can do. We know how sharp they are. We've seen OJ, Deptra, and Campo all at the top of OCN at some point or another, obviously in different iterations of rosters. They've definitely been performing of late. You look at their LPL season, for example. I think they lost something like 2 matches. They pretty much fell short in the semi-finals, but this could be a huge proving ground for a team like this.
And look, if you asked me before this entire day, I would have kind of said that Rufflecopter is probably who I would say is the sneaky one that might get a spot in OCN out of them and PC419. Not that I want to discount anything that PC419 have done. I just feel like Rufflecopter just have something that might get them through. And that's where Rhythm have to be careful. They have to get these early advantages. They have to close out maps because Rufflecopter, they do have the depth in that roster and experience. Like you said, Deptra and Campo both played in OCN. OJ, even further back, did play at a high level as well. So, look, I think it's going to be a difficult series for Rhythm. And Rufflecopter, they have what it takes to be able to, you know, cause some upsets.
And the thing for me, you know, devil's advocate, Rhythm have been at the top of our scene playing against the best teams for some time now. You know, I mean, obviously different iterations of this roster. Someone like Leb you look to as the experienced player and kind of, you know, bring these moments in. This is where they will define themselves as a team. But before we go any further with more storylining, let's talk about the maps, Raven. We're expecting, you know, an OS Magic Club or Oregon to be thrown in the mix, but I don't know. I do feel like a Consulate Coastline will come out in this.
I'm thinking Coastline will because Rhythm performed pretty well on it. They lost 6-8 to Wildcard, 7-8 to Elevate on Coastline. So while their stats will say in OCN they lost it twice and no wins, that is not bad losses. You know, like while they didn't secure points short, they were very close against good teams. On the other hand, Rufflecopter, they have actually played quite a bit of Coastline. They've got a couple of victories on it in LPL, for example, in the Open Quals. So maybe they think that might be a sneaky one to put through. It also suits both teams' playstyles. So I think it would be a real great battle to see on Coastline.
Well, let's get this show on the road. Let's have a look at all of the vetoes. We're going to burn through them nice and quickly because I believe we're almost ready to get into this. Villa and Theme Park off. There's the Consulate and the Clubhouse we were waiting for. Oregon's been banned out by Rufflecopter and the deciding map is Coastline. Oh, that is a decent veto and a half, Raven. I am excited for this one.
Me too. I am excited. I'm really hoping we get to the third map because I would love to see these guys duke it out on Coastline. For the pure fact as well that it will be the deciding maps does make it that extra exciting. Consulate, I think, is a solid pick for Rufflecopter, though. It is not a map that we have seen Rhythm play at all. In fact, it was their most common ban. Whereas Rufflecopter, they've had some pretty good victories in LPL on Consulate. So I think that's a solid pick for them.
Look, I think that at the end of the day, this should realistically go the distance. This should go all 3 maps, and it ending on something like Coastline excites me like no other. I do feel like that, however, will lean for me in Rhythm's favor, and there is potential that Rhythm have left Consulate slip through for a reason. You were saying it before. We've had plenty of VODs from Rafflecopter to be able to go over. Rhythm haven't played an official since the 5th of October. Now that, Raven, that is a massive talking point, because quite literally that is a month and a half. A team can change completely in a month and a half. So that is where we're going to really decide how both of these teams fare in the bracket. We'll start on Consulate, but I am almost certain it will end on Coastline. Let's have a look at what both of these teams have fighting for a place in the upper bracket. Let's get it on.
Let's get it on indeed. And I love the point, Manic, that you brought up. You know, Rhythm, they've had a month and a half to prep for this tournament. They've probably looked at their map pool and thought, guys, what do we need to strengthen? How can we change this so that we're not feeling as scared going into promo relegations? Consulate, I think, is a great map to do such a thing on. You don't really expect people to, not be strong on Consulate at the same time. So Rafflecopter, they're playing to their strengths. And right now, speaking of playing to strengths, these are solid bands to have on Consulate. Getting rid of the Thatcher and the Ace. It's just going to make Garage Wall harder to open. Ace in particular, very versatile as a hard breacher. Yeah,
Thatcher, I just feel like I really do miss the Thatcher plays. Very rarely do we see them. Valk seems to be quite a prominent ban on Consulate as well. Obviously, there are a couple of outside cams that really can give you a lot of information, as we do see a lot of the game, at least in the early rounds, being played from those windows, repelling or likewise. We'll head down into the basement to begin with here, and of course, it will be Rhythm on the attacking side. Doesn't look like we're seeing Kaid Bandit, the likes of that ward denial just yet. And the Vigil will be 6th picked from the castle, so Raven, do we think that Rafflecopter have got what it takes to really set off on the right foot here?
I mean, I do. I think it's a great start for them to be able to do defense as well. Just an easier way to get settled and to start to feel a bit more comfortable in your skin, because this is a big tournament for them. We don't really know how they handle this kind of pressure. They haven't probably faced this pressure to this extent for quite a while. I mean, of course they had open qualifiers, but you bow out of open qualifiers. That's kind of like, it still isn't great, but you start prepping for next year. But now it's like they are really in with a chance. They win this series. They are one series away from OCN next year. So pressure is certainly mounting, and starting on defense, it's a comfortable way to begin. And I can already see they're trying to play to comforts here. Just the fact that Rigbar on the Vigil is trying to cause havoc for Rhythm on their opening attacks.
A bomb has been located.
Comfortable to do so as well on the top floor. Rafflecopter, they may just well set the tone, set the pace for this series, potentially just this map. Keep an eye on it, however. Already has opted, obviously, not to play on that 3rd floor, even 2nd floor, if you will. Instead, just going to be sitting around Spiral and supporting those upward players. They are, of course, going for that east to west. Top floor clear, and it will force Rafflecopter back. But for how long? I'm sure Campo will be looking for that opening. Nice shot from Drex there. However, it doesn't connect. Oh, he's walked Hello? Okay.
Not sure what Ugu was doing there. I don't know where he thought the shots were coming from exactly, or maybe he just thought that he could yeet through without getting shot. But regardless, that is the opening pick for Rhythm. Starting strong here in that first minute. They started to really gain control of the top floor, and they're going to just, like you said, do this top-down clear. Probably going to get that vertical control in through Piano. Campo getting tagged again. So this is good pressure from Rhythm onto Rafflecopter, having them default back to site pretty early here.
Now we see what Rafflecopter are really made of. One player down to half HP. They're going to have to make the most of what they have. Right side of the wall, left unreinforced. Soft for the breaching if they will. Looks like Rhythm is starting to prone in a little bit further here. Starting to probe around, get an idea for Rafflecopter's setup.
On for the Maverick trick as well, even though they've got an open rotate right next to him. Got to be careful that they don't get peeked on. Vake's taking his time, but still getting it done. This smoke bait's being used to try to deter this as well. Isn't really being that effective. So this plant denial later in the round, and Bouncer will take out Campo. This is Rhythm with a great start here, coming down to this final 30 seconds. They're setting themselves up to be able to have a comfortable plant. This is looking like it's going to be a good beginning for Rhythm.
Just what they would be wanting as well. However, they're having a little bit of trouble opening up, and tell you what, Bodie, not so much. He's gone on the flank here. He might be able to find a second. Is he going to be expecting it? Leb out in the open. They're bringing it back now. 8 seconds left. He'll be caught just from the edge of Piano there. Bouncing, trying to get something done. 2 seconds left. The defuse has to go down here. They'll be forced off at Deptra. Will be able to win the round by purely just being a nuisance. And from that, I'll tell you what, Rafflecopter are lucky to get away with that one, Raven.
Yeah, Rhythm kind of botched it a bit. They had the time, they had the presence they needed, and they just weren't careful of that flank. Even when Boydie pushed up from those lower stairs, the sledge, I didn't quite see exactly who it was, just completely off guard, not even thinking about it. They just wanted to cover that rotate.
Yeah.
And that was really their undoing, because once they had that vertical control, it split the person away from yellow stairs to have to refrag, and that just didn't allow Rhythm to maintain that control in the lower section of Garage to plant. So well done from Rafflecopter to really deter that, and now they've secured that first round.
Attackers need to locate and defuse as many bombs as they can.
And that, to be honest, is exactly what we wanted to see from this roster. I mean, one of the first times I believe these two teams have played, unless I am mistaken in saying that. And please, if you do know otherwise, feel free to correct me in that. But it will definitely allow a little bit more breathing room, as Rhythm feel like it may take a round or two for them to get on that train. But my problem is, when Rhythm do get on that train, when they're gaining momentum, they are such a dangerous team. And to highlight, the players like Bounce and like Drex, really, they just find their comfort zone and double down, bury in. So Rafflecopter won't be allowed a second to rest. And lobby defense for the defensive side here.
Look, you brought up Drex, he was the second highest rated player, and just in terms of stats for Rhythm in OCN, it's the .98. He actually had their second best cost stat as well. So has proven to be quite an effective member of the team, and already, got 2 kills in that first round. Only round 1, sure, but showing that he's not particularly phased by this pressure. And we were highlighting that maybe Rhythm could be phased by this pressure. There is a lot riding on this. So having young players show up and still be confident and put kills on the board, that kind of thing, it's just going to help them move through this series.
Certainly the touching point for us in that pregame. Can Rafflecopter back it up when it counts? And is this something that we are going to continue to look at for Rhythm and point fingers? This will definitely not bow too favorably if Rhythm are to slip up in the series. Very, very early days, obviously. Just setting the tone. Janssen not wasting any time in delivering the charge across onto that deployable shield, which of course will force back Rafflecopter for now, as they start to lose a little bit more of that pressure that they once had on that top floor. Still got one to deal with in meeting.
Yeah, they've taken their time getting this vertical control, really emphasizing they want this in meeting, and OJ can just sit here and hang out and just really be a pest. But there's a frag grenade coming in his direction, and it misses the mark. Actually just does a touch of damage. He can just stay and covered beautifully by Deptra. And this is falling apart for Rhythm right now. They have not been able to make any teeth on this push. We're into the final minute too, so it's really starting to look grim as Deptra gets a second onto Drex.
That's exactly what you want from Deptra there, to assist in really OJ just holding off Rhythm. Now with only 2 players left on the board, 40 seconds remaining. This is another statement from Rafflecopter that Rhythm, I don't think they've got it in them to answer it. At 2 versus 5, I don't know many that could answer this kind of a situation. And, I mean, whatever they can get, they're going to have to take. Just with that, they will enter from Tellers and try to put a little bit more pressure. I don't really think Rafflecopter are looking to give them anything here. A quick little cheeky spin. And Noveix, well, he'll be given a second, but it's nothing but a mere consolation prize there, Raven. And Rafflecopter, another affirming round, if you will.
Yeah, well, that was a really strong round. I mean, they made a great statement there. Patient defense. They burnt so much time, and after it ticked past that 90-second mark, Rhythm, they tried to get aggressive, and it was just covered beautifully. Great crossfires from Rafflecopter's end, and good teamwork overall. So this is looking great, and I just think the more rounds that Rafflecopter put back-to-back here, it will stack that pressure more into Rhythm. Being map 1 of this series, they're trying to fight to retain their position. And to just be struggling early will start to put some questions in your mind. But that being said, this is Rafflecopter's map pick. And as we said, it wasn't played at all by Rhythm in OCN. So maybe this seriously has just been their weakness. And they might be able to just shake this off like, oh, consulate boys, let's just look on to the next one.
Hit it with a Taylor Swift and just shake it off, hey?
That's right.
On to the next one, Raven. Well, obviously, from the first 2 rounds, things are looking a lot better in the Rafflecopter camp. As Rhythm just got off to the start that they would have hoped, but of course they do have plenty of opportunities too, and I feel like we're just seeing this Teller's Archives more and more, Raven. Every time we've seen it in OS, it seems to be much more the preferred site than CEO, so moving away from the niche picks and opening up the map, of course, will Rhythm be able to respond? They really have to here. They cannot allow Rafflecopter to continue, at least on this path that they've put themselves on. The trajectory is great for now.
And I really like this strat that Rafflecopter have set up here. It is just this absolute hard reinforced kill box with castle barricades on the windows. And that just makes it comfortable to play in, but also means that Rhythm are going to have to use a lot of their soft bridge just to be able to get line of sight access, for example. That's 2 castle barricades they'll have to clear with whether it's Ash charges or the Zofia lifeline. Regardless, it all counts, and you need that utility for certain things. Maybe they want to push basement. There might be other utility down there they need to clear. Either way, it's going to be tough, and it's going to make this attack difficult. Though, it's been quick right now from Rhythm. They've taken control in admin. Leb's starting to get a bit of verticals, and Noveix there to back him up. With Bouncin pushing all the way to CO, this is full top 4 control that they have.
Hack the drone, 1 shot.
So now, top floor control well and truly established for Rhythm, and Rafflecopter, I'd love to say tail between the legs, but not by any means. As you mentioned, the death box, the kill box, if you will, in Tellers. Surely going to be... Oh, Leb. Oh, Leb. There you go, mate. We got it on the 3rd. Further lines of sight. Vertical pressure now that Rhythm will be able to establish early. And the more the merrier at this point. Bouncin, however, taking down Rigba as the opening kill for the round at the minute mark. It's taken its time. Will that affect Rafflecopter?
It's 2 or 3 rounds that Rigba has been the opening death as well, so struggling to have a late round effect at least. OJ sitting pretty in this site right now as Bouncin finds a second. So teammates falling around OJ. I think he's anticipating that he might have to just fight for his life in that Teller's kill box that is set up. Drex is looming with the diffuser there, just at the bottom of statue. Boydie keen to potentially flank here, and he's going to get the jump onto Bouncin. Does make it a 4v2, Rob, with 25 seconds.
Well, it's crumbling in the hands of Rafflecopter, and so too Rhythm. They will clench for one last affirming grip on this round, and that will be the first on the board for Rhythm. A convincing round at that. Rufflecopter just seemed to be picked apart piece by piece and left with nothing but the remains of their comrades as we head down into the basement once more. And all in all, that is the round that Rhythm would be looking for. That is the round that they're going to have to take. If they cannot confirm lobby or garage, these final third sites, that's the ones that we've got to see really where they can pick up ground, if you will.
Yeah, now we can start to test Rufflecopter as well. If they do go back to that Teller's Archive site, how are they at adapting? I mean, we don't have a whole lot on them. We don't know a massive amount about them. Of course, they have been playing in LPL, but with their sights set on this, of course, they're going to have some tricks up their sleeve and just probably play a bit of a different play style until they are playing this exact series. So I'm curious to see how their adaptation goes. Just reviewing that for me, Teller's Archives, I felt like they just gifted Rhythm vertical control, and then we didn't quite catch where or exactly how Bouncing got his opening picks. Yeah. But again, it felt like they were pretty uncontested, even as they took around Lobby Statue. So just too much map control too early on that for for Rhythm, and so I think Rufflecopter needs to adapt to that.
5 seconds left before
Leaving the right wall soft in garage, obviously with Deptra on those mirrors, it'll still give them... It'll just make things a little bit more complicated for Rhythm just to be able to go straight up and open as we are back down in the garage. And Campo very happy to roam around in that previous defense and almost felt like somewhat of a linchpin, you'd have to say, Raven, for them turning the tides.
Yeah, that's kind of the player that Campo is. And fun fact, Campo used to play for Rhythm when they were the Kanga roster back in 6 Masters at the start of the year. But now he found himself onto this Rufflecopter roster and has been able to get more experience through LPL Pro as a player as well, because of course when he was on that Kanga roster, he was a little bit green, so to speak, at that level. Obviously he hadn't had a whole lot of experience, but now he's been around for a while and he's been playing with some experienced players on Ruffles, so hopefully it has helped him. Definitely heard along the grapevine that he's quite the monster in LPL at least.
Well, judging from his first 2 rounds on the basement defense, just really starting to assert his dominance. Will completely back away, fold down into the basement, and a minute 30, Rhythm still haven't cleared that first floor, nor do they have the vertical pressure they would want in Piano. So, all things considered, Rufflecopter have done a pretty good job at wasting time thus far.
Yeah, they have. Could be, again, this vigil. I mean, Rigby is just hanging out on that bottom floor, but those signals are still coming through. Those drones potentially looking for this vigil, and that could be a big source of delay. Drex, assuming maybe he's in tellers, is going to have to try and be careful as they push down. And as you said, Piano Vertical had not been obtained. Now with just a minute to go, they can start to do so, but they're not leaving themselves much time, which is similar to what happened with their Execute all the way back in round 1.
Also very important to note that Leb was their sledge, so a lot of their vertical control now is going to have to come from those gadgets, potentially Drex with those breaching charges, as here we go. They will start to open up further lines. They do have Piano, of course, now. They've spotted the player at the back of Van, and they could potentially pinch him here. Bounson's already got the line, and if he should try to retreat, hasn't done so just yet. It's really starting to heat up on that site right now. Bounson is once again the player we look to open things up here, Raven. 20 seconds left, and they're going to go for this.
Yeah, but they haven't been able to cut that rotate over towards the white side. Novakes is going to try and stick this plant. They're trying to smoke it out, but it looks like it's going to get confirmed. He's getting damage. Oh, he's got down just in time. Really well placed there from OJ. It leaves it up to Bouncin in a 1 versus 3, but no time left, Manic. 1 second will tick away, and that is another round that has gone to Rufflecopter.
Look, Rhythm, you got to give the credit where credit is due. They found their way back into that round, but Rufflecopter doubling down. Obviously, the Smoke Babes hadn't really been tested up until those last 20-30 seconds, and that is a huge, huge concern when you're looking for that default plant at the back of white. You don't really have much of the control around sight. And Rufflecopter coming up the goods once again. You would assume that after their dominating performance on lobby, we should see something quite similar. The Warden being 6-picked instead of holding on to the Maestro. No, he's just baiting me here, Deptra. What's your decision? The alibi will be affirmed there.
Defenders, protect your bombs from being defused.
This has been a good half for Rufflecopter, but like you said, it's kind of more the tertiary sites that Rhythm have to be winning. I mean, a 4-2 half wouldn't be, unusual for Consulate, and also I wouldn't say is that terrible for Rhythm, as they would be rotating to defense, but I think it's also just about momentum and maintaining pressure in the match. You really don't want your opponents to get too confident, too comfortable. Sometimes that can really work against them at the same time. What's really good for me that I'm seeing here, though, is Bouncin is having a great game for Rhythm so far. He is 6-2 on the Ash roll. He's having some really confident gunfights and big impact. He's getting them into this match. They're just, again, not able to close out rounds. It's a little bit symbolic, I guess, of OCN in a way.
Oh, God, don't. I'm having flashbacks already. So, but this is where we can really look toward map 2 for Bouncin in particular. Obviously, we still have a fair way to go, but that, like you're saying, it sets up great standards for when we do eventually head to club. And that being, of course, the map pick of Rhythm, you would expect them to be well and truly ready. Now, saying it is the map pick for Rhythm doesn't really give you a hell of a lot when you look at Rufflecopter's statistics on that map. This time, Rhythm once more, very happy to go onto that top floor and start to put the pressure on a Rufflecopter early here. It's that player in meeting once again, OJ on the smoke, who really was able to cause quite a stir. And Rigba, hello, and good night, Bouncin.
Yeah, great C4 from Rigba. Bouncin is a big pick. And that's going to really slow down the progression because he really is the big instigator for Rhythm. And already we highlighted it last time that we had OJ hold up in meeting, though it wasn't this bomb site. No, it was this bomb site. What am I saying? He really stalled them out. And so without having another initiator like Bouncin, it's a bit of a big deal. And I think it's just going to, again, play into the weaknesses of Rhythm.
So at the minute 30 now, OJ will be flushed out. In fact, no. He decides to head to the other side of the deployable shield. Believe he would have been able to get away with his life should he had dropped. Decides not to, and now has well and truly been droned out. Still has the support. Well, no, I was going to say the support of Campo, but he's well and truly packed his bags. They've left OJ for dead here. And now it's just about how much longer can OJ hold on for. No way he gets away.
I think I saw it from the outlines. Both Rhythm players double stacked at the doorway. Oh, Novix was holding a long angle. Amazing that OJ was able to get out of that alive. It does mean with 45 seconds, while Rhythm do have that vertical control, Rufflecopter are all over the place around site here. Deptra has now retaken a position in lobby. It's going to be a pretty difficult execute from Rhythm. It's going to be a little bit explosive, I'd say.
The vertical lines will, of course, play dividends in the end. Look at Rigba right now. Rigba on the flank, but can't get anything done. Leb with a solid read there. And Drex doubling down. Campo falls. Boydie and OJ, the last to remain here. Boydie could go absolutely monstrous. The nade, however, will hold him at bay for now as he tries to re-peek circle. Des can't get anything done. And you would have to say a very crucial round for Rhythm, all things considered.
Yeah, very crucial round. Last time they played Lobby Press, it was no contest, really. Rufflecopter just ran over the top of them. So to fight back and get this one, really important for Rhythm and their momentum. And right now they're staring down a potential 3-3 half, which I would say is not so bad for Rhythm, to be honest.
I think he'd be very happy. And this really could be done in 2 if Rhythm are able to find their own way through this second half as well. And if you thought last round had any weight, this certainly does. to tie it 3 apiece or to be 2 rounds behind for Rhythm here. As the second half will bring, of course, their defensive side. I am with all eyes on Rufflecopter. These are the moments that we were talking about in the pre-show, Raven, and these are the moments we need this team to be standing tall.
Yeah, I think adaptation is going to be the key for them. As it is, I guess, always the Siege. But of course, like I said earlier, I'm curious how their adaptation is, because I personally have not seen a whole lot of their LPL games. And on top of that, their open call games looked pretty good, but this is just another level again. And that's the thing, is they have proven themselves at the levels they've played at, but this is the biggest opportunity they've had. So now they've got to continue to prove themselves. This is where they're at, and they deserve to be in OCN.
Wow. Leb falls for a second time in this half as the first player. And now for Rhythm, you just have to hope all is well that ends well. If it doesn't, however, Rufflecopter will be heading into this with a 4-2 first half advantage, as they are currently up the man in the first 20 seconds.
Yeah, it never feels great to die to a spawn peak either, so I feel for Leb. It's going to be very frustrating. Fortunately, I guess the sledge for verticals, at least, not as important on this bomb site. But those frag grenades, I am sure, are going to be stalling miss later on. Ruba just getting aggressive there, clearing a drone, just looking to be a nuisance around admin. I like this from Bouncin. He is cutting this angle through meeting, maybe just trying to catch OJ off guard, because OJ has been playing very well around meeting. I mean, we've highlighted it quite a bit on the 2 rounds that he did do it. He's managed to burn so much time there.
Be worth keeping an eye on OJ and where he really plays from. Whether he decides to double down and really play true to what we've seen. We've just seen, was that a run out? It was 100%. Deptra made the call nice and early. And it looks like he'll be able to find the rotate to get out of here. There we go. We finally get there. But a very nice call from Deptra out of the window of CEO to take the player down that was watching that connector. All of a sudden, Rhythm's round is getting worse.
It is. Now we're into the final minute, and OJ is sitting pretty in this corner here. He's going to start using these smoke babes. He's got 1 left in the pocket that is going to ensure that it's going to have to be a bit of a late round execute from Rhythm. They're not going to be able to get that early midi control. Covered beautifully by Boydie. There's a trade coming out to make it a 4v2. They're going up to Drex and Noveix to try and make something work for Rhythm here to salvage a 3-3 from half 1.
Boydie on that long line, though. You'd back him to hit that shot. He hasn't done so. They've also taken control of Long Desk in the meantime. The second Deptra takes him down. It feels all but impossible here for the Noveix. Okay. Don't speak too soon. It may just come back to haunt. Raven, he could still do this.
Yeah, but he hadn't looked at bathroom. Oh, that was unfortunate. But Campo sitting patiently, waiting for his moment to strike, and strike he did. Rufflecopter taking the half 4-2. They looked pretty good in their defenses. You certainly can see why this is a Rufflecopter choice.
Yep. Well worth the look in for that first half. It sets up the expectation that Rufflecopter will be able to back this up on their attacking side and send us to Clubhouse a little earlier than some may have anticipated. Said that there was a potential to see Consulate. I thought personally we may have seen a little more from Rhythm thus far, but it is early days. We'll wait to see whether we head to that second half, and it looks like we are going to get a rehost, ladies and gentlemen, so you will be coming back to join Raven and myself as we chat through some of the things we've seen in the first half, and to be honest, it's the perfect time to do so. The halfway point, we now have what we expect to be a Rufflecopter, I'm not going to say victory yet, but we are definitely leaning further in that direction.
Yeah, it feels like it at the moment on Consulate. They've looked really in control of this map. Rhythm have definitely put up a fight, but Rofocopter, they look very confident and they're playing with a bit of freedom. It feels like they're playing with their style on Consulate, and that's always the danger, is if a team is playing into their comfort and they're really controlling the pace of the map, it's hard to come back from that.
And even in the rounds where... Sorry, I'm just writing down my last little... my notes that I have so we can actually reference what's happened, because there is a fair bit that happens in one map of Siege. I do think that when you are setting up that pace, and I personally think you've seen it from Rofocopter, even when they have lost the rounds, they've still looked like there's an opening. They still look like there's an opportunity for them to actually take that round. So this is a really good sign for me, considering Rofocopter coming into this we've really only seen them in LPL and the open qualifiers. So to stand up against a team like Rhythm on map 1, granted it's Consulate and it is their map pick, it's still good signs for me from here.
Yeah, totally. We did see it in Series 1 though, you know, PC419, the lesser known team in that matchup against Ferox. They came out really strong, also on Consulate in fact.
Yeah.
They got a really big victory, and I think for a lot of people they were like, whoa, PC419, maybe they'll take this series. But as it really progressed throughout the best of 3, it changed. Ferox, they stepped it up, they got into their comfort zones on their maps, and it was really out of question after that. Yeah. So maybe that'll be the same for our series. Depends how the rest of this map goes, and also I think Clubhouse is going to be a real interesting fight between these two teams.
Yeah, it is a great point that you bring up there. You know, 7-3 is what PC419 were able to close out map 1. Funnily enough, on Consulate as well. So there's something about LPL teams and Consulate that really bring to mind their performance. And having said that, Ferox did back it up with a 7-2 performance on Oregon and 7-4 on Clubhouse. That's just to kind of set the tone for what we're talking about here. And it does very much differ from team to team, but without a doubt, I think this could be agreed upon across the board. It's the teams that are able to see out the best of 3 that realistically deserve to be in OCN. I know that's outrageous because it's the teams that see out the best of 3 that actually, you know, go through the bracket, but it's when it counts, right? And so far from Rhythm in the stage 2, if you will, the official OCN of 2020, we just haven't seen those moments where we needed them to shine to close out maps. So it's 100% something that you need to keep in the back of your mind as we go through these series, is Rhythm are an incredible team, and they have gone toe-to-toe with the teams like Wildcard, Elevate, Noble, all of these teams that we consider to be some of the best in our region. They've been able to compete against, but it comes down to closing out the matches, and unfortunately, that's why they're here. So they really need to show up. The second half, at the very least, they need to take the fight back to Rofocopter, and potentially, I hate saying that word, thanks Xenox, they need to dictate the pace. They need to be the ones that are really ensuring that Rofocopter meet them, not the other way around.
Yeah, and look, we just might not see that on Consulate. Again, maybe, I can't remember what they banned. Did I write it down? Whatever they banned first, maybe that was just more of a priority to ban for them. And they just had to bear the fact that Consulate will get picked, because that's the thing with the BO3 veto system, is it's ban, pick. So you can only take one map away that you don't want your opponent to play at the start. Otherwise, it's fair game for them. And maybe it was just inevitable that we got Consulate and Rhythm. They're already at peace with the fact that, hey, we'll do what we can on Consulate. Of course, you're never going to just not try to win. But at the same time, if it's not a strong map for you, you show up, you do what you can. Maybe you get the map win. Great. If you don't, well, then you start to focus on yours and move forward. It's similar to what I'm going to reference it, Ferox versus PC419 in the first series today. It's basically what they did. They didn't manage to get too much happening on Consulate, but they didn't let it worry them. They really came out firing from map 2. They continued that through to map 3, and that's the beauty of BO3s, is that you have that extra opportunity to fight back, and I think that's something that could again happen with this series.
Yeah, it's the stamina that we come to expect from the better teams in the region. Really, when it counts, being able to not just perform in a best of one, but then to back up their form in a best of three. And both of these teams right now, I'm not going to say that they're evenly matched per se, because Rufflecopter are definitely looking a lot stronger on Consulate, but you can see the glimmers of hope from Rhythm. I feel like Leb hasn't been able to really step foot in the game as much as what we would have liked to see from him. However, Bouncin, you definitely can take your hat off for. He's had a really great start in that first half, and Bouncin is actually one of those players that you could talk about as a game changer, right? He really can come in and completely disrupt what you're trying to achieve purely by just how good he is mechanically. No, it sounds like a cop-out, but you're going to see it as we start to get through this series, as we start to see more from Bouncin. If he's on, the game is completely open. And I feel like some of the times that potentially we've seen Rhythm a little bit lackluster has been when Bouncin either hasn't been there or hasn't been performing to what we would consider to be a peak. But no more dribble drabble from us, straight back into it, and it is the second half. So keep in mind, this is where I would expect Rhythm to be performing a little bit better, as they will be able to dictate how aggressive they want to play this.
Yeah, and on the other hand here, this is where we get to see really Rufflecopter's strength, because especially on Consulate, I find it true that if a team considers it a strong map for them, they'll be pretty decent at their attacks, and they'll generally secure, I guess, an equal amount of attack rounds as you would defense. Whereas if you don't consider yourself that good at Consulate, certainly you'll lose your attack rounds more frequently, because it's a map that requires some coordination on attack to make certain takes work. You can't rely on cheesing things, so to speak, on this map that often. And so, yeah, if you're not strong at it or comfortable on the map, it really gets exposed on attacks. So that's why, yeah, I'm really going to highlight it right now for Rufflecopter. These first couple of rounds in particular, they managed to secure even this one. I'm feeling confident they'll be able to close out the map.
Locate and defuse a bomb.
Well, there is definitely a general consensus, Raven, that I would agree with you, and many at home would at this point. However, this is what really differs the good teams from the great teams. It is the ability to ensure that your double down is really a double down and not just a fake. So with this, Bouncin once again aggressive, looking across toward the Taller's part. Potentially the pick was a little bit more so with Bouncin pushing back into Visa, but not this time.
Campo trying to get these opening engagements, and they've got some good control here. Interesting also that Rhythm have opted to go for this top 4 bomb site out of the gate. We did question, you know, a lot of teams don't play a lot of this console meeting office anymore, but gone to their first pick, maybe just trying to catch Rufflecopter a little off guard, and potentially it did. I mean, we've gone almost half the round now. No opening kills at least, but there has been a slight engagement. Good control of admin from Rufflecopter, but they are not able to clear out this meeting, or at least take that control. They have cleared it out. In fact, Boats has retreated all the way back to Connector and did lose quite a chunk of damage.
Swing and a miss. Not on the second time. Depth trap. Obviously trying to find the early information into meeting there. OJ will be picked back up. Important to note that he will be playing with less than well, not less than, on 20 HP from here on out. A little tickle his way, and that could mean the end. However, at the minute mark, there has not been a single opening pick. How strong is Rhythm's hold? That's the real question.
Bouncin, he's on the other side of Rigba right here. I'm not so sure Rigba knows. He's just comfortably gone onto drone. Bouncin doesn't know he's there either, and this is going to catch him off guard. Oh, he could have opened that up, but Rigba will capitalize. Coming into the final 30 seconds here, Manic. Looks like it's going to be a bit of a back and forth. They still haven't been able to comfortably take this meeting. Novake's causing havoc here. It's going to be a real tough time to plant.
Definitely not of ease with 20 seconds. Trying to take those long-winded fights there. Boydie might be able to stop those players from initially encountering. OJ now going to be sticking that. You hear the rip of the C4, but it's too little too late. Rigbutt will be able to cover the team in time. Drex does find a response, but it's all falling apart for Rhythm right now. They've got a 2 versus 3 retake. Oh my word, OJ. He's not having a bar of it. And that sets the tone for Rafflecopter as they go to round number 5. What a way to do so.
They did a great job getting in there, and look, first plant of the game that we've seen. So I think, again, this highlights the difference between these two teams on this map. Rafflecopter comfortably got the control they wanted. Yeah, meeting was a little bit tough, and Rhythm were trying to fight back, but they forced it, and they got plant down in a 3v3 situation, and then just stepping it up, they closed it out in post-plant. So nicely done from Rafflecopter. They've given themselves a nice 3-round buffer. And if you ask me, my gut instinct right now tells me that Rafflecopter will take this map, maybe like 7-4. But regardless, I think this is going to be their map. So Rhythm, I think they can, I know it sounds weird, I think they can be okay with that, just given that this has really not been their map ever. Like we said 100 times already, they did not play Consulate once in OCN.
And there was a conversation we had, Raven, very early about a factor that may have came into play, which of course being we haven't seen Rhythm play for 50 days, you can completely change your entire team and the dynamic of any site you want to in that time.
5 seconds to insert.
Whether or not that is the factor that's come to play or not, Rhythm definitely are not looking like they are able to stand up against Rafflecopter on Consulate. Without a doubt, it will have to really be determined on Clubhouse where Rhythm's sitting at the moment. And this may well just be Rafflecopter, and we may really highlight them at the end of this weekend as a team that really blew us away. But for now, it is just the startings of a tale that may really be something special.
Might just be, but Rhythm are still standing in their way. And right now, Rafflecopter taking this top-down control again for this garage take, wanting to leverage vertical play. Doesn't look like, in fact, that Rhythm are playing too much off-site, but I say that a big C4 from Novatics will take out Boydie. And now that's a big pick because losing the Zofia utility is pretty valuable in the current meta. And having Zofia not take much effect can be quite a bother and a big pain. So that's a good pick there and good start. Rhythm looking to fight back from this 2-5 deficit.
Drone activated.
Cover me. Reloading.
So, Deptra going to be joining the rest of Rafflecopter there. And as we've come to expect from pretty much any sledge player on Consulate, opening up the vertical lines is a must. Campo just needing to be cautious on that early encounter. OJ as well will set up not only a cheeky little crouch hole for him to move his way through, but also the line of sight in that middle to right-hand side of the basement garage defense.
Yep. Gotten some control, but this is where we saw Rhythm struggle on their attackers. They were never really able to secure the plant, even though they had this kind of control. Deptra, that's a nice frag grenade, but it hasn't hit the mark. Bounce it though, he takes out Campo. This is looking good for Rhythm. They're going to have to try and push through these holes made. There's no Vakes, makes a successful flank. This is falling apart here for Rafflecopter. And 20 seconds to go, looking further and further like a Rhythm round. And may even see a flawless here. OJ makes that not the case. There's not much he's going to be able to do here, Manic.
10 seconds left.
Save that, KD. Run for your sweet life, OJ. He's a gamer. He's going to continue to peak. And he will eventually fall. Rhythm a much better round. It just felt like Rafflecopter were never in that from the second they lost Boydie so early on there. They were really clutching at straws, Raven.
Yeah, they really struggled on the garage attack. And look, maybe if that's the only attack that they don't secure, they'll still take this game. So this is probably a more important round than the previous two in that Rafflecopter need to take this. Obviously, they'll get a match point, and that means they can force overtime. But I think they don't want to give Rhythm too much momentum or belief that they can bring this back. And that does happen a bit on Consulate as well. You'll see teams bring it back in their defense half in the second half. And it just starts to become a string of rounds. So Rafflecopter need to break that right now, because Rhythm looked pretty good in that previous round.
I'm just trying to hush my dog in the background there. I apologize. I've actually missed that first part of yours.
It was probably crap anyway, mate. Don't worry about it.
No. You've got the big brains. I've got the no brains. So, you know, I'm glad that we all got to listen to the masterclass that is Raven. Regardless, lobby, that's where we're headed. That is the meat and veg Raven, as a certain friend would say.
Love it.
But this is one round for Rhythm that they are going to need to take just one step at a time. Feels like lobby is generally a defender-sided site, and something for comfort. Whether or not that is the case, that's up to Rhythm, in all honesty. And we are starting to see better signs from them in the second half.
First defensive lobby press as well. Leb on a bit of a run here with the pulse, just getting that info that, yes, it is going to be that east across clear that you see time and time again. Get that admin control and then push through. No smoke presence in meeting this time. In fact, no smoke at all on the lineup of Rhythm. They're going to play it more aggressive. It is Bouncing playing around meeting in the doorway. He's going to make himself a line of sight in towards private bathroom. And there is a mirror covering it. It is Boats, I believe, from Connector that I saw. And he's just getting aggressive. Oh my god. Bouncer just swinging on everything. And he downs Depth Shot in that engagement.
That is the last person you want to be trying to take a fight with. Bouncing will literally take any engagement he can. Any reason to find someone in his crosshair, he will go for that. He's now got the rotate back. Oh, he's going to be so careful there. He's getting pinched left, right, and center. However, he gets away. And with that Rafflecopter, they will be able to take that top floor control. Rhythm now needing to be a little bit more cautious of that top end fights. Boats is still up there as the lone soldier. Lone soldier no more. Reloading! The advantage goes for Rafflecopter.
Step Shot getting that opening kill, of course. He was the one that was downed earlier by Bouncing, and now Bouncing has been taken out. Does give Rafflecopter the man advantage. So again, this could be a very important round moving into match point here. They've got what it takes. They've taken some very good control, and they've still got a minute. But Leb down here getting a lot of intel for his team. He's going to try and hit this C4. He's second-guessing where to place it. Going to go for the hatch, but that's not going to be the play. He's going to damage himself more than his opponent as well. Not working out well for Leb there. And Rafflecopter are poised right now to potentially get this execute happening in towards the lobby.
Rafflecopter definitely happy to really use all of the time they can to flush out these positions from Rhythm before they eventually put the pressure back on. No fakes! How does he hit that one? He's put the pressure on. Drex has been able to hit a C4. Very quickly traded out. And now in a 1 versus 2 here. A big round should Drex be able to make this work, but Rigba just has an incredible line to hold. Drex waiting for that plant. He'll be caught as he comes out. He has absolutely no idea where that second player is. And Rafflecopter, they look perched to go to 6 here.
They do. Post plant is going to be very tough. There is a long angle being held outside the door. Drex taken low already means that it's going to be a tough engagement as it was. Rigba will secure it, and that is Rafflecopter moving to match point here on map 1 of Consulate.
Ooh. Standards have been set for Rafflecopter, at least on Consulate. And my eyes are directly set on Clubhouse here, Raven. Because that map really will determine a lot more than just who wins or loses, obviously. But with both of these teams, Clubhouse has been a map for Rafflecopter that they've been quite strong on. Likewise, for Rhythm, it's the only map they were able to convert in the regular season of OCN. A close tie against Noble as well. So really much left to the imagination for map 2. We're not just there yet though. Rafflecopter have done an incredible job to put themselves in such a strong position early on. And there's no question in my mind that they would be able to close this round out.
Time to talk about it. Boydie on the fuse. Look, he's got the hard breach as the secondary gadget. Maybe that's the primary decision behind it, or maybe they've got a little strat here that they want to use the fuse for. I'm not sure, but I'm excited to see how this turns out. Really hoping that it actually works, or that he has some effect, because love to see a good old fuse play. And also, Boydie has, since the rehearsal at least, struggled a little bit to get back into the game. And maybe this could be a bit of a turn for him. Could be effective at clearing out meeting as well if he's able to get the cluster charge off the window, for example. Clears out a lot of utility. I mean, that's the effective thing of cluster charges in the current meta, is that they will clear ADSs and magnets pretty well.
That may have been the early idea. Trex at the top of yellow here. Leb's pretty well pinched in here, but obviously has the support of bounce, and it doesn't look like he's... Oh my word, how has he gotten away there? Regardless of whether he gets away or not, that is 3 players for Rhythm now that are less than half HP. 2 less than a quarter. Drex is only barely alive, barely breathing in this one. And
Yeah, it's not a great position.
no, not at all.
He's tucked in this corner, and they haven't been able to progress, at least to flush him out. And just while he's there, even on the low HP that he's on, it's just going to be that pressure and that tough position to flush out. And he's still able to toss out the smoke babes. On top of that, as Campo has lost a gunfight to Leb, keeping Rhythm in this match.
A bomb has been located.
Leb maybe stepping up exactly when Rhythm need him to. Campo definitely a big-time gamer for Rafflecopter in this series so far anyway. Bouncing. How confident are you? Way too confident. He'll do a little bit of damage, and by a little bit of damage, I do mean quite a bit, but OJ was able to ensure that it was no more than the tickler. Drex has, in the meantime, been downed and out as well for the count. Only 3 remain here for Rhythm Raven.
Yeah, this is a good position for Rafflecopter. Oh, but no Vakes. That's a big pick there into the bathroom. Plant going down. C4 comes out. Double C4, in fact, will secure it. It's OJ off the board. It's refragged by Deptra. Big picks. Does make it a 1v2 for Leb to save the map here for Rhythm. He's coming back up yellow stairs. Potential silent flank here, Manic.
Attackers have recovered their
This is the player that needs to be stepping up. Questions around whether he's going to be able to make this work. He's just been able to spot the shoulder of Deptra. He cannot find the shots to connect. Rafflecopter, they'll close it out in a mere 10 rounds. Cool, calm, and collected. As we really have a game on our hands. Rhythm are going to have to turn up on Clubhouse.
Rhythm will have to turn up on Clubhouse, but Rafflecopter, they turned up on Consulate. And I said I was going to judge this performance, I guess, on their attacks. It took them 4 attacks to close out the map, 3 of which they got plants down. So really showing that Consulate was a comfortable map for them in the end. 7-3 victory on it. really a great scoreline if you're Rufflecopter.
Demanding victory, there is no doubt about it, Raven. The question is history a good indicator for the future? Because if it is, Rufflecopter may just be in a bit of trouble. What I'm referring to, of course, is the PC 419 matchup against Ferox a little less than a couple of hours ago, where we saw a very similar result starting out map 1. Funnily enough, there was no BM in chat to finish. It was not easy breezy. Also, Rufflecopter did not say, so that may not fire up the Janson rhythm the way that potentially it did for Ferox. Regardless, though, you definitely need to highlight the performance from the entirety of Rufflecopter. Raven, any final thoughts before we throw to a break?
Look, I'm just super excited for map 2. I think this is obviously it is do or die for Rhythm, right? If they don't win this map, they will go to the lower bracket and inch closer to being out of OCN. And of course, we said Rufflecopter Consulate was their pick. It looks like it was going to be their strongest, given that Rhythm had never really played Consulate, and it turned out that way. So yeah, Clubhouse is really the deciding factor here in a lot of ways.
Certainly is. Rufflecopter are looking the goods. Will they be able to perform on map 2? We'll find out after this short break.
10 seconds left. Reloading out. Left. The attacker's response has been reloading. Attackers have located a bomb. Loading. Attackers have dropped.
Shout, and I mean that I'm under siege and I need you to see that you're on one side, I'm on another, and we will wage war upon each other. I'm no angel, you're not either. I'm out of fever, picture at a leisurely pace, unscathed and unafraid. A warm welcome to the war game. Passports, baby. Leave the rest in our troubled minds. Let us go down in laughter, baby. Trying to figure out what we're after. We're never heading back until we're older. We couldn't care no more, not any longer. Under peach yellow skies, we keep on searching, but we will never know what we're after.
long as you are mine. Come on and run away, we wanna run away. We don't need any reasons, baby. Leave it all for the faded hearts. I don't mind if they call us crazy, 'cause they don't understand what we're after. We're never heading back until we're older. We couldn't care no more, not any longer. Under peach yellow skies we keep on searching, but we won't ever know what we're after.
After making a statement, Rafflecopter really have to show up on map number 2. This could be the start of a great tale for this team. We still have a fair bit to get through, because by no means is Rhythm going to go down without a fight, and we head to Clubhouse next. Raven, do you have any final thoughts on the match that just was on Consulate?
I think it just highlighted again that Rhythm are just not a great Consulate team. There must be a reason they didn't play it in OCN, and so I think it's just one of those ones that they had to let through in the veto because they wanted to ban something else. Being a best of 3 veto, that's the situation you're with. So now it's all about Clubhouse, map number 2. This was Rhythm's pick. Obviously, it's now do or die because they lost map 1.
Yes. And by do or die, it's do. We head to a map 3, die. You go to the lower bracket. And there's a little bit more than just going to the lower bracket, right? Sure, lower bracket's not good. If you fall out of the lower bracket, finito, you're gone. Goodbye your chances in OCN for 2021. But it's also the fact that if you lose this series, guess what? You get no break. The next matchup is the lower bracket semi-final. So, well, technically quarter, I don't even know how you want. No, it is a semi-final. It is a semi-final. So, essentially, you either win now and fight in map 3, or if you lose, you are instantly going to have to back it up against PC419 in a best of 3, which, to be honest, with the way PC419 played on Consulate, and even to an extent Clubhouse, you could see that going 3 maps as well. So that could be a very long day for your mind.
Totally, and that's the thing, right? Is like if Rhythm are just struggling to switch on, and they lose this series, even if it's 2-0, 2-1, whichever, it doesn't matter. If you lose this series, like you're saying, Rob, you have to back it up straight away in that lower bracket, and that one is literally to stay alive in this fight for an OCN spot. So even more pressure than this matchup. It's really critical that Rhythm fight this back and try and secure map 2 at least to push this series to map 3.
And it is concerning because Rhythm didn't have the most of convincing results on Clubhouse in the regular season. And it's relegations. This is the important matchup. This is where we go to Coastline should they be able to convert. I do preface that with should. It is going to be Clubhouse, ladies and gentlemen, and we're going to be kicking off with Rafflecopter on the attacking side. No doubt Rhythm will be feeling comfortable.
They should be, but honestly, I also think Rafflecopter are probably feeling pretty comfortable about Clubhouse too. It is a highly played map by Rafflecopter. In fact, it is their most played map through LPL and open quals as well. So I think this is going to be a very exciting little map right here because Rhythm have obviously chosen it for a reason. But at the same time, like I was just saying, Rafflecopter are definitely no slouch. I think this is going to be a solid fight right now. And with both of those hard breaches banned, the Maverick and the Habana, boy oh boy, attacking Church in particular, that basement bomb site, that is going to be tough.
Yeah, those hatches aren't going to be as fun as what they generally can be sometimes. I mean, it depends on how you're going to be playing it. But of course, you know, you give with one, you take with the other. You ban out the Habana and Thatcher's left in. The wall denial at Jacuzzi, at CCTV becomes a little bit easier should you wish to do so. Can be a double-edged sword. We'll wait and see, obviously. It is Rhythm on that defensive side. If they can get off to a demanding lead in the first half, potentially they don't even need to play all that many rounds in the second. But we will be heading down into that Church defense. And Raven, would you just assume that it's going to be a lot harder heading into this one for any kind of basement defense? Or rather attack, I should say, sorry.
Yeah, it is definitely going to be hard for the attack, but on one hand, they do at least have Thatcher up. That is the thing about having Maverick and Hibana banned, is that Thatcher is available, so they'll be able to clear things like Electric Claws should the defense play a Kaid. But actually, this defense has decided not to play the Kaid, so hatches are not going to have to be EMP'd. But Kitchen Hatch is still going to be pretty sketchy. You can impact trick both the gadgets here from Thermite and Ace, but especially with Thermite, you're probably not going to want to go near Kitchen Hatch with the exothermic charge because you've got to stand there and place it. And that just gets a bit scary when there's so many C4s on the defense that can kill you. There's 3, in fact, in the pockets of Rhythm.
3 C4s and the 2 impacts on Leb. And Rhythm happy to play more of a roam heavy strat to begin with, anyway. Rafflecopter, what is their point of attack? What is their idea in this round? Are they going to try to dismiss this roam? Wait and see, obviously. But plenty of protection should they decide to stick on this roam, try to play the flanks, and really all round just be a nuisance for the attackers.
Yeah, playing a solid roam here, which has become a relative norm on Church and Arsenal.
Yep.
Usually if there are solid means to be able to actually open Kitchen Hatch, you would start to extend out to the room. When you have the Thatcher Maverick Band combo, for example, you will often just turtle in on Church because there's no need to roam. The time delay is them trying to get Kitchen Hatch open and actually make progress towards site. But when that's not the case, yeah, you'll roam, you'll try and use this as the time delay. And if it works out, you're getting opening picks, fantastic. Boat's getting aggressive at that bedroom doorway. Michiyama not really having an effect because he got spotted by the drone. Oh, that was actually a Mozzie drone. They've made some good progress on this attack to try and flush out this defense.
I think it also kind of baited Boats a little bit there as well. You saw him look down at it with a small hint of worry. Rigba now putting the pressure on. Boats is being caught between a rock and a hard place. He's going to need a little bit of assistance here, a little bit of support. There's no one watching that rotate in. It'll be the free kill to Depp, try to open things up. There's one more to deal with here, and it's bouncing. He can hear those Selma charges going off behind him. He's just going to play patiently here, wait for the timing. He'll find the free kill into Rigba. And does he get away? Just. Maybe not yet. Oh, how has he gotten out of that alive, Raven?
I'm not sure. That was so close for Bouncin, but he has managed to get out of there. And the fact that they only did a 1-for-1 trade in the first 2 minutes of this round, that's worked out quite well for the defense. So, and they only lost the castle at that as well. So, I mean, Castle's probably placed his barricades. They're all good. And this is now a lot of pressure on Rafflecopter's attack. They have to start getting moving here. On top of that, they lost the ace, which is the hard breach you would want to be using to try and open Kitchen Hatch. So there's a very big chance they might just try and ignore this Kitchen Hatch. It's going to be a very scary little feat to try and open it with Thermite.
Well, OJ with it. The Moto hatch already open, has made his way in onto Church Wall as well, so they'll look to open that now. Vaix, does he have anything to deny it? Doesn't look like it. I really have no clue what I just heard then. It looks like it will be able to deny. Only 10 seconds left here, Raven. They're going to have to try to pour through Moto. Novaix is holding. He'll have the support of Drex. As Drex goes down, Novaix steps up. They're all going to be caught. Only seconds left. And Novaix, he's dropping names. And with that, Rhythm will secure the first round.
Great job from Rhythm, honestly. They executed that roam really well, burning 2 minutes with a 1-for-1 trade on an operator that didn't really matter in the late round. Perfectly executed, so great job from them. Rafflecopter are going to struggle on some of these defenses, but You know, Church Arsenal in particular is the one that you would expect Rufflecopter to struggle on the most. It was always going to be the hardest to attack. So moving on, we'll now start to put some spotlight back on the Rhythm. How will they go with CCTV cache?
This is a big question. Bandit being brought. And the Kaid as well. So the decision here, they may look to hold on to those walls, solidify their presence on site, and force Rufflecopter into an awkward situation of fighting their way through choke points. However, with that Zofia, you could imagine... Well, no, they're not even going to need the Zofia, I should say. That Thatcher will really dismiss a lot of the efforts, but Garage may be held with Web. Who knows? We'll wait and see for this point.
Great amount of wall denial brought as well, bringing both the Bandit and the Kaid. There's a lot of walls that you'll be wanting to protecting on this. Bottom garage is very valuable these days to be protecting, because if you allow an attack to get access to bottom garage, they can really flush out the person playing in the rafters, and losing garage control completely often spells the total doom of your defense. On top of that, if you can't protect CCTV walling towards kennels, same thing. It really does start to spell a bit of a doom. Garage may be a little bit more important, but you want to protect all of it and really delay that. So this is the focus for Rufflecopter first, is to try and get the CCTV wall kennels open.
Leb's pretty interested in holding it. Looks like they've been able to open out the window straight into CC. So Leb will have a bit of a tricky time trying to make this work. Does he get the right side? That's the question. He's heard the EMP. And too little too late. They will abandon ship. No, they won't need to. Big plays.
Nope. Didn't work out. And right now, they've burned a lot of time just trying to get this kennels wall open. And Leb is here to bandit trick. The EMP coming out. I'm not sure whether it caught it in time. Again, just this absolute stall has been great from Rhythm. Half the round used up just to get this open. Important step nonetheless, though. So good that Rufflecopter have persevered. And Bouncer will actually get the opening pick after all that too onto Deptra.
Oh, and of course. Of course, Bouncin is on the other side of the map. Hits the run out and deletes Deptra early on now. A minute left. And Rufflecopter are in all sorts. Tatters, if you will. They've got a lot of work to do. Rigba, however, inside with... Oh, wow, Boydie. He is not shy of taking that fight into cash. And with that, they do find themselves an opening. An important one at that.
Yep, 50 seconds now. Rigba is going to start to put pressure in towards cash by opening this wall with the ace. It's going to make it tough to sit in and around the bomb. So expect that those players will push back towards the stairs. Voidy with this drone is going to spot that shield. So that's a great place shield to allow that rotate, do it more comfortably. And Rufflecopter have definitely struggled with these attacks. I mean, they've burnt a lot of time just getting things done, and they haven't been able to put that much pressure onto the defense. So positions are just beautifully held right now from Rhythm. They're playing it really, really well.
Oh, Rigba with the read on the flank. That pre-placed drone will couch Bouncing out, surely. Oh, how does he still win that fight? Of course, of all players, it's Bouncing. And Boats, he'll be doing the janitor's duty and mopping on up. Wow. Okay. Nearly had to hold my breath for a second there. Campo, he almost brings that back. In fact, it's Boats with a 3K to finish it out.
Again, as I was kind of saying in towards that final part of the execute, Rhythm just had great positioning. They still had rafters. They had two players stacked around the stairs, and that was great because they could watch the run in, but they also had a comfortable shield to be able to still deny a plant if it was attempted to go down and cash around that rotate. And those three positions in particular, really hard to push through in that last phase of the attack. You have to get solid pre-fires when your gunfights to try and make it happen. On top of the fact Bouncing somehow got away with that flank and winning that gunfight onto the ace, that really kind of solidified it there for Rhythm.
I wonder what would have happened had they had an extra body to fight with there. The ums and ahs will leave us wondering. Rhythm filling in the dotted lines. 2-0 as a very nice start. Exactly what we needed to see from them. First round, they pretty much they waste enough of Roffle's time trying to open up those hatches, trying to open up the church wall. They funnel through a choke point, and it felt all but too similar there in the second rounds. As it stands, an extended CCTV cache hold on the gym defense.
Attackers must locate and defuse a bomb.
It's starting to get a bit tricky for Rufflecopter here. I mean, if they go down the 3-0, it's a bit of a tough situation because they haven't looked in it, at least either on those last two defenses or those last two attacks from the Rufflecopter perspective. So if they aren't looking to in it attacking Gym Bedroom as well, I'd be really worried for them on this map, to be honest, because they might be facing a 6-0 half. And sure, it's certainly going to be tough for the attackers in general on this map with the way the band's played out, etc. But I think Rhythm will be able to get at least one attack. That's where it gets dangerous. So Rufflecopter just need to stay in touch here and not let Rhythm just run away with it on momentum.
Yeah. Well, it was one of the big talking points in the first map. Obviously, Rhythm, if they do start to get on a roll, pretty dangerous and pretty hard to stop there. Noveix just not with the right timing. It looks like he might just be able to find it perfectly coordinated from Rufflecopter. Jacuzzi wall now open. The pressure back on Rhythm once more.
Yeah, really well executed from Campo with those concussions. Just timed it well so that Noveix never had that extra ounce of a window to get one of those bandit charges back down. So that's really well done from Rufflecopter. It has burned a lot of time. I mean, they've had 3 players dedicated to trying to open this. In fact, 4 with Campo involved. And that took half the round to do so.
Noveix with a Hail Mary of a C4. 2 players in between it as well. Noveix, what are you doing?
Oh
That's
my
2!
gosh.
Just like that, Rufflecopter are down the man. It could have been more as well. Noveix really disrupting that attacking side, and I don't know if Rufflecopter are going to be able to recover from this.
No, and I mean, like, I think he heard the pin from the stun grenade and decided to just go for it thinking it was a frag. It worked out beautifully, but not working out beautifully at all is Rufflecopter's attacks right now. Rigba in a 1v3 situation. Rhythm are just all over them, and it's going to be a real tough round for Rigba to bring back.
And they're just going to wait for him to make the move. They're going to put the pressure back onto Rigba as they...
Hello?
What? What? Okay. Leb, what are you doing? That is great. Oh, what a moment. What a moment. Just appears from the mist, Brandon. Oh, God.
I don't think either of them saw each other for like about a second or 1.5 seconds. I don't know. It felt like an eternity, but either way, that is Rhythm on a solid 3-0 lead. And I mean, on top of that, I want to highlight they have looked strong in all 3 of those defenses. It's not like these have been particularly close rounds. It hasn't really. Rhythm are just stepping up on Clubhouse right now. Obviously, it's needed. They are down a map in this BO3. Getting this map under their belt, that will be pushing it to that 3rd map, Coastline. Personally, I'd love to see it.
Noveix. What? Oh, that double opening to start the round out. I mean, if anything, take away the man disadvantage you have, the mentality, the pressure that would be put on you after something like that has been done. Noveix literally just vaulting through a pre-opened hole and dismantling your attack. That has got to be tilting, to say the very least.
10 seconds.
I'd say yes. It's certainly frustrating when you've pulled the pin on a smoke or a stun or whatever it is, and then just you see a player pop up in front of you. there's not much you can do. Like, you can yeet that gadget at them. If it's a frag, yeah, maybe you can trade yourself. But other than that, it was OJ in this instance. He had a stun in his hands. What are you going to do? You're seriously just going to die. You're just going to be able to call it out to your teammates and hope they can refrag. And it took a third player to be able to do so. So you're right, that opening engagement from Noveix was a very big deal in stunting that attack from Rufflecopter.
And the thing is, when would you ever expect something like that? Just be honest, when would you ever expect someone to literally vault through and push you on the jacuzzi wall? Especially when there's so many of them out there. Like, you could hear the sound cues for sure. Bouncing, just showing face at the bottom of red, and it will back away comfortably. So, Rufflecopter not really being given anything for free whatsoever at this point.
Absolutely not. And look, this is quite a different defense than we saw in the previous attempt of Church. They've really turtled this one. They had a successful roam in round 1. And this time, they're just not going to contest. And maybe that could come back to bite them, because the difference here of Rufflecopter's pressure is night and day. That C4 not hitting the mark on Deptro would have been very valuable to have taken that sledge out. But he's made his mark in Kitchen and made his mark as Campo onto Bouncin. That is Blue. Now free to take, or maybe not free to take. Boats he's holding an angle, but a pretty key position that has been flushed out.
A key position and a key player just in that. So now they're going to have to try and fight. The minute 30 left. Look how much pressure Rufflecopter have been able to establish so early on. A minute 20, they kind of have a general control of Blue. They've opened up both hatches, or are close to doing so. Campo might actually take that early engagement as well.
Attackers drop the diffuser.
Looks like it's just Boats in there for now. Rhythm have really dug themselves back into a corner here, Raven.
Yeah, they have. So maybe turtling, not the play. Let's still up 50 seconds to try and do something here to prevent this attack from progressing too far. 2 attackers trying to progress in through the dirt tunnel. Only 2 pellets left in the shotgun, and Drex just miffed that smoke grenade. At least he detonates it as he explodes. But it's starting to look good for Rufflecopter on this attack.
It's hopeful that he buys a little bit more time in dirt. Leb, Noveix, and Boats are going to have to go out of their minds here to deny Rufflecopter a 5-man stack from pushing into the side here. Deptra will be able to find one. Leb, completely blind, gives them a chance, but Boats now... Oh, with the pre-fire, Deptra won't be expecting that one. There's not too much you can do to stop it. Rotate back around as well. This feels like a lost cause at this point, Brandon.
Oh my gosh, but that was a sharp shot from Boats on the Campo. Somehow makes it believable here in a 1v2. There is a player at the hatch. He's going to go up and direct contest this. This is a good call. He could take this as a 1v1, and he's still going to have a bit of time. Can't delay too much, and that player is ready for it. The pre-fire has tagged him up, but Rigba stands strong and gets the first round on this map for Rufflecopter.
Boats, the pre-firing god, they call him. That was nearly 3 in a row. If Rigba falls there, whew. Never mind. Moving on from that point. Important that we really see Rufflecopter get their foot in the door, and as of right now, that is really all it is ensuring they've got something to work with in this second half. You'd want to be so cautious if you are Rhythm right now, not to give this strong, demanding lead that you've got away, especially considering the first 3 rounds you were able to do not so much flawlessly, but with relative ease. And maybe they've given Rufflecopter not just the foot, potentially the leg and the arm in the door.
And that's the issue. You want to be capitalizing on such a strong defense. They had the 3-0 lead, and as you said, with relative ease were they winning those rounds. So you want to capitalize on that. You want to keep going. You don't want to let Rufflecopter come back into this game. If this was to go a 3-3 half, I would not be happy at all with that if I were Rhythm. By all rights, they should be taking a majority of the rounds out of this half here. With Maverick and Habana both banned off, does make it tough for this attack. The defense bans, they don't really hinder the defense that much. There's replaceable operators for what Mira and Maestro can do. Whereas with Maverick and Habana, there's only so many hard breaches. And on a map like Clubhouse, where that's pretty critical, it does affect how your attacks will play out.
I'm keen to keep an eye on is that flip, is the reverse of Rhythm. Leb, who you would have to say has done a fairly decent job of holding most of these walls and at least ensuring that Rafflecopter require a decent sequence to get these walls open. Might be able to once again be the thorn in the side. Deptra, though, well, that's one way of dealing with the bandit. See you later.
Yep. Yeah, great use of the angle there from CCTV wall, and now that means with that EMP going off, the exothermic charge will be successful. Beautifully done from Rafflecopter today. In the first minute against that bandit trick, they've gotten the wall open, and they've taken the opening pick onto Leb of the bandit. So great stuff from Rafflecopter. They're really starting to turn this around, and this is really dangerous for Rhythm, as we we're just talking about Rob, just letting Rafflecopter into this game. If they can bring this back with momentum and then rotate to their defense half, I feel like they're going to be poised to be able to take the series.
You would have to say that both of these teams seem to be the kind of rosters that feel confident when they are confident, and this is the exact talking point. That's nicely done from Boats. You'll even out the odds. Although with so much work done from Rafflecopter, they've got the CCTV wall open, they've got con control, and Campo taken down. Bouncing only makes matters worse here for Rhythm. Definitely not to count them out, though.
Definitely still manageable with the 3 operators and players they've got alive, but Rafflecopter are looking in a far better position than they did in round number 2 when they last attacked Cash and CCTV. They're now getting stalled out by the electrification of that Cash wall into construction, though. So without that being cleared, it is going to stall them out a bit longer. Exothermic charge coming out to open the wall, and that's going to put pressure on Boats to either pull back or get aggressive. He's elected to pull back, so 30 seconds in a 3v4. Rhythm trying to hold on to the advantage they've built for themselves in this first half.
Selma charge dismantling that deployable shield that stops really that direct line at the top of red, so Rhythm holding some nasty crossfires. How does Boydie hit that? It won't make a difference. Tracer coming out now. Drex, he tries to push in a little bit closer. That could have been the free kill. It could have been everything they needed, but now in a 2 versus 2, they have to find the retake. Rigba and Campo, they play more defensive now. They back off the angles. All things coming down to the wire here as Drex might be able to get in and force some sort of fight here, Raven. They're both low for Rhythm. I just cannot see this happening. Rafflecopter are holding out for as long as they need to. Rigba taking down Drex. That's the nail in the coffin. And Rafflecopter bounce back with a second round in a row.
Second round in a row, 2 plants in a row for Rafflecopter. They are starting to get things rolling on this attack, and I felt like that retake was so close to being possible for Rhythm. In fact, I thought the denial was going to happen. So unfortunate that the SMG-11 was out of ammo as he wheeled around the corner. That's just how it is sometimes when you're playing these SAS operators. That SMG-11 feels like it's always out of ammo, I tell you what. But now a 3-2. Rafflecopter on the verge of bringing us back and equalizing the half.
That round definitely felt, start to finish, a lot more comfortable for
Defenders, protect your bombs from being
the
defused by
Raffle
attackers.
roster. It's, alright, I'm just going to say it right now before we continue to talk seriously about this game. The word Raffle has been out of my vocabulary since I was about 10 years old, and to say that word again is so uncomfortable. It's so uncomfortable.
Yeah, look, that's something that comes up in everyday conversation, isn't it, Manic?
Oh. And then chuck a copter on the end of that.
I like how you changed it just before to Raffle roster. I thought that was neat.
You like that one?
I do like that one.
5 seconds to insertion.
Well, for all intents and purposes, Rhythm are going to double down on what was successful. If it ain't broke, don't fix it. And unfortunately, they did not heed those words of a wise man, and the last round really steamrolled out of control for them in the basement. So they're going back to what they know and what has been rightfully successful for them. And it is the last round of the half.
To reiterate the points that I've been making as well, I just think this is such a critical round for Rhythm right now. If this half does not be a 4-2 in their favor, they've really lost a big opportunity. They are not going to have an easy time on attack. I mean, I'm not foreseeing them having an easy time on attack. Maybe they're backing themselves in for it, but I don't think so. Just again, the way this map is generally played out and with these bans, it's going to be tough. And given the 3-0 lead they built for themselves to not get majority rounds, it's really going to be tough on the mental game as well, which I think Rufflecopter can capitalize on.
Well, the series could be done in 2, which is rather concerning for Rhythm, and signs that we did not expect to see after some of their closer performances. Deptrop. I mean, I would almost just consider this a murder hole. There, he's tagged up. No, he hasn't actually tagged him up too much. I thought potentially those shots were going to do a lot more damage. It didn't. And now...
Oh boy. Oh my god. What just happened to Manny?
See you later, mate.
Oh, well, that's one way to clear out the room. It's taken them just under 2 minutes, but they did it. And they got 2 picks this time. So, I mean, Rufflecopter progressing here. They kept all of themselves alive on top of that. So now with a 5v3 man count, is putting a lot of pressure onto these players on site. And this is looking, again, like Rufflecopter might be able to take this round. We might be looking at 3-3 half.
Signs of the armor starting to crack for Rhythm, and Rufflecopter are doubling down on everything that they know and do well. Noveix and Leb in a 2 versus 5. C4 will go out early and not connect for anything. I just don't back any players in this situation, Raven.
Oh, no, look, it's going to be tough. 20 seconds, there's not much time to happen here. And, oh, okay, Noveix gets a quick pick onto Deptro as he throws the drone in not safety. Leb is going to have to try and deny this plan almost by himself, but they fight it back to a 2v2 here, Manic. Rigba gets one onto Noveix, so Leb all onto you. He's going to be able to deny the plant. 4 seconds left, Manic. Can Campo find the angle? Oh, he does it! Oh my god! Leb and Noveix, what a 2v4! And Leb, what a play from him! Unbelievable that Rhythm got that round.
A 2 versus 4 in the situation Rufflecopter... Or 2 versus 5 in the situation Rufflecopter were in. You back them to the hills every day of the week to convert that. And Raven, crucial rounds being crucial rounds, that one,
10 seconds remaining.
that may well come back to haunt the roster.
The attacker's bomb diffuser has been dropped.
Because that is a huge oversight. I can't believe Campo hasn't been able to find that kill. Regardless, though, when we do look back at that, what an effort.
Defenders, protect your
When was it
bombs.
Leb and Noveix?
Yeah, Leb and Noveix.
Insane.
Huge effort.
Insane.
On top of that, look, I think Campo is going to be kicking himself, and maybe this is starting to point at some of the cracks in Rufflecopter there. Whoever was planting, they would have known Leb killed them from AK racks, or gun rack, whatever you want to call it. Campo was coming in from blue. Swing pre-fire, he should have got Leb. I mean, Leb was also like 15 HP, I think. So even just a body shot, that was round done, 3-3 half. Yeah. But it didn't.
It definitely looked like Campo was a little bit more concerned that he'd rotated or, you know, was no longer in that position. And if I'm not mistaken, Campo actually had made himself known down in blue in the previous engagement where Noveix kind of backed away and then walked over to Moto. So, you know, there's many situations there that are quite mind-boggling, but Leb and Noveix, that is 100% what you want from your players. We spoke about Leb in the pre-game, highlighting, you know, the fact that we've seen him on so many different iterations of this roster, But Novaics in his own has held his own quite well in the opening parts of OCN. So to see the form continued in such a crucial round, it now might just set Rhythm up for a successful second half.
Might just do Rufflecopter, their first defense of the half, Church Arsenal. They're going to go in for this big roam as well. Haven't referred to it yet, but it is the classic SSG roam, as a lot of people love to refer to it. A couple of differences with castle placements, but still same principle here. Campo and Deptra are the ones tasked with doing the roam, as that drone does not spot at Deptra. The next one does. Going to drop to sight. In fact, that was a Mozzie drone. Keeps bamboozling me, man. I cannot see it on the fly, whether it is a Mozzie drone or not.
That's all right. We'll let you have that one, mate. There's no stress about that. Rufflecopter have held their positions quite strongly at this point, with Drex now starting to make his way in from strip, and a longer line now being held. Really important here that Rhythm can find a pick, or at least push them back from the roam, but they haven't really been able to find the pick. Instead, Rufflecopter look like they have conceded that control. I am completely wrong in saying that, because Campo's doing Campo things. Nice.
Yep. Nice tight angle from Stock into the front door, and now he can just drop through the hatch with that super shorty, and he will take up blue. So this has worked out very well here for Rufflecopter. They are getting tagged up, but not being able to find the picks are Rhythm. And on top of that, Leb, he gets down to making holes in kitchen. That vertical presence working against them. Trying to be finished off from below, I believe, but he's going to work out. And now Campo finds Drex. Oh my gosh, just falling apart for Rhythm on this round. It's looking a bit rough as Campo peaks and just swinging everything in, Manic.
Of course, it's Campo that goes back on the re-flank, re-aggresses, tries to find the pick there. I couldn't believe how hard they were trying to catch Leb then. And now, with 15 seconds left, they're just going to have to commit in. They've got a smoke for the cover, but it doesn't look like Boats is going to be too much of an impact in this round. And they have been dismantled. Rufflecopter, just the start they'd be looking for in this second half.
Yeah, very confident looking defense. Honestly, I think they did a great job with that roam. And then even from those vertical positions, they were under a bit of pressure in kitchen there where Leb started making renovations. But they didn't back each other up very well, so of course Leb got downed, and then it just got chaotic. They were trying to save Leb, Campo on that reflank. It really fell apart, and Rufflecopter looking to equalize this score count as soon as possible, I'd say. If they can win this round, well, yeah, it's going to be 4-4, and it's game on.
That may well just be my favorite saying as a caster. It's game on. That's when you know it's... That's when you know it's getting real. So to CCTV we go, and Rufflecopter now somewhat in the driver's seat. I say somewhat very loosely, but if you have a look at the last 4 rounds, right, the only rounds Rhythm have been able to confirm is a 2 versus 5 clutch. The other 3... Yeah. No. The other 3 have been very well played from Rufflecopter. So this is signs and a reason for concern here, Raven.
That's such a good point that you brought up too, actually, is when you break it down, like you said, those last 4 rounds, they easily could have just all been Rufflecopter, and we could be looking at a completely different scoreline here. But Rhythm did get that nasty little clutch, and that held them in it. Outside of those first 3 rounds, yeah, Rhythm have looked a bit shook. And I'm concerned because they need to be digging real deep on these attacks. They failed to give themselves a solid lead out of half number 1. And before their eyes, Rufflecopter could eat away at that and start to fly away with this map.
Guess you could say they're getting in the chopper.
The attacker's bomb diffuser has been
All right.
Good one, Rob.
Enough playing around now. Oh, the timing for Boydie all too well. The sequence of events for that Zofia was not good enough. And this may be a bit of a concern here for Rhythm.
Yeah, it's something that Rufflecopter also struggled a little bit on their attack, but they're going to use the Selma. That's going to be able to activate quicker, but still Boydie too quick to get it. One side will go open, and Drex will just shoot his face off for staying there. Rufflecopter, that's not going to work out too well. Rhythm, good start to this attack.
A tit for tat, that's good punishment if you're Rhythm. You've got to be very happy with that to be able to open up that second side and also catch Boydie looking for that second denial. And I believe he might have been able to... Yeah, so the wall is electrified, but I think it's just that left-hand side. So that's not really going to play any effect whatsoever. I think Drex also has one more EMP left as Rufflecopter look to kind of double down on site now. Rigba out on the rafters. It's going to be an awkward position to try and hold from with the extended aggression from out on the balcony.
They're being a bit careful with their push, and careful they have certainly been. 45 seconds remaining as Depstra finds Drex. That makes it a 4v4, and with starting to lack map control, this is going to be a tough finish for the round to Rhythm. Campo getting so aggressive with his shield. Leb keeps his face at the bottom of the door frame and therefore loses it. All of a sudden, it has fallen apart for Rhythm here, and Rufflecopter are poised to potentially make this the 4-4 half, or 4-4 scoreline, sorry, that we're talking of.
Well, if Campo doesn't finish them off, it will be Deptra, but it is no need for his teammate to assist. All of the attention is on that construction wall and dealt with great finesse. Rhythm, that started off so well in that round, found the first pick, opened up the wall, even though it was a small amount, still managed to get it and put a little bit more pressure on site. The rotates aren't able to happen as freely as the defense might like. And Rufflecopter still fight that one back.
Yeah, my concern for Rhythm just grows round after round. They they had a good start to that, but it just didn't really go their way at all, and they just ran out of time. On top of the fact that Ruffle are not afraid to get aggressive even in the late rounds, they just never seem ready for it. And it's going to be really tough to be able to get an attack if that's the case. The adaptation is needing to be so much better on Rhythm's side right now. The fact that they have lost their lead, that they've built in defense already, yeah, really troubling.
And I will reiterate, this is a serious point for Rufflecopter right now. All they have to do is close out the next 3 rounds, and Rhythm will be forced to fight in the lower bracket where they will meet PC419. Not only that, a great storyline that will be taken into the next matchup is a rematch of Rufflecopter versus Team Ferox, in which was played out in the LPL semi-finals just a handful of weeks ago now. And Ferox were able to take him down 2-0. Close match as they were. It'll be great to see whether Rufflecopter have what it really takes to push when it's needed. Right now, they are showing really good signs, Raven.
They are, and actually, you kind of just flagged a good point with me, Rob, where, you know, Ferox, they've been playing LPL Pro, they've played against Rufflecopter, they've played against PC419. They kind of know what to expect, whereas Rhythm, I mean, maybe they've been scrimming these teams, but this is potentially the first time they've played Rufflecopter, and while you can watch a VOD, sometimes playing against the team is a completely different story. So they could be caught off guard here, and maybe that's something that gives Ferox a bit of an advantage in this whole promo relegation series, in that they kind of know what to expect, and that could be something that's happening to Rhythm right now, as they're just being caught off guard by Rufflecopter's playstyle, and maybe just what they were expecting is not coming to fruition here, and sometimes that can be really tough to deal with in a series.
Boydie unfortunately can't get the impact trick off in time. Now they will have that line through to Cash, and it pretty much flushes them out directly. Leb as well, with that quite forward-placed drone, will give Novaics all the confidence in the world to push off it. No one in logistics just yet. Oh, OJ. He will swing wide there and try to find a cheeky little position for himself as he opens up that line from Kitchen. So Rhythm will need to continue to drone out. Deptra might be that linchpin in the support of OJ. It's not needed just yet, though.
Oh, and again, before our eyes, the time is absolutely diminished here. We're down into this last minute. Haven't seen Rhythm at all go to clear Candle's wall, and all pressure being put on Campo in gym. He's going to drop below, start to try be a nuisance. But Rhythm are not giving themselves much time, was mainly my point here, to be able to get a solid execute. They're not getting the picks or destabilizing Rufflecop's positions enough. That's one way to help it, though, taking out 2 in quick succession, setting up this 30 seconds to potentially be more fruitful.
Just on the line there at the elbow. Can he find something as they try to swing? Really dropping down the diffuser. That's a big play to begin with, but it's very quickly traded out there, and Deptra left with it all to do. He's just on the other side. If he can find that first player trying to hold the line, he might be able to do some serious damage. Too little, too late. Drex will be able to take him down, and Rhythm, they will successfully convert their first attacking round of the second half. One thing to note, Raven. I believe the outside default camera was still up. It at least was at the minute 20 mark, which that could be, I mean, should Rufflecopter be able to kind of turtle in a little bit harder, that could be a serious concern for Rhythm.
Yeah, look, it's a big oversight, but thankfully it didn't really work out against Rhythm. It didn't look like Ruffle were able to use that particularly to the advantage to swing the round at least. Quick stat here too, that is the first plant that Rhythm have been able to successfully complete all day, or in this series I should say. While they didn't get much of an opportunity on Cogtilit, at least that's a positive sign here. They've inched away now to a 5-4 lead as well. It's getting to the tail end of this map where things really start to get very exciting, of course. Rhythm 1 round away now from match point. And on top of that, that at least forces overtime should Rufflecopter bring it back. So every round now is really, really mattering.
Rhythm and overtime, name a more iconic duo, Raven.
10 seconds left.
So,
I think overtime on Clubhouse too, right?
Yeah. So on Clubhouse, oh no, just the one. I thought that was going to be an incredible storyline. No, Clubhouse, Oregon, and Coastline twice is what we've seen from them. So just to reiterate what we're saying there, guys, in the grand scheme of things for Rhythm, in the OCN regulation season, only 7 matches are played, and of 7, 4 of them went to overtime for Rhythm. Of those 4, they did not convert a single map. So, very important to note that is a big reason as to why we have Rhythm here today, and potentially not someone like LFO, or I don't really know who else would have been in the running. I think it was just LFO, but...
Yeah. To round that point off too, I remember it was Ducky from Snowball Esports. He said something like, in 4 rounds, if 4 rounds had gone different for Rhythm, they would have been first in OCN. I just find that so crazy to think about. Just the contrast between their potential and what actually eventuated is pretty scary. And at least now they are fighting to get back, to have a chance in OCN 2021 to rewrite that path.
That's a great point. Shout out to Ducky for that info as well, because always very, very interesting little tidbits you can get from these kind of stats. And with that now, Rhythm, are they in control? We'll know after this round, that's for sure. It's taken them I would say a decent amount of time to get in here and really start to bury into what is the control of Kitchen. Deptra not going to be able to find the sledge on the rotate, trying to open up those holes, and Leb will go with a little bit more ease now, knowing at least one C4 is being used.
But it's always going to be tough to try and get this open, and there is a player looming below to potentially trick this, and it is OJ. He will impact trick that first Selma. just delays for even longer this hatch getting opened. There goes the second impact, but misses the mark. Does get the slip through, doesn't quite get the shots. OJ is going to bail away. Kitchen hatch will be Rhythms. And with 40 seconds to go, they're starting to inch towards getting this execute ready. Towards Arsenal, it looks like, given that Noveix has the kit. I think he's the one that's still up there, at least.
All mounting up at the moment. Down come the smoke grenades. Execution about to take place. The pressure going to be put back onto Rufflecopter here. Bouncing, however, holds strong, and he'll find two. My goodness, Deptra now will not be allowed out of Dirt Tunnel. In fact, he might just be done and dusted here. What can Rufflecopter do on the retake? At least one down. I don't know how many more, though.
Oof. It doesn't matter because it gets closed out pretty significantly there by Rhythm. A move to match point for the map. We might be seeing map 3 here. That's another plant successful as well on top of that. So great job from Rhythm. They looked solid. And I want to point out just a little detail there. Just the use of the uncooked frag grenade in front of Dirt, but also even that corner of AK Rack. It just gave them that extra safety net when they dropped so that a player couldn't peek out. I just liked that touch. I thought that was really nice from Rhythm.
It's just the small, minute details that can completely turn the tides of a round. Obviously, they've done an incredible job at opening up everything they need to there. The vertical lines that have been at 30, the pressure to force them back and ensure that Rufflecopter aren't just sitting in their preferred positions. See whether they decide to change anything up here. And likely a roam from Rufflecopter. Nothing to highlight just yet, but Rhythm have definitely turned the tides in this fight. Something has ignited from underneath them. The pilot light has been given the accompanying gas.
10 seconds remaining.
It's really good to see too from Rhythm that they have been able to fight back the momentum that Rufflecopter were gaining on defense. I mean, that's the scary thing, is that on defense, Rufflecopter right now, they're probably, you would say, expected to win the half in a round count. And the fact that Rhythm have now been able to get 2 in a row, I think is it's quite a big deal. I mean, that's all Rufflecopter were able to get in attack rounds for their whole half. So to be on 6-4 in this instance, I think it's really great for Rhythm. It shows a good sign too that they've now adapted to the things that Rufflecopter threw at them. And on top of that, they won a Church Arsenal attack, which I think is always going to be tough.
And this is actually the first time this series that we've seen either team repeat a defense. So from Consulate all the way through to Clubhouse now. Have they found their mistakes? Boydie. Well, there is always that opportunity. If it doesn't go unchecked, it could be a free kill, and on to Bouncing no less, with all gadgets still remaining. Would have been a point to... Oh, Boydie does see the drone go past, and I thought there was a world for him to get aggressive, but it's not this world. Boydie just dismissing 2 drones early on there, with Rhythm starting to dwindle away at that drone economy. Only 4 remaining now on the side of the attack.
Yeah, will really start to be a hindrance when trying to push through the side as well. If you don't know those final positions of the defenders, you'll have to just guess or rely on defaulting. Can be a bit tricky. And speaking of tricky, as we get down to this end of the round here with just under a minute and a half to go, still that tricky kitchen hatch has not been opened as Leb got just severely tagged with like 1 or 5 HP, can't quite tell, but regardless, that makes it so much scarier for him to be at kitchen. It's just so easy to down him now.
And you can see exactly that. Smack bang on the money there, Raven. Look at the hesitation from Rhythm. Leb will come back in to continue his own renovations. And oh, how did that miss? Only just on the corner of the table there. Boydie as well, the impact on the wrong side of it. Will they be able to deny this one? And it looks like the Selma charges are gone, but Boydie's head's been ripped apart. 30 seconds, Raven and Rhythm once again look like they're in a pretty prime position.
They are looking exactly like that. Robbers bounce and gets depth chart. 3 to find. Campo under fire from all kinds of angles. Taken low as OJ steps up though. That's DEFUSER dropped in Moto. He's going to have to find the rest of the team, but he doesn't. It's Rhythm to close out Clubhouse and map 2 of the series. We will get to see Coastline and map 3.
There were so many times there that really Rafflecopter had the game in their hands and could have closed it out into immense pressure on Rhythm at around round number 8. But it's all relieved. A sigh of relief as 7-4 rings the scoreline. And as you said, preparations now begin for Coastline, which may only be a short 5-10 minutes away, Raven, and that will decide, of course, our lower and upper bracket finalists.
It will, and I think also more importantly, the loser of this series, as we said, they will have to play again tonight, right after this series, to fight to stay in promo relegations. If they lose the next series, that means they are out. No chance to make OCN 2021. So this has been quite a long haul now, and they're going to have to go to this third map. Third map could go really long. They're going to be exhausted, and they're going to have to back it up. So even more pressure to be able to win this series.
There is a fair bit riding on this third and final map for our second best of 3 of the night, ladies and gentlemen. We're going to go to a short break, and on the other side, we will determine who goes down to the lower bracket. We'll see you in a minute.
Attackers recover the diffuser. 10 seconds remaining. Attackers are activating the diffuser. Defenders have eyes on the diffuser. 5 seconds left. Attackers bomb the diffuser has been dropped.
Through the fire and flames of Clubhouse, it is, of course, Rhythm who come up trumps and force us to Coastline of all maps for our deciding best of 3 as to who has to fight their way through the treacherous path of the lower bracket. I'm keen to see how this one goes. Raven, again, I always like to give you one final say on what that last map was and maybe potentially sum it up in a quick sentence. Hit me with it.
That was Rhythm coming back to be able to win this series.
Nice.
Boom.
I like it. That is actually, you know what? In one sentence, that is potentially the best way of framing it. It really felt like Rufflecopter had that number picked. However, Rhythm, they still make it work. They managed to get past and really narrowly start to claw that game back. After about round 7, round 8, it definitely looked like it was back in their hands. But Raven, the all-important Coastline is where we head next. A map that both of these teams are quite well versed in.
They are, and this is why I feel like the fact that Rhythm brought that back and I think they're going to win the series is that this is Coastline. It's something I brought up in the pre-show that I felt like Coastline would make an appearance. And I said that based on I think it favors Rhythm. Now, Rufflecopter have proved good on Coastline in their map stats, at least for what they have performed in LPL Pro. But when you look at Rhythm stats overall, you see, oh, they've lost it twice, no wins, no draws. Oh, they're probably not good at Coastline. Let's play that. But that's really just not the case. They went 6-8 with Wildcard on Coastline, 7-8 with Elevate on Coastline. That is pretty significant. They looked solid in both those occasions. And it's not just the fact that they look solid in both those occasions. It shows consistency in their performance on this map. And so therefore, it probably suits their playstyle. So while I think it also suits Rufflecopters, I just think Rhythm are probably going to be more comfortable in it.
It's also funny that you do say that, because what we found as well is that teams weren't willing to play them on Coastline. More often than not, it was the insta-ban in a best of 1. The first ban, you get 3 bans before you get a remaining map. And most teams were instantly banning Coastline against Rhythm. And I think 1, it's because they are very unpredictable, but 2, they're just so dangerous on a map that allows for what I would consider to be their playstyle, which is loosey-goosey and very, very hyper-aggressive in certain factors. You look at players like Bouncin, who quite literally can just change around on one simple little flank, and I think that is why we haven't seen them a lot. Unfortunately, I can't back up this with a Rufflecopter kind of conversation because we don't get to see them as much in OCN. Hopefully we may do in the future, but it definitely is worth noting that the 2 times they have played Coastline in really the past LPL season, they've gone 7-2 on both maps, winning them, of course. So statistically speaking, Rufflecopter will be coming into this kind of licking their chops and rubbing their hands together at what could potentially be them seeded into the upper bracket final. And that, ladies and gentlemen, will secure your OCN spot for 2021. This is a very serious third map for both of these teams. Rhythm are fighting for quite a lot in this, just outside of their own pride.
Yeah, on top of that too, you do get that second chance at the upper bracket final. If you don't win that, you don't lose out on your chances. You go down to the lower bracket final with your final chance to make it into OCN.
Well, OCN is calling. Who will answer? It is the second best of 3 of our promo relegation weekend, ladies and gentlemen. And we will decide who needs to fight through the lower bracket and who gets rather a breath of fresh air in the upper bracket. Not to mention, the loser of this map, of this series, will have to play back-to-back. They need to back this up with a best of 3 against PC419, which are still looking pretty dangerous. And Buck will be the first ban, a stock standard for Coastline.
It's pretty stock standard. Of course, vertical play, pretty helpful on Coastline, and it does generally assist your attack significantly on a lot of these defenses. So getting rid of it, helpful, as well as ace. I mean, there's not much of a hard breach presence that is required on Coastline, but where it helps is certainly if you're attacking hookah and billiards. you open that courtyard wall, and it's so easy with Selma charges. So just getting rid of that ace, I think, is a great ban.
Oh, Mirror. Where and when will we see more Mirror? I feel like we just saw it on Consulate, and that's about it. Maestro will be the second defensive ban and the final ban overall, as Rhythm will undoubtedly be looking to set the pace here. Rafflecopter, however, you really feel like they have had a good look in on both Consulate and Clubhouse. If you were to ask me right before the break who was going to take this, I have my confidence in Rafflecopter. Intense.
Yeah, I'm kind of feeling like my confidence is placed into Rhythm right now, but this is where we will get to see exactly who is coming out strong. Now, the 6th pick onto Valkyrie, I think, is really important because Valkyrie shines on a map like Coastline. There are so many places to get aggressive and run out, and so many spots to throw your black eye cameras outside the map where you can have good line of sights to the attackers. You get to see them on VIP balcony, hookah balcony, aquarium balcony. There's just so many external entry points that you now get advantage intel on. So Valkyrie is a great pick. Conversely, that's why I was going to highlight Drex on the IQ. Also really important pick on attack for Coastline because it just counters that Valkyrie. You can find those cameras and you don't have to worry about it.
10 seconds to go.
It feels like some of the times we do see, like obviously with Consulate, the Valk being banned out quite often. We've seen it on Coastline as well earlier in the OCN season. So the fact that it's left in, like you're saying, the IQ will be able to deal with it, or so you would hope. And into round number 1. Campo, very happy to set the standard early on here. And we'll be looking for the early engagement and at least looking to waste as much time as possible over in theater and that eastern side of the map.
See how Rhythm can start off on these attacks. Now, to say, Coastline is one of the rare exceptions where it's not uncommon to see the attackers really excel. And I think the fact that Rhythm get to start on that after the momentum they built on map 2 could be very important for them about taking this map. They can have a really solid half 1. I feel like they're going to be able to lock it in. Conversely, I mean, if Rafflecopter have a strong start in this first half, I would fear for Rhythm to be able to take the map.
Bomb located by attackers.
OJ, I think, just saw the foot of boats there, but boats will not be re-peaking. I don't know, was that a drone on site or a drone down in blue? That looked a lot more highlighted than normal. Noveix taking down Campo. A very big player to take off the board for Rafflecopter. Noveix is going to double down. Rigba will go rolling as well. Minute 30 mark. The perfect start that Rhythm could ask for.
Great start from Rhythm. And this is going to be extra tough now for Rafflecopter. They've still got a lot of time to be able to burn out here. And just the man advantage and map control that has been obtained from Rhythm already. Very, very important. DEFUSER is going to be a big key to this potentially working out for Rafflecopter because he has 3 smoke babes still in the pocket and will very much need those to prevent this plant going down.
Boydie as well will be able to stop any thought of that. 2-pronged attack. OJ spotting out the head of boats, gets away as well with the SMG-11. You've got to love the tap. Web. Just sees the toes. Opts not to dabble just yet.
Right, and that frag grenade not going to work out either. They're trying to get this plant down, but it's being hindered pretty severely. And that's Boydie being taken down by Leb. Beautifully read. 3 versus 2. They've still got 20 seconds to try and make this work. Drex gets aggressive, but that's just going to be Rhythm closing it out. Rafflecopter, they almost brought that one back, but that is first one on the board for Rhythm. 4 in a row, in fact, if you include how he entered Clubhouse.
Very strange end, if I'm being totally honest there. A run out from Rafflecopter. 3 players flooding into billiards to push that player out from behind the bar. all sorts. We will go straight down to the bars, speaking of them. And opting not to bring the Valkyrie this time around, I'm going to eat my words. The sixth pick.
There's not many occasions I would say that you wouldn't pick the Valkyrie on Coastline. In fact, it's usually a pretty common defense ban on Coastline. Often teams will opt to ban that instead of the Maestro in particular. But this time not. So yeah, I think the defense sides of both of these teams will try and use it as much as possible. Clearly didn't work out that well for Rufflecopter in round 1. Of course, it was only the first round, maybe just trying to settle in a bit here. Going to the double bars can be a bit tricky on the attack side. Generally want to try and get this vertical control. Aquarium across, take hookah, that kind of thing. And the most default plan is northwest of Sunrise. So curious what Rufflecopter's going to do to be able to prevent that happening from Rhythm, because boy, it looked pretty successful for them getting in position in that first round.
Certainly did. Generally, I like to go off history, and if history serves correct, Rhythm will be looking pretty comfortable on this attacking side. Time and time again, we've seen the pressure being put on their opponents when they're allowed to determine and to dictate how the map's played out. Now, once again, Campo on a very, very long roam. And for now, Deptra is one of the only players on site. It's not so much of a talking point, though, as the rest of Rufflecopter are in decent positions.
Now they've extended a little aggressive here. Of course, Campo is the main one to aggress, as always, for Rufflecopter, the front line in their defense, trying to put pressure in around Theatre, but he's started to back away. Does have a couple of points where he can really be of frustration, but deciding against it. And OJ was the one tagged up early, at least in those engagements. Oh, Campo just missing that cross in through VIP.
God, how ambitious of a shot is that? Almost catches it as well. And Campo has left the building. Retreats back to site. Boydie, though, still just looking to maintain the second floor defense for now. You wouldn't want to give it up too early, especially considering you are holding bars. Like you said, Raven, that vertical control will be quite the point of contention here.
One thing here is that Deptra is in a very tricky position to flush out. You know, it requires a lot of use of intel and then just coordinating it to clear out the shield and then the position. And he still has the 3 gas grenades in his pocket to be able to deny. So the longer it takes to get to handling this, the harder it is going to be for the attack of Rhythm.
45 seconds, not a single player taken off the board just yet as Bouncin looks for that first engagement. It is Novaic once more that takes down Campo. 40 seconds left. Rhythm seem to be in good stead here. 3 smoke babes. If Deptra goes down early, that could spell a disaster.
Yeah, but speaking of disaster, oh my god, Novaic had no idea that Deptra had repositioned. And now with the 4v4, 20 seconds, Deptra's going to be able to smoke this out. This is going to be very tough to get in for a plant here.
This is absolutely massive from Deptra. Look how much time has been wasted. It will continue to be done as well. There's 8 seconds. They have to try and file in now. Deptra can't find the second, but it brings it back into a 2 versus 2. Leb's low. In fact, he's taken out in a trade. And OJ, it's a free kill. It's a free round. And Rufflecopter will be more than happy to take that one.
Did get awfully close to them considering how well Deptra had held onto that position, but it's like I was saying, Rob, Rhythm just did not give themselves enough time to deal with it. So Deptra could just sit back, smoke it out, and then that was really what brought about the end of that round. So 1-1, trading the first 2 rounds of this half on map 3. They're going to be heading back to Hookah Village, which was unsuccessful for them in round 1.
Not only was it unsuccessful, but it was really taken out of their hands quite quickly in that encounter. So think it was really on the back of that double opening from Noveix taking down Campo and Rigba, which were both playing a little bit more aggressive on the eastern side of the building, more towards theatre and luggage. So whether they decide to play so heavy and so close together, we'll wait and see. But undoubtedly, you will want to just keep your eye on Campo as this round progresses, as although he has been the opening death twice, he's still looking to make things work and really could open a round up single-handedly if he's able to.
Speaking of single-handedly, at the moment it's kind of OJ just single-handedly holding Rufflecopter in this. I mean, it has only been 2 rounds, but only he and Deptra have kills on their team. OJ has 6 of them, Deptra with 2, and that is it. Campo, Boydie, and Rigba all have not had any impact on the scoreboard, at least in those first 2 rounds. So you do expect that to change, but can be a bit of a troubling sign. So that is their defense half, which can be tricky on Coastline. So we'll see what time has in store for us in terms of whether that changes. But I'm liking the adaptation and the change here on this defense setup. The alibi extension in Aquarium is a little exciting, and the castle as well. I like it.
A different look at what could be the hold for Rufflecopter that they're looking for. Just to remind you of that first round, Rhythm did all file in 3 players from Aquarium, 1 from the double window and Billiards, so they wouldn't be wrong in thinking so. I also like the opening walls of Billiards. Oh, they're just behind the bar there. I'm super curious to see how Rufflecopter play this once the engagement starts.
And last time we saw Rhythm attack this, they were pretty efficient. Got some really good map control early. They also found the 2 opening picks. It was Noveix again stepping up for Rhythm, able to get that opening. See whether they can do the same here. Bouncing, oh, he is poised to be able to get this. But so, Rufflecopter, this could be a really interesting little vertical engagement. In fact, it is Deptra that comes on top of that one. He gets the opening pick onto Leb. And that will put Rufflecopter at an advantage for the start of this round.
The first time in all 3 rounds that Rufflecopter have had the advantage early on. I'll certainly be looking to solidify that. Leb, obviously, on that sledge does, with the castle, become a lot less of a vocal point in this round, as he has been taken down. And still with a lot of info in toward VIP. They're going to know exactly where these players are coming from. A very long line being fought there from Boydie. Bouncing somehow finds a pick. Once again, 3 players filing across to Aquarium right now, Raven.
Starting to look good for Rhythm, and there you go. They're starting to attempt this plant. There is no denial coming out right now. Boats beautifully covering, and there it is. Post-plant situation. It's going to be a 2v2 now as those trades come out. Time flipped against the defense right now. Rufflecopter get aggressive. It's Campo. Drex, he has to dig deep and hold on for Rhythm. How to give them this round. He's got a great position on the Aquarium balcony. They're going to try and bait out these shots to see exactly where he is. He gets the jump onto Deptra. Gonna stick it, in fact. Drex will push through and secure it. That's Rhythm. They get that round on Hookah Billiards.
Once again, Aquarium being the point for Rhythm's attack. A spearheaded attack at that, and Rufflecopter are not able to deal with that pressure at all. And unfortunately, without those reinforced walls behind the bar of Billiards, it is incredibly hard to stay there and be safe. So there's no one really on site to deal with that player on double window, nor the players trying to push through that extended rotate that we saw. They're all trying to fight from deeper lines. Thought maybe it was going to be Campo with the support of Deptra after finding that opening on the player who was out on the balcony window.
Attackers need to locate and defuse as many
Drex with a 1v2 stepping up massively for Rhythm. And this is very interesting from Rufflecopter. We are going to see this site for a 3rd time in as little as 4 rounds.
Yeah, they've lost it twice. I mean, it's the site that they didn't win. Maybe they are just banking on the fact that they need to win this. But I'm not too keen on repeating it so frequently. Generally, especially in officials, I've never seen that really work out that well for a lot of teams that try it. So this is a big deal. I think if Ruffle don't secure this round, it's a little bit significant. It might be a bit of a tilter or a bit frustrating. And on top of that, Rhythm will know it. They're an experienced team. They were playing OCN. A couple of their players have been around for quite a while, such as Leb, for example. You'll know if you've taken one bomb site 3 times off the other team, you know that starts to play into a bit of a mindset thing. Gives you some confidence as well. So, yeah, I think this is a pretty big round.
Well, as Dev Marta once told me, Insanity is doing the same thing over and over again and expecting a different result. Maybe it was Albert Einstein, but you know, I'm giving that props to Dev, but it very much rings true here. And this is 3 completely different setups from Rafflecopter. Actually, it does look quite familiar from that first round, so potentially just the second, and they feel like they can really tighten up the ship and set sail on what is a much-needed windy day.
Maybe that's the issue, Matic. They're prepping the wrong vessel. They need to prep the helicopter. Where are the rotors? They need to take off because they're leading it now in this map. And of course the series, because this map decides the series. And just to remind everybody, if you lose this series, back you come. We have another BO3 right after this. So you definitely don't want to be losing this series.
Both Rhythm and Rafflecopter have definitely drawn the short straw in terms of that. If the pressure wasn't enough that it was going to be, you know, loser has to face off in that lower bracket, well, you're going to have to do it straight after this. A repeat on that back-to-back game. So Rafflecopter were looking for that early encounter on the top of Hookah window, but not really successful for either team in that fact up. As once again, it is going to be Aquarium that is taking control over by Rhythm, and very early on as well.
Yeah, and Bouncing finding the opening engagement against OJ. He was very significant in round 1, even being close for Rafflecopter. And right now, it's just Rhythm again stepping up when they really need it. They are looking poised to be able to take this round. There's some heavy contest coming below though, and Leb has been downed. Boydie's also found the Vake, so all of a sudden, this has been brought back to essentially a 2v2 with a downed player on each team. Less than 30 seconds. Potentially doable for Rafflecopter. Rhythm are in a position to be able to secure this.
15 seconds
Not the greatest news for Rafflecopter, losing Woody there. Deptra, the nade is not going to catch him out. They're going to have to go deep here. Rigby's holding on for a double. Make that a triple. And the round to go along with it. It's 2 apiece. And on the 3rd attempt, they will rise.
And Rigba, I mean, I feel like we haven't said his name a whole lot, but the man with the red dot rises to the occasion for Rafflecopter to save that round. Finally, Hookah Billiards won by Rafflecopter. And it was they really dug deep. I mean, like, they got themselves into a good position, and then it felt like Rhythm were bringing it back. And then it came to that 2v2 kind of situation. But that's where Rigba stepped up. And so they can finally move to a different bomb site. They will not get a chance to attempt Hookah again, in fact. So now we get to see Kitchen for the first time.
Certainly surprised that we're in round 5 and we're only seeing Kitchen for the first time in an OS match, but nevertheless,
Bomb located by attacker.
Rhythm, I mean, can you really fault them for for sticking to what they knew to be true, which is, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. If Aquarium's working, continue to put the pressure there. It's unfortunate timing on the flank, and I would say some outstanding performance from Deptra on that smoke just behind Billiards bar. 1, to deny them of the plant in the first place, but 2, to alleviate the pressure on site and ensure Rigby could be in a position to take those fights. So the credit is definitely where credit is due on this occasion.
top of that, I think there was a frag grenade that just didn't hit the mark. Looked like it was a missed throw. And if that had hit the mark, that would have got Deptra on the smoke behind Drink Spa. I dare say the round would have been different. But you can always count the ifs and buts and what ifs and all that kind of stuff. But at the end of the day, that's not what happened. So 2-2 is where we're at. And everybody is evacuated site. OJ is the lone survivor here right now in sight to defend against a rush, which does not look like what Rhythm are going to do at all. In fact, they look very much like they are keen to take some vertical control. So going to take in through VIP, Hall of Fame. And to do that, they're going to have to clear out Campo and like Boydie on the Wamai there. That's going to be a little tough in theater, given the way they've got this set up.
ADSs and magnets to burn through. Rhythm should have enough to deal with that, but early drone being spotted out. That is 3 separate magnets already being placed, and that ADS has been burnt out. Eventually they will be able to dismiss it, and a minute 30 off the clock. They've pushed him out of position in terms of where that shield was, but they've still got to deal with both players in theater, and both sharp players at that.
Yeah, it can be tough. Deptra steps up, gets boats off the board. Nomad out of there. Drex does trade back though. So this is something that we're seeing a lot of, especially on Coastline, is that a lot of these kills aren't going unanswered. That's really good from both sides here. And there's a real dogfight right now to try and get this theater control. Shots coming from below, from the hole the C4 made and missed the mark of. But through that, the 2 defenders have evacuated theater. Rhythm looking like they're going to get this vertical control.
Vase being forced to dance just gave Rafflecopter the look they needed to get out of there and retreated with their tail between their legs. 50 seconds left, and now that Rhythm have control, Drex reads that perfectly. Boydie, I'm sure, will be disappointed in that one. Campo's just catching out. Leb establishing vertical lines, but he's allowed to live scot-free at this point, and Rafflecopter are going to be in all sorts in a second.
Potentially, but OJ, he's still here and kicking. Both Drex and OJ in particular, I think, have been 2 standout players for either team here, or their respective teams. Now with 15 seconds, OJ trying to do his best to be able to deny this entry through service for the plant. The vertical pressure is going to make that tough. Noveix walks into the line of Campo. This is going to start to quickly fall apart if Rhythm aren't careful. With only 3 seconds, they've got to start getting this kit down or find the picks. And that they don't. Ruffle will just hold on and secure round number 5.
Fortunately, I think it was Bouncin who was attempting to come from the DJ decks just a little bit too far to run in that instance. And Rafflecopter win based on time. However, it was the effort of all 5 from start to finish. Deptra obviously finding that opening. Boydie and Campo both together holding onto that top floor for quite some time, burning through that utility. And I think it was Campo who, I'm not going to say put the nail in the coffin, but catching Leb, opening up those vertical lines and stopping that diffuser from coming in. A big round from the team that are now perched to finish this in a 4-2 half.
And to have done that from the defense side as well, look, I would say I'm quite surprised. And the start that Rafflecopter had, I didn't feel like they were looking to crash hot, especially those first 3 rounds, but they've started to really stabilize. I wouldn't say they've won the rounds particularly clean. I mean, that last round they just managed to time out, but it was still 2v2. And previous round on Hookah Billiards, it was Rigba getting a quick 3k to end it, which almost felt like it shouldn't have happened, but it did.
Yeah.
So they are scraping through. It doesn't matter. At the end of the day, if you put rounds on the board, they're rounds on the board. And Rhythm desperately need to keep this at a 3-3. Otherwise, I fear that Ruffle will be able to run away on their attack half.
Well, they do say rounds on the board, rounds on the board, rounds on the board. Doesn't matter how you get them on there, Raven, as long as you accumulate them and beat your opponent to 7. That's all that really matters at the end of the day. Campo now with the silent run out on the Cocktail's balcony. No one from Rhythm just yet peeking, and it looks like Leb is the only player on this side of the map, so Campo's not going to be given that one for free. Not today. That, however, that is for free. Bouncing, catching out OJ through the line of theatre from the outside window.
I actually think that's a bit of a pre-fire. I don't think he actually had a hole there. He just started pre-firing through towards the doorway from that theatre wall. Caught him as he rotated. Yeah. Classic bouncing. Here he is, getting the opening pick, giving them a good advantage now in round 6. Nice and early as well. I highlighted in that last round that OJ had been somewhat of a standout player for Rufflecopter so far in this map. So to take him out early, I think is a really great start for Rhythm. And they're pinching Campo so well here in Aqua. This could be a really great early clear. He's pinging that hatch. He's like, guys, open the hatch. Get me out of here. I'm in trouble. Boydie trying to help him out. There it is. Deptra finally opens it. So he gets out of there alive.
I'm not going to lie, that felt like a Hollywood movie for a second. Campo just holding off in time for his teammate to come in and open up the hatch. And top floor conceded for Rufflecopter now. They're going to have to turtle in on site. Try and hold these lines. Rigba in kitchen. Looking for the longer line to luggage. Not being given anything just yet. But once again, Deptra. Monstrous performance in the prior. This time, Rhythm, they're not going to be playing a full. Very early are they trying to burn through these ADSs and at least make him as uncomfortable as possible.
Yeah, and once they do, they've got a lot up their sleeve to be able to deal with this. And Deptra also not going to be able to easily rotate out without getting caught. Rigba with a great long crossfire there, though, in from kitchen. I mean, anybody pushing from that southwest window in Sunrise to try and secure the frag aren't going to be able to do so safely. It's being well covered. Into the last 30 seconds here. Rhythm, they're looking better than previous. And here they are flushing out Deptra. That is a great job now in a 3v3. They are in a position to be able to get this plant manic.
Oh, hello, peekaboo. That's Boydie from behind the bar. Bouncing goes down. Leb follows suit. And what looked so promising has really turned on its head. Rufflecopter close out round number 6 to end the first half 4-2.
Oh, they really let that slip. Boydie from behind the bar. I loved that. And look, that was just such a big oversight from Rhythm. They definitely seemed unawares that he was still there. And I got to say, maybe that was on Leb. I didn't quite see the kill feed where the Leb had maybe been flanked. But that's where you would normally be holding verticals from, is you make sure no one's behind the bar and you make sure no one's rotating in the double door to Sunrise. That's what makes that a secure plant spot. So maybe Leg did get flanked, or maybe he was just caught sleeping. I'm not sure, but regardless, that's quite the L for Rhythm, I must say. Yeah. Rufflecopter being on 4-2 going into attack half, I feel like that's a significant swing.
I would definitely agree with you. And now, for me, my eyes go to Bouncin and his performance on the Roma, as that is pretty much what we've seen from him consistently on Coastline. Very Campo-esque if you haven't seen Rhythm play before. Quite mobile, quite vicious, and downright annoying. So, obviously it's not on one player. Rhythm have to do all their jobs together here, but a 4-2 half on the defensive side bodes really well for Ruffle, just like you're saying, Raven. Set up for victory here, and this could be them done. Done and dusted.
5 seconds remaining.
Could be. Rufflecopter do manage to secure this map. Well, of course, they'll progress to the upper bracket final against Ferox. Winner of that will take a spot in OCN 2021. You will get a second chance if you lose, though. But the loser of this, their second chance is tonight. We've said it a few times. Their second chance is right after this series against PC419. I think that is a really significant factor. That you have to play another BO3 after this against an opponent that's probably been watching this entire series, taking notes, and they're ready.
I think the young kids say a bit of a yikes. I think that's what they say.
Is that what they say, Medic?
I love it because no one else can see your face, but I could see your reaction then. And you look disgusted, confused, and downright disappointed in me.
Something like that.
Well, I'll tell you one thing. They know exactly what they're doing here, Rufflecopter. They are putting the pressure onto Bounce and ensuring that he is stuck with no place to go. However, Campo does go down. Novae's coming to the rescue there from underneath kitchen. And it's actually allowed Bouncing an escape route.
He's out of there, and we've talked about it. You know, you can't keep him still sometimes. If he's able to escape, he's just going to keep moving around on a map like Coastline that can be a real pain to deal with. There he is, hanging out in the corner near the drone hole of Blue Bar, progressing through Office. Leb is down in Sunrise as well to potentially assist on the roam here. But Rufflecopter are not taking too much time to be able to take the map control they want here. They've got Aquarium, they've got luggage. This is already good progress.
Aquarium being a massive talking point for Rhythm's attack. The only two attacks they were able to convert, both on Hookah. That's actually something we'll talk about after this, but noise cue. Oh my word. Bingo, bango, bongo. Drex, the smoke is down. That's the player you look for denial at nearly all points. Spelling danger signs here for Rhythm.
It is OJ going in for the plant. No Vakes, though. He's got the double to bring it back to the 3v3. Bailing out of there from that plant, hearing the C4 potentially. It actually got Rigba. So now it's only two of the attackers all on Boydie to try and cover this successfully. And that's not going to happen. Rhythm, they bring that back. That's a great round for them. Against the grain, they've actually lost 3 in a row before this. So great job from them.
Certainly the statement we were looking for from Rhythm, and their defensive side starts out on the right foot. They are going to need to back this up, though. Hookah's all good and well to successfully take. We then need to ask of you the next 2 sites. And Rhythm are definitely no strangers to this kind of position. A close match, intense match. Almost equaling out by round number 9, round number 10. We'll wait and see.
Defenders, protect your bombs from being defused by attackers.
Yeah, I think something I'd be certainly concerned about for Rhythm is if this goes to overtime, like they've got it, it's got to be in the back of their minds, right? The wildcard and Elevate matches that they both lost in overtime. Surely they're going to think about it like, not again, guys. Let's not lose it again. And look, even as soon as you start saying stuff like that, it does shift your mindset. It can affect how you play. I just think it's so important for Rhythm to just close this out in the regulation, like a 7-5 or 7-4, and not let it get to OT.
10 seconds to go.
Only riding on the line, and you don't want to be playing any longer than what you need to be
Attackers are
for either
moving out to
team.
locate a bomb and defuse it.
Closing this out within the next either 3 or 4 rounds, depending on what team you actually are, is going to be
Bomb has been located.
vitally important. Giving yourself a little bit more time to recover the mindset will be of the utmost importance. And Rhythm on the back of that round, looking pretty comfortable at this point.
That they are. Still a long time to go in this round. They are looking to obtain control here, Penthouse VIP, and put some pressure across vertically. This is the Blue Bar Sunrise. You'll want to be getting that pressure in Hookah and in Billiards. We talked about it in the previous half where Rufflecopter are on defense. So it just depends on efficiency here and how much time you'll get. And they're expending a lot of utility to be able to get this vertical pressure.
And the question becomes, what is and isn't worth it? That's going to be the Vulcan that had been pre-placed. I know Vaix earlier in the round. They've lost lobby info. No, Vaix knows it as well, so he's going to re-aggress to try and find something early. Bouncing goes down. And Boats, he goes for the aggressive peek. Deptra's going to catch him on the way back. Leb now needs to support him here. And Boats just needs to stay alive, ensuring that they don't really have the intel. Leb falls away, so down he goes with no trade in sight.
Oh, so that's that vertical presence surrendered now. Novakes, though, looking to re-get aggressive. Been spotted on a drone, I believe, as Boydie just beelines it for Novakes and takes him out. Up to Leb and Drex to 2v4 clutch this round. They've still got a minute to burn. Oh, that's a sharp shot onto Boydie. That's going to help.
Cop that one. Oh, I love this from Drex. The re-aggression. Leb's going to come across and try to assist him here. He might be in a really nice position here. If Leb can hold on to Cool Vibes and give him a little bit of time. No, Drex with the SMG-11 at that range. That's not the play. And now it looks like they may just go for more office control there. Leb going down. Raven, this looks like it's all done and dusted.
Yeah, I think it's going to be tough for Drex at this point in the 1v3. Still a possibility, though. Depends what Rufflecopter do give up to him. There's one. He's got two more to find. He's got the smoke babes in hand. He can smoke off OJ and just at least do some damage. And now he's going to be able to capitalize and down him, bring it to be a 1v1. It's all up to Rigba. And in fact, Drex has the HP advantage right now. And the pre-fire! A quad for Drex on the retake. Again, Rhythm have been able to pull around out of nowhere. And now they're going to equalize this. So we have 4-4.
12-4 for Drex, mind you, in round number 8. It's not the first time he's clutched up big. And I'm sure it won't be the last for Rhythm. What an important round that was for him to convert. With all 4 players left in a 2 versus 4. Stepping up at a moment of need. And now, well, I think that puts immense pressure on Ruffle moving forward.
Does. That's 2 in a row. And just losing rounds like that, man, it's just got to be frustrating, right? Looking back in Clubhouse, it was Church Arsenal round 6 that we saw that 2v5 clutch from Leb and Novakes. After that round's Rhythm, they won 3 rounds to Rufflecopter's 2 to be able to close out that map. So 3 rounds again here is what they'll need to be able to win this map. Could be a bit of a good omen for them. And Rufflecopter just, I think they've got to be frustrated with stuff like that.
Have discovered the location of a bomb.
It is small mistakes that will haunt you for your time, considering how serious the consequences are of winning/losing at this point. You know, you win, upper bracket, you get that lifeline, you lose, you're playing right again, you lose that, and you're done and dusted. Your chances of entering OCN for 2021, null and void. It's all done and dusted in that. So without a doubt, these are the high-pressure situations. This is what we were talking about from Rhythm as well. These were the points of the pre-show. Was we've seen them in 4 big moments in 4 overtime games throughout the regulation of OCN, and each time they fell short. Maybe when it really counts, when their back is up against the wall, they turn on.
I'm gonna ruin something for everybody. Now, there's 2 names. There's 2 names on Rhythm that I don't believe are meant to be said this way, but I heard that it's a joke, right? Everyone calls Drex, but I heard there's a joke that people call him Dr. X. And also, Novakes, I've heard there's a joke that he's called Nova 9. And like, when I heard that, it blew my mind. And now I was just looking at it and I was like, you know what? I think people need to be enlightened that is potentially their names, but it's not. And Deptra just lost his face to Novakes or Nova 9, whatever you want to call him. Either way, he shoots bullets, they hit, and that is another good start for Rhythm.
That is insane. In the membrane. Very quickly, let's just bring this to full point of the conversation. Novakes has been the point of 4 opening kills of the 9 rounds that we've seen so far. Nearly 50% conversion rate. Very, very impressive from him, and a huge reason as to why Rhythm have felt a little bit more comfortable in these situations.
think on top of that, Novaics in general has been a really consistent performer across all 3 maps for Rhythm. That's been really important. Drex is also another one that comes to mind as being consistent across all 3. And that is certainly what has led them to here into this final minute of the round. They have a solid man advantage against Rufflecopter. OJ has been tagged very low as well. Drex getting aggressive, and he's going to take out Bordy. Oh, it's falling apart for Rufflecopter on this round. Rhythm are poised to be able to take their 5th on the map and looking to inch closer to match point.
Campo will still continue to fight with Rigba by his side. 20 seconds. Novaic should be able to find this free kill. Sees the barrel and the sidearm.
Attackers have recovered their diffuser.
Rigba, it's pretty much walking into the jaws of death. Novaic deals with them swiftly. And we are seeing the Rhythm that we saw in countless games throughout the season. Like you said, 4 or 5 rounds away from actually going all the way from 7th or 8th to 1st. That is the difference for this team right now. And a big difference it is. Nasty shots from Novaic. 3-piece in that round. And it's good. You know what? It's great as a commentator when you start talking about a player and they're highlighted in that exact round.
Yeah, I mean, you talked about his opening kills. Incredibly important stat, honestly. Opening kills can really count for a lot, and it's been proven before. And you said 50% conversion rate. Well, he really converted that entire round for Rhythm himself with the quad kill. Like, he just took it upon himself to win that round for his team. And this is exactly what we were seeing on Clubhouse. It's 5-4, and we saw Rhythm go up to 6-4, and ultimately they closed it out 7-4. And maybe it's Rufflecopter that are further struggling to be able to close out maps here as opposed to Rhythm, which would be a great thing for Rhythm, honestly, for multiple reasons. But if anything, they want to be able to shake this bug that they can't close out maps. And right now they are inching closer. One more round at least secures them their substandard overtime, or their standard overtime.
Trying to shake off the jitterbug, hey? About jitterbug. Let's not go down that road.
I'm just gonna stop that right there, Medic.
we will not go down that road because it won't stop. All aboard Funtown, ruined by Raven.
Ruined or saved? I don't know. I'll let others be the judge of that.
100% saved. Another stat coming hot off the press for you. 33% of these rounds have been opened by Rufflecopter, meaning that they have had quite the difficult time for at least 6 of these, well, last 9 rounds if you're not including this one. And it could even get worse depending on how Rhythm decide to play it. But it's just interesting. Small details, minute details that can really help in relieving a lot of stress in high pressure situations. And that is one of them.
Yeah, Bouncin proving to be ever elusive as well, just hanging out in lobby, shooting a drone and running straight back to the other side of the map in office. Just looking to ensure that vertical control is not something that is easily accessible to Rufflecopter as they would like. And it has been a much slower clear, I'd say. In this instance, Rufflecopter had much more control of Aquarium and luggage. They're now starting to take that. There's 4 of them here, in fact. And that's going to start to work against them, but they haven't really troubled Rhythm up until this point.
Troubling they will now. Oh my goodness, that SP4 could have really destroyed Holmes. And Deptrut will not be on the receiving end of it this time. He will just back away. Rhythm once again, I believe they've still got 2 smoke babes left on Drex. So, plenty of denial. Oh, ouch. That's your head gone.
That is the head gone, and that is Rhythm taking a man advantage. Answered back by OJ, though, means that it's 3v3, and actually Rufflecopter have stuck away with a man advantage as they get too aggressive on towards Drex. Don't push this man, he's on fire. All up to Lev to clutch this out. You know he can, 1v1. You know Rhythm love to do it. This would put his team on match point here. And he is flashed, but not pushed by OJ.
Leb tucked away in the corner now. OJ, you would have to imagine with some kind of intel coming in. Oh my word, how has he missed that? Leb now through the wall. Rhythm will back it up once more. And Leb standing tall in a 1 versus 2. That's gotta hurt.
So many of these rounds have gone the way of Rhythm, and Rufflecopter, they've got to be frustrated about this. They've had the advantage in, and quickly scroll, 1, 2, 3, 4 rounds. Not just this map, of course, that goes back to Clubhouse, but it's happened to them on 4 occasions in a multiple operator versus 1, where they haven't been able to close it out. Unfortunate, but that's how it goes, and that's how Rhythm are here. 6-4 match and series point right now on Coastline.
It is the way the cookie crumbles, as they say. And I mean, that's 2 rounds in as little as 3 where they've lost that advantage. A 2 versus 4, 2 rounds prior to that, and a 1v2 then. Leb played that so patiently. I couldn't imagine how tilting that would be for OJ. 2 flashes to work with and cannot make it work. So match point for Rhythm here. A big round on the board for I nearly said Wildcard then, for Rufflecopter if they're able to make it work.
Such a natural thing to say in ANZ, right?
I'm having a flashback right now.
Something like that.
By the way, I'm just going to say this. If Rhythm go to overtime here, it is the most cursed map I've ever seen.
Look, I want to point out too, actually, I hyped up what attack would be like on this map, or how I thought attack would sway or swing the map, however you want to look at it. The defense has prevailed, man. There has only been 2 attacks won. That was round 1 and round 3. Since then, it has just been all defense. And since the half, it has been all Rhythm. 4 consecutive rounds here. They do get this one. It will be their 5th consecutive, and of course, the series winning round. So big stakes.
So without Rhythm opting for any kind of theatre presence, Rufflecopter are not going to waste any time with that live drone. They've already pushed east to west. They're going to take control of luggage, and before you know it, they're going to be knocking on the door of Bouncin'. 2 players up there with boats. And now they've just got to be cautious as they make their way around these corners. As they start to put the pressure back onto Rhythm, they cannot afford a misstep in this part. It would literally be the end of their upper bracket run. Oh god, I thought that was Bouncin'.
Well, Bouncin' does come out with the dub in that engagement. And something I've noticed with Rufflecopter progressively through these attacks, even though they haven't been able to secure any rounds, they just seem to have lacked some confidence. Something that I would not have expected to have happened with them. And maybe they've really started to let the pressure come to them. And maybe I actually have been getting tilted by just losing some of these 1vx situations. Regardless, it has been taking an effect. And now, as we come down to the final minute of the round, they've got good vertical map control here, but they don't have the man advantage. So it means Rhythm can set up solid positions. In theory, Rhythm should be able to ice this out right now, as long as they don't give anything away for free.
Considering the last 4 rounds have gone their way, and now the 5th looking more convincing than any of them, this is really an issue. Bouncin' will be traded out by Lloydie of all players, and Rufflecopter with only 30 seconds on the board here. Raven not looking all that promising.
No, it's not. Novak's poised to pounce in the courtyard. Leb there to back him up in case he doesn't get swung on from security. He hears the player coming through security. There's going to be a big engagement. If Leb or somebody catches the players rotating lobby, this could be it. Novak's gets one of them here. Manic. Novak's gets another, and that is it. Rhythm. They step up. They've clawed it back. They close the series with a 7-4 victory on Coastline.
Down we will send Ruffle into the lower bracket. Rhythm push on. They get the night off, and we will see them tomorrow. I think it's tomorrow afternoon at this point. I think sad and sorry times for Rufflecopter that by all means had so many occasions where they had the advantage. So many times we thought that really they had the number picked, and unfortunately it does not vote in their favor. It is done and dusted. A 3-mapper is what it took, Raven, and I'm so happy for Rhythm that they've been able to convert around outside of overtime on Coastline.
Yeah, look, I think they're going to be stoked, not only obviously to have won the series, but to have finally secured a dub on Coastline. Yeah. And look, I just feel happy that I had the right feeling, you know, that they would get Coastline into this map veto and that it would work out for them. And honestly, they looked great on Coastline. There were some difficulties with some of their attacks in the first half, sure, but those defenses, solid play. And I mean, yeah, they hit some crazy clutches, like honestly. Yeah. But at the end of the day, it just looked like a map they were comfortable on.
And the clutches are always the point of talking because, or the talking point, if you will. It's obviously easy to highlight the small things that are going on, but when you look back at all of the rounds that we've seen unfold, I believe it was, 11 rounds, I think? Yeah, 11 rounds. I can count at least right now, off the top of my head, 7, if not 8 of them that were converted from being able to take that first player off the board for that opening kill. So by all means, a player like Noveix who walks away with 4 opening kills has really set up Rhythm quite successfully in that occasion.
Yeah, look, Noveix I think was a real standout throughout the whole series. He had a good map most of the time. And Drex as well, I think, is another one I highlighted. He stepped up quite a lot. He got that really important clutch in round 8 on top of that. So real big props to those guys. Bouncin had a good map early on as well. I think it was map 1 we really saw Bouncin kind of actually play quite well, given that it was a map that Rhythm lost. Yeah. But general well-rounded efforts from Rhythm, which you want to see if they're going to be getting back into OCN. That's the kind of stuff they need.
And again, to reiterate, for those of you who are joining and may not actually know what this is the Promo Relegation playoffs, where we determine 2 of 4 teams who will be joining the Oceanic Nationals for 2021. So you've joined at the right time, I can say that much. But we do have Yoshi on the line, the coach for Rhythm, and it's always great to see his wonderful face. Yoshi, are you all smiles after that performance? It took you 3 maps, but the last 2 were, I would have to say, quite convincing.
Yeah, I would say no. We're not convinced with those wins. You know, there were still some major mistakes from us throughout both games, all 3 games. So a lot to work on for tomorrow, but you know, I think we've gotten rid of some of those nerves or just little mistakes, and good to go, really.
Yeah, I'd love to hear a little bit about Consulate. I guess I was a little surprised that it got let through the veto. I mean, was that something that just kind of had to happen? Was there a map that you felt like you had to ban instead of Consulate? Or did you feel like that you'd prepped enough for Consulate that you could challenge on it? I'd love to hear some insight.
I think we were confident, really, no matter what map they took us to. I think it's pretty common knowledge that we don't play theme park. So we kind of realized that, you know, apart from that map, we were going to be playing, you know, something different than what we'd played in OCN. So to have Club and Coastline go through, that was, you know, we just kind of thought, look, we'll see how we play at Consulate. It might not be great. We might be a little bit rusty, but Club and Coast, we should be fine.
Yep. Well, I might interject here and just ask what you thought of Rufflecopter, because for Raven and I, this is the first time we're casting them. What was it like, kind of, you know, hearing the boys talk about it in the server?
I mean, props to them. They're a great team. I think like a lot of those guys we've played with in the past. So you know, I wish them all the best for the lower bracket tonight. And I really hope that we see them in OCN.
That's a very good point. Raven, do you have any final questions?
I'd love to hear your thoughts. Who do you think's going to win this next series? PC419 or Rufflecopter?
Honestly, I'd have to go with Rufflecopter. I think the boys are on point, and I think they'll do well.
Beautiful. Well, that's a nice way to wrap it up. Thanks for that, Raven. That's a great question to finish on. Yoshi, thank you very much for joining us, and we wish you all the best of luck against your game against Team Ferox tomorrow.
Cheers, gents. Have a good one.
So they are fortunate enough. I wouldn't say fortunate. They obviously earned it, but they will get the night off. Yep. They'll have tonight, tomorrow morning to prepare for what will be the upper bracket semi-final come tomorrow afternoon. However, that leads into my next point, Raven, which is we now get to see Rufflecopter play back-to-back best of threes in a high-stakes match. How on earth do you back up a performance after that?
Look, I think Rufflecopter should still feel... I mean, it's not great they didn't win, but they played pretty well. I mean, like Yoshi said, props to them. They put up a solid fight. There was a lot of rounds that they could have won, or even you could say should have won, but they just didn't tighten them up, or they weren't tight enough to be able to secure them. And that's all it takes, is you just got to be able to try and adapt and win the rounds that are there to win. I think if they do that, I'm kind of in the camp as well. I feel like Rufflecopter could take this series against PC419. But I think that's going to come down to a lot of how much they've let this series with Rhythm affect how they feel going into this next game.
There's a lot of ifs and buts. There's a lot of questions to be asked. And of course, we will get the answers to them. And I'm telling you right now, you don't want to miss this. The next best of three, a deciding match between PC419 and Rufflecopter as to who has their final shot at Oceanic Nationals 2021. We're going to go to a short, well, it's not short, it's going to be a little bit more extended, so Rufflecopter have time to kind of regroup their thoughts. We are going to go to a break, and on the other side, it will be our lower bracket best of three.
Left. The attacker's bomb diffuser has been
Reloading!
Attackers located a bomb. Moving! Diffuser. 10 seconds remaining. 5 seconds left. The attacker's bomb diffuser has been dropped. Attackers have recovered their diffuser.
floor again. We never sleeping on the floor again. For the ones who didn't make it out, for the ones that didn't see the life, for the ones that never cared, never gave a thought, found no happiness in that brand new car or the house you bought. I see you talking about the love you lost, and it was gone like way before you ever thought it was. Yeah, I took my time, no quick ones, quick run, quick gas to get back there. Hot roads, I didn't think I'd come back fast, cause I was running road so many nations. Even when it's so sweet, I end up seeing red. This is such a ghostly revelation. I may have fucked up all my chances. Fucked up all my chances. I was running. And we are never feeling cold again. And we are never feeling cold again. But I can't act like it's easy. It's hard to preach. Cause I've been burning trees and watch them fall. If we cannot breathe out, we go forward. Sure, I was searching for cure. Fishing a little wildlife. And when I'm low on fuel, I'll still be running till my back broke. Halfway, lost hope and I'll check it. Hard roads, I didn't think I'd come back fast. Cause I was running roads so many nations. Even when it's so sweet, I end up seeing red. This is such a ghostly revelation. I may have fucked up all my chances. Fucked up all my chances. Been around the globe, looked around and fitted. Seen high and lows, but you won't even get it. Been around the globe, think it's time to admit it's not the end, but the road, and you won't even get it. Been around the globe, looked around, nothing fitted. Seen high and lows, but you won't even get it. Been around the globe, think it's time to admit it's not the end, but the road. I was running. I was running roads so many nations. Even when it's so sweet, I end up seeing red. This is such a ghostly revelation. I may have fucked up all my chances. Fucked up all my chances. I was running, I know. Time's not kind and it won't let go. No thoughts left in my head. My mind's not mine and it won't forget. But you bring me back from my darkness black. Cause the soul in me and the heart I had for you. It bleeds for you, it bleeds again. Oh, you bring me to life. Oh, you bring me to life. Oh, you bring me to life. Oh, you bring me to
you bring me back? Not a heart attack could take away all the love I had for you.
Well, the teams have had their breaks. We've had our times to collect our thoughts. And moving forward, this will be a do-or-die match for both PC419 and Rafflecopter. It's the lower bracket semi-final and the relegation and promo match for the Oceanic Nationals. Manic and Raven to run you through all of the action. Can't wait to get into it. Raven, we've seen both best of threes today.
Yep.
It's been 6 games to get here. But I think that these are, I don't want to say the deserving teams, but it feels like this is the rightful teams to be in this situation.
Yeah, it feels expected. You would expect that Ferox and Rhythm should be able to beat both of their opponents in that upper bracket to be able to face each other in the upper final. So here it is, PC419 and Rafflecopter, they battled each other through the open qualifiers, and now they're battling each other to stay in this promo relegations bracket. This BO3 will decide who actually gets a chance to fight for a spot in OCN directly against the loser of that Ferox and Rhythm game tomorrow.
As much as it does seem a case of live to fight another day, it is quite literally live to fight another season right now. So although this will not be their last stop, this is still as important of a match as it gets. Both of these teams looking to really stamp their authority and give us a good showing, I would say, moving into 2021 after we've seen both of these teams have good LPL seasons. And by all accounts, these are the teams that we expected, PC419 and Rafflecopter, that is, to be in this situation in terms of actually making it through the open qualifiers, not necessarily in the lower bracket. I think it's been a bit of a, I think for lack of a better term, a bit of a dogfight. I think that both Ferox and Rhythm didn't have necessarily easy games, however, still managed to sweep both of their teams aside. And that is obviously something to note. That upper bracket final will be played tomorrow afternoon. So, now that we've got all of our nitty-gritties out of the way, we can start to set the tone for what we might be expecting. And I really think that with both of these teams, it is... My question will become, how can Rafflecopter back up playing a best of 3 little less than 10-15 minutes ago?
Yeah, look, I think that is going to be a little tough, but they did play the open qualifiers recently, which was also a stack of BO3s back-to-back. And look, these guys, they really showed that they can pull their weight against a solid team like Rhythm, and that maybe they can make a spot into OCN, and I just think it's about tightening up some areas. But Campo, DEFUSER, 2 players that really stood out for me for Rafflecopter. OJ also certainly had some big moments for this team, so they definitely have the players that are there ready to stand up to be able to take this.
I would definitely say after that series, DEFUSER has really come into the limelight. A lot of incredible performances on both Clubhouse and Coastline. Unfortunately, not being able to convert the map necessarily, still had quite a large impact in the rounds that preceded the match. So this is definitely a team that can do all sorts of damage. I also think it's very much worth noting Boydie seems to be the partner in crime for a lot of the things that go on here, Raven.
Yeah, look, he's a bit of a connector, so to speak. But I just think after their performance with Rhythm, they feel pretty well-rounded.
Yeah.
And it's just about tightening things up in terms of their coordination and their play, because just allowing Rhythm to be able to get so many 1vx clutches against them, that's the kind of stuff that will, as we've just literally seen, will lose you maps. You really cannot be losing rounds that, by all rights, should be yours to take.
And theirs to take it may be. Does PC419 stand in their way? The last 2 times these teams met, it was Rafflecopter out on top in a 7-1-7-5 performance. Vlad, who we've seen have quite the impact. I think Shaq was obviously quite cheeky in their matchup earlier today, and I'm sure we'll be regretting the initial statement. Breezy easy, but regardless, we do get to set the tone for PC419 as well. Raven, thoughts on this roster?
Look, I think Shaq did actually play pretty decent from what I caught of the earlier series, as well as Vlad. I mean, Vlad actually had a really solid ace in one of those rounds in particular that really stood out for me. So a couple of pretty big impact players, and same thing again with these guys, right? They had other aspects of the team step up from time to time. Tesla had a couple of good rounds. Punisher had a couple of defense rounds in particular. In my mind as Maestro, that he was racking up some pretty important kills and just doing work for his team. So I think these guys are really well matched up. I can see exactly why PC419 and Rufflecopter were the two teams to make it through open qualifiers to get here. They almost seem a bit similar. I would say PC419 play with more structure, but I mean, they both equally, the results are almost exactly the same, to be completely honest with you, with Ferox and Rhythm. So I feel like this is a great head-to-head matchup.
And this, like, it's a great place to kind of set the tone for the next two matches after this, because both of these teams, like you're saying, evenly matched. We've seen them have some pretty good performances throughout LPL by the looks of it, just purely on stats. Rufflecopter only dropping 2-3 games, I believe, and whereas on the flip side, PC419 only 4 or 5. So, you know, both of these teams, like you're saying, like you're alluding to, not only did they have similar results in their upper bracket games, but they've also shown a lot of similarities in their results coming into the open qualifiers and then into the bracket that we've so set in front of you all. But it does come down to quite a number of factors, obviously, but on the day performance will always trump any kind of prep that you can get done, if I'm being completely honest. And it does put a lot of pressure on the teams. One thing, of course, to note, best of 3, Raven. That means 3 maps. Where do you think we're heading?
I mean, they've both performed well on Consulate today, so I'm feeling like Consulate is going to make another appearance. Coastline, I don't think so. I don't think it suits PC419 at all. In fact, I think that will potentially be their ban. And then maybe Villa will be a ban from Rufflecopter, because it seems PC419 are somewhat decent on Villa. So that does leave Theme Park open. So maybe a cheeky Theme Park might come out. I can see PC419 played it once in LPL Pro. Who knows?
Look, I think there's only one way to know. And that's to bring up the videos. Let's go through them. Let's speed on. Oh, wow. Oregon off early. That one really interests me, the fact that that's been taken out so early. Theme Park obviously leaves Consulate in, and Cafe, which has been picked. I'm looking at the Cafe stats. Only one map between the two of them that we've been able to see. Coastline is our third and final deciding map there. Raven, how has this played out? Are you happy with where we're headed?
I mean, Consulate, pretty expected, but surprised about Coastline in particular being the decider. I just honestly think that favors Rufflecopter significantly over PC419, just based on the playstyle differences. So if I'm PC419, they've got to lock out map number 1, and they've got to be able to swing map number 2 to take this 2-0. Otherwise, I'm thinking it's going to be Rufflecopter. That being said, like you said, Cafe only played once between these two, at least in LPL stats. That was PC419, and they did get the victory on it. It was against Dance. It was 7-2. Honestly, it was a strong performance. So,
and I find it interesting. Sorry to completely cut you off there. I do find it interesting as well that it was PC419 that have played it, and yet we see Rufflecopter taking us there. And Consulate. Now, Consulate is very, very interesting, and I'll tell you exactly why. It's picked by PC419. But guess what the result was when they versed each other?
Well, I'm not going to guess because I have it in front of me.
A 7-1 loss. A 7-1 loss. Unreal. This could be quite a kink in the storyline for all of us here. It is going to be PC419 and Rufflecopter both playing off for their spot at the OCN Nationals. OCN 2021 season, and to kick it off with a bang, it's on Consulate.
I'm excited for this because, it's an interesting little stat that you brought up. The 7-1 loss could be a little bit of a bait here. On top of that, they played it earlier against Ferox. They showed their potential on the map. Rufflecopter would have seen that. On top of the fact, Rufflecopter did just the same with Rhythm. So both of these teams have pretty much seen each other's cards on this map, so to speak.
That is actually a great point, obviously, to note, is that now this map is completely open for both of these teams in terms of full knowledge. I'm sure in the upper bracket, you're not going to try and hold on strats for the lower bracket because that pretty much nullifies everything you're trying to do. So let us sit down, relax, and unfold and unpack what could be a PC 419 map. I'm really intrigued to see what has changed for PC 419 since that regular season, because interestingly enough, that game was actually played a month ago today. On the 21st of October, Rafflecopter beat PC 419 7-1 on Consulate. So let's take that into this match with the knowledge of a month's turnaround and see what comes out. Valkyrie and Maestro being banned. Unfortunately, no Valkyrie for today's matchup on Consulate.
No, but also the other map in the map pool where I would say Valkyrie is predominantly banned. So Coastline being one, Consulate being the other. Often Valkyrie cameras being outside facilitates some of those jump outs, run outs, makes it hard to repel on the windows, which is a really important part of Consulate attacking in general. So get rid of that. It means you don't have to bring IQ in your attack lineup. It does give you that freedom.
So straight to lobby. No messing about whatsoever. Basement, I think, is where we started. Yes, it is, against that game against Rhythm in the first map of the series prior. So Rafflecopter not opting to continue that fashion. And I dare say that the first couple of rounds, I'm going to say, might actually be a little bit messy. And for me, I hope that they are. Makes things a little bit more interesting and a little bit more fun.
Yeah, well, this is a real fight. Again, so really place the stakes here for everybody. The loser of this, they do no longer get to fight for a spot in OCN. And that means they missed out on our top national program for 12 months. So this is a big deal between these two teams. They have gone through an open qualifier bracket against each other. They made it to this tournament. They did not manage to secure a win in their opening matches today. So here they are. One last chance to stay in this race.
And it's what it feels like, isn't it? A race, and not necessarily a sprint across all of the best threes you have to play. It is quite literally a marathon, especially when you consider the open qualifiers both of these teams had to play through just to get to here. So the fact that they are here, obviously, is a triumph in itself. Either team will take that away with high stead, though, if they can't manage to fight their way through this lower bracket. They will be putting pressure on that admin side. Nice and early here. Steffi T looking for the early contact. Not going to be given anything just yet.
Yeah, really wasting no time to put pressure in through meeting. When we saw this held, oh my gosh, there's Tesla with the opening kill there. And OJ, he's under a lot of pressure early. And what I was going to say is when we saw this played, just before by Rafflecopter against Rhythm, OJ was just so tough to flush out a meeting. I think that's going to be a key difference here for PC 419. They need to be able to deal with that. And there you go. He's gone. 90 seconds cleared out.
Wasting no further time now. They have the, I was going to say, almost the top floor control completely. Deptra, unspotted. Unspotted. Could Deptra completely dismantle PC 419? Surely there's absolutely no way they expect him here. Oh my God. Is that a potato or is that a potato? Shaq still manages to give him a free kill there, but whoa, that's a very strange start to the opening couple of engagements.
Yeah, and look, they're just hunting for him, face checking almost with that Gemini, but he does shoot the Gemini first, not the player aggressing from connector. Deptra still able to sit over at this desk. Oh my gosh, like the time that he is burning. Now he's getting a magnet out, not going to be possible. The frag grenade will get him in the end. Only 30 seconds left though. It's going to be a little tough to get this execute happening here if you're PC 419.
That ADS as well may have just helped OJ in a major way there. That neighbor's coming right down on top of him. Jay will be able to sit back and waste some time here. Unfortunately, not being able to get that smoke grenade right through. It's going to be Pun who's going to stick this now. Vlad will stop any thought of Rigba trying to deny a good first round from PC 419. And definitely setting the stakes nice and early.
Yeah, a good pace, and I just think it's really good that they've been able to come out and make a bit of a statement. They look confident, swift, decisive, great opening picks there, and it's important to have that against Rufflecopter, who are potentially still reeling a little bit from their Rhythm series. And this is kind of what I was saying earlier, is I feel like this is going to come down a lot to how Rufflecopter have dealt already with that series that they just lost to Rhythm.
Undoubtedly, a lot of the conversation that we've had early on in this piece, and even toward the end of that last match, the conversation was around, obviously, how tired the loser was. You know, not tired physically, more so just the mental side of it, coming out of a best of three that when you look back at the game, maybe the results don't look that close, but both Clubhouse and Coastline had the opportunity for Rufflecopter to kind of take and run away with. And not only would it have been draining mentally, but emotionally, you could only imagine the ride that they were being taken on Drex with that 2 versus 4 clutch. You know, you look back at the last couple of rounds that they fought, 5 straight Rhythm were able to successfully take, and it just reiterates again the pressure that Rufflecopter would be feeling in this point. Now, CEO hold for round number 2.
Ribbons. Waiting patiently for a rotate there to be made by somebody, but didn't happen. Dropped the hatch instead. And DEFUSER is finally making that rotate. Lucky, because that could have really come against you. Sometimes those late setup things, if a team has spotted that, they will pounce. They will go straight for it. Speaking of going straight for it, again, Shaq has just got such quick entry into admin. Boydie's just on the other side of this wall. Surely he saw. He did. Shaq has not been able to get these shots. He's been taken low. And Boydie is going to come out on top there. Really insane pace there from Shaq. Maybe a little careless. Didn't see a drone. And, of course, no teammate to back it up. So Rufflecopter will come out on top with an advantage nice and early.
Well, Ruffle will take their first step in what will be, as we said before, a marathon. Opening up now, DEFUSER with the line directly out con window there. Players on meeting balcony, only one of them in fact. Boydie not going to be received at all well. Slow and steady wins the race here. PC419 have taken control of the admin side of the map, but OJ is getting absolutely trounced right now. Has the ability to fall back, and he'll do just that.
Yeah, good flush out, and has still got quite a bit of time to be able to work this, to be able to execute into the meeting. Boydie still to be flushed out of Connector, and of course Rigba over there in the private bathroom. Pretty important position to clear out as well if you actually are going to try and get that plant down in meeting. But the time is there, 55 seconds. A couple of players taken lower in HP on the Rufflecopter side. It's just up to PC419 to not get bullied and stalled out, but bullied is Campo, or bullying is Campo. Takes out Vlad, so right now this is looking like a pretty good round potentially for Rufflecopter, but Steffi has just jumped straight into meeting here.
Not going to be able to convert that long shot. However, it's DEFUSER that is really just standing up as a brick wall, almost a 3-piece to finish out the round. All 5 left alive, and that is the response you would want if you are Rufflecopter right now.
Yeah, absolutely. The response that you want, because, yeah, lobby press did not really go that well for them. They've brought it back 1-1. You can kind of negate the effects of that first round, move on. They're going to go garage first, or not first. They're going to go garage next, I should say. See if they can continue this score streak.
The vigil on Rigba, which we saw in that first matchup against Rhythm. Kind of caught them off, not off guard necessarily, but just made them really face check almost every part on that admin side. Both second floor and first floor set up at the moment. If it's similar to what we had seen in the prior two mirrors facing a large basement wall with the right side left soft. So, I mean, I'd love to see if that is still the case. Plenty of setup upstairs to ensure Rigba can really be quite a nuisance. And Boydie, that's a nice drone to catch out.
5 seconds remaining. Attackers are moving to defuse the bomb.
Reloading!
So frustrating. It's so frustrating when you have a player who's willing to be that mobile and obviously a team to facilitate that. What have you seen, Raven? I saw a big old open eye look from you. What? Okay. Oh. Okay. Beautiful. We love to hear that. I'm not sure whether they can even hear you right now, but I can definitely hear you, so that's all good. We're going to continue on with this round regardless of where Raven is. With quite a normal amount of ease, PC419 the top floor. Rigba being forced to back away into the open arms. Steffi. Oh, Boydie! You love to see that kind of contact. Raven, can we hear you? That's the question.
I'm pretty confident you can hear me, so I'm just going to start talking. Look, it's good that Rigba has been taken off first, because we were talking about the potential effects of that vigil and how it can affect droning. He did burn a bit of time, but it wasn't really that effective given they didn't really trade it out. So this is vertical play and vertical control given PC419 at a pretty good time of the round here, and Steffi is just going to start opening up a lot of line of sights as well as that sledge coming along here. It's going to make it really hard to be sitting in garage and even able to rotate to deny plant. So this is looking like a good attack from PC419.
50 seconds to play with. I would say they've got pretty much all their ducks in a line or in order, however you want to say it. Will he be able to connect the nade? No. And in fact, it won't actually do any damage. It looks like that deployable shield was actually still remaining on pipes. So something that they're going to have to be cautious of here. They're forcing the players back. Deptra looking for that long, aggressive angle. He might be given a free kill. There it comes. And Pun. The warning shots have come out at the very least.
Yeah, but now, not much time. Pun tries to plant, but the smoke is there. It's denied. And now Steffi, he's trying to plant, but he's getting taken low. Flank from Shaq is going to enable maybe that Steffi can get this plant down again, but no, they're fighting back here. 2v2 as clock hits 0, and it's pulled up by PC419. Rufflecopter do manage to secure that round.
I mean, I wonder if that C4 was going to have any impact or not. It looked like that was the vertical line that connected in the end. And once again, Rufflecopter's ability to claw back from whether it be round deficits or player deficits, it's been highlighted in their match against Rhythm. And again, PC419. They fall down the player early. The vigil that had burnt through so much time and energy in their previous matchup They still managed to hold on for dear life all through the bumpy ride, the vertical lines. PC419 are not being given anything for free here. Just a reminder, this is their map pick.
Yeah, and also I think we agreed, at least I was pretty confident, that this is really their win condition. I mean, that should be obvious, right? It's their map pick. But I'm going to say I really am confident that if PC419 are going to take this series, they have to take it 2-0. I think if it goes to that third map coastline, I'm pretty confident that's favoring Rufflecopter. And I would be pretty confident to just say that if it goes to map 3, it's just Rufflecopters. Happy to be wrong, but I really feel like this is PC419's win condition, so they cannot let this map slip.
I would definitely say that coastline, for me, favours Rufflecopter heavily, and Cafe that was picked by I mean, I would be very interested to see what they've got prepared on Cafe for us, considering we have not seen that at all from them. And sometimes that's the best kind of surprise, to be honest. The one that Rufflecopter may just turn the tide in what would be a second map and potentially have it done in 2. Almost be home for dinner in time.
Something like that. Here we are on the off-site pick here, off-meta pick, whatever you want to call it. Tellers Archives not picked that frequently, but becoming more frequently because console and meeting is starting to fall away. Didn't work out that well for Rufflecopter from memory in Series 1. Actually, now that I say it, I don't remember. I feel like it didn't go that well, but we'll see how PC419 go with attacking it right now, because they're taking quite a lot of time to obtain vertical control, which I think is a pretty big, serious win condition on this site. Is you need to have this vertical control quite quickly to be able to give you to fight for tellers. And if you don't have this quick enough, when you fight for tellers, or all that denial, C4s, etc., that starts to stack up against you. And the pulse of Campo will come back to bite you if you do not give yourself enough time to fight hard in tellers.
Oh, see you later. That's going to be a free C4. See ya, Steffi. Can't stand still when Campo's on the pulse. Always looking for the opening. And just in that fashion now, Rufflecopter do have the advantage. Still plenty of C4s on the board as well to deny. Shaq's gone straight down Visa stairs, and we'll find Rigba looking the other way. Fair enough.
Oh, and Vlad's going to find Deptra as well, so that's a solid 1-man advantage. Can't count, apparently. But in 40 seconds, they're going to have to get rid of this castle and actually push through to Tellers. OJ is still just hanging out here all by himself in Tellers. He sees multiple of them coming past. The warning shots aren't enough. Tesla does not get out of the way. Shaq's just found his double. OJ is fighting for his life in Tellers. It doesn't happen as the rest of his teammates fall around him. PC419, they answer back. They keep this tied at 2-2.
I mean, Shaq, right, surely has to be quite a pivotal player in that round. 3 kills, one of the opening, just waltzing on down Visa stairs, comes back up and really finding the kills and the picks when they matter. I do, alright, I'll completely say, I actually like that we've seen Ruffle attempt every single bomb site now. And I think that it certainly shows that they're confident to do so. And so the last 2 rounds, I think, will be a little bit more up in the air for PC419 in terms of any kind of prediction they could make. But at the end of the day, Raven, it's 2 apiece. So no matter how much I love the confidence, how much I love the mentality, you still need to convert. And PC419 had a bit of a tough time on the CEO defense of last. It was the only flawless round we've seen so far in this map.
Yeah, it was not great last attempt. So let's see what they can do this time. Their pace has been pretty decent. I mean, from memory, this was the round where Shaq just yeeted in through that south window into admin, tried to push straight to the mirror. But you know how a mirror works, right? If there's a player there, they see you coming. And Boydie was ready for it. So So they can play that a little more tactfully. I mean, there's no mirror this time, for one. That's better. But I think if they can play their entry a little more tactfully, they've got the pace and the confidence to be able to keep it going. They might be able to challenge it much better. Oh.
I think had you given Boydie about 3 extra seconds notice there, that might have been on the money. And Shaq has just been so unrelenting with his timing here. Nearly every single time we've seen Shaq in the building before 2 minutes 30. So clearly quite confident in spearheading a lot of the attacks for PC 419.
A bit dangerous doing the old self-drone entry. Not sure whether there was another drone on the other side regardless to help him. There is a player creeping around down below. It's DEFUSER. He just got droned out actually by Steffi's drone. So he's going to drop the hatch through to archives and start to run away. And now look, this could work out really well for Rufflecopter. If PC419 decide, hey, we need to try and cut this out or push this guy, that can delay time. And DEFUSER is just rotating back towards yellow, probably going to try to come up yellow and just get back to site. So that time delay could be effective. But other than that, PC419 have made great time.
And DEFUSER will still just be a nuisance down in the basement, coming back up to that first floor. Plenty of time to rotate up. You can see just on the edge of Spiral, there's a drone. Very hard to spot there. DEFUSER's walking past it now, spots it and backs away. So now PC419 are going to be a little bit more cautious of that as well.
Yeah, they are. And another key part to this is OJ. There he is. He's going to have to rotate to the other side of the shield. But he's even more pinched than previously. DEFUSER's managed to get a knife onto Vlad. Oh, he's just snuck up from behind, but Pun has refragged at least. So that's not going to put a massive hole into PC419's attack. OJ, oh, he looks keen to get aggressive on that doorway. Deciding against that. Going to bounce back. And it's just a matter of getting him out of meeting. And PC419 are going to be pretty set to be able to get this plant. And there's a pick on the Boydie as well.
Looking to refrag here. OJ getting aggressive, was actually getting pinched from all different angles there. Just manages to escape back in. Rigba, they are very separated right now. They'll still have the opportunity to play off of each other. What a shot from Rigba now. Holds long desk. If Steffi's not careful, he might be taken down here as well. Really nice spray control and transfer onto OJ.
Attackers recovered the bomb diffuser.
They might just be able to stick it now.
10 seconds to go.
Rigba opting to potentially try and pull him off the plant. My goodness, Rigba, nicely played. Rufflecopter securing a 3rd round. And what was that? 2 versus 3? 2 versus 4?
I think 2v4. Yeah, I think it was a 2v4 brought back, but look, really well played from Rigba there. Just patient at the edge of long desk. And you pretty much know, I mean, it's always hard to read, right, whether you need to push a player planting in that final 10 seconds or hold back. But if you count it out and you know they're planting and they stick it for generally like more than 4 seconds, their mind's going to start thinking, I may as well stick this. It's only like another 3 seconds. And that's when you can really start to push. And I think it was just really well played from Rigba. Even the shots through the table, it pulled that player off plant. Yeah. And it tagged him low as well on top of that. So just perfectly executed. And Rufflecopter inching forward in this half right now. If they do manage to get the 4-2, I'm feeling like they might be able to get this map.
Definitely so. If they can start off on the right foot, I'm sure they'll end it the right foot. I mean, I say that, but it didn't really didn't go too well for them on on Coastline. They were up 4-2 in that first half. So, you know, I'm a history man, and generally like to look at patterns. Right now, the pattern's not looking too favorably for them if we do finish 4-2. Of course, that's all memes and dreams.
10 seconds to insertion.
So PC419, really this map is quite vitally important for them and how they trek in this lower bracket final. You would hate to be headed to Cafe with the map down.
Yeah, again, yeah, I really I wouldn't be backing PC419 if that's the case. As I say always, you know, like I'm happy to be proven wrong. This is just my conjecture and what I think might happen. I've been proven to be wrong with my predictions, so you know what, like that might happen. But gut feeling tells me that that is unlikely to happen. And again, you never know what we've got in store in Cafe. It is a little bit of an unknown. It's like you've said, Rob. We haven't seen a lot of either of these teams on Cafe, so it could be a little bit of a surprise.
I mean, at this point, either of these maps are anyone's. It really is open to their own interpretation. But Rafflecopter have certainly enjoyed keeping PC411 on their toes. This time opting not to really have a lot of roam-heavy presence, rather just showing face early and backing away. Looks like they will be happy to double down on site. Kaid to ensure there's no free walls to be opened, and Campo can just sit there and wait for them to try and burn through drones or try and face check him. Right now there's no pressure on him from that open garage, and he should be able to find the first kill on the shack, and he does. Backs away as well, scot-free, and that's a great start.
Great start indeed. Shack not really working out too well on entry on this round either, but look, they have been able to get some pretty good vertical control here, but oh my gosh, if Deptra had just hit more of those shots, that could have been really deadly for Tesla, but it didn't. Now into a minute, they're starting to get, wow, this vertical control is insane. And they're going to start to open this garage wall as well. So this is a good setup from PC419, but it's more than just a setup, right? You've got to be able to close out these rounds. Again, cussing your teammate is not a great way to do so.
No, definitely doesn't put you in good stead for the rest of the round. Oh my god, Vlad, that is gnarly. Deptra must have thought that was free and open for business. Not at all. Holy moly.
Attackers recovered the
Jeepers, that was a great shot from Vlad and good reaction. Now we've got it to a 3v3, 3v2 in fact, as one has been traded back, and now, oh my gosh, falling apart for PC419. All up to Tesla. He's got 10 seconds and not much to go in terms of trying to get this plane. He's just going to run around and maybe try and keep him guessing. They see it coming though, walks into the smoke and bullets. Rafflecopter take the half at 4-2.
Great signs from Rafflecopter that so far have looked the better of the two. And I can only say so far because we really have seen today especially the fact that every game is a tale of two halves. Sure, your defense may be strong. What does it look like when you head to your attacking half? And we're about to find out. The swapping of the sides, changing of the guards now. This is where we expect Rafflecopter to stand up strong. Assert their ability here. And that Thatcher could make very, very short work of that garage wall.
Yeah, Thatcher is definitely going to play a pretty key role in trying to get that wall open. And that wall can come open nice and early. Puts a lot of pressure in through defense. You never feel that comfortable rotating across the back of site there or through garage. So you often have to think about whether you flank back up through statue stairs or whether you flank up Visa. Or maybe you just hole up in like security and kitchen, but that always has its own risks. So it's always good to get garage wall open as soon as possible because it creates questions in the defense. It's not a matter of playing your strat as normal. You have to start thinking about the progress of the round. Like, yeah, do you flank? Do you sit there? It's important to be able to put that kind of pressure onto your opponents.
5 seconds left before insertion. Attackers are moving to defuse a bomb.
Looks like it's spot on. And this looks like the exact same setup that we had seen from PC419 in what was their matchup against Ferox. And it seemed to have given Ferox a little bit of a hard time trying to get that wall open, but whether or not it's a similar, we'll find out shortly. And Steffi and co more happy to play on that roam game and ensure that Roffle are forced to back them out.
Progress in admin at least, but they've got Tesla to push into in meeting. Now, he is playing there as the Malusi. So maybe the Banshees are there to hinder that push. Didn't quite see the placement. Actually, no, I think he's playing pretty much without utility. Going to look to play aggressive at the doorway, maybe playing a sound cue. Deptra's going to drone it and see that he's playing close. So that will probably make him second and guess that decision. He's getting support through long desk from Shaq, playing out of private bathroom. So this is going to be a bit of a double push through this doorway, it looks like. This grenade perfectly cooked right at the feet of Tesla. Deptra will just make light work, and now Shaq's just going to get out of there. He's going to walk into a line of sight, not capitalized, but Rufflecopter, they've started this tack well.
What a nade. What an absolute nade. That was cooked to perfection. And, I mean, you could see the panic on Tesla. On Tesla then. Deptra will be traded out. Wowzers. Talk about game of trades. 2 apiece just as quick as you like, and a minute left. You no longer have the sledge to help on those vertical lines. Oh, and I just think he's pretty much missed that by a short while. That looks like it's gone now, Raven.
Yep, no, he's done well to clear both those electric claws at least. They can start to get it open, but it's just been replaced by the looks of things there. On one side, at least, they will be able to get open the van side, which is just what you want open, so you can try and move towards plan, but it doesn't allow you to cover it as well. So this has worked out well for PC419 here. Coming to this final 40 seconds, it's going to be a little bit tricky to protect against this execute from Rufflecopter.
That timing, I don't know whether that player was headed down yellow. It looks like he was. Pun just needs to be cautious. Shaq ensuring that the flank doesn't come in, and OJ falling. Not good news for Rufflecopter here. That is, however, they've been able to take down the Kaid that was holding from pipes, and now they've just got to try to worry about, realistically, Vlad, it's actually Shaq on the flank, and he's gone deep here. If he could find the kill on the Vlad, nope, not a chance for the 1v1. PC419. I will say, not convincingly, but they do win the round. And from that now, they force it back onto Rufflecopter.
I think it was Boydie on the Zofia. Honestly, if he had more HP, I think he would have won his engagement with Shaq. And that really could have just ended up shaping differently in that 2v1 situation. So, can go to show you, you know, losing early round HP can come back to bite you in the late round engagements. So Rufflecopter's lead now is getting eaten away. First round of the half goes to PC419. They're going to go to Archive Tellers themselves. So really, this site's starting to be a solid rotation here.
Yeah, I know. How long can you call it off meta for before it's, well, on meta?
Yeah, for real.
It's only so many times we can tell that story, and with more and more teams playing, I feel like every single time I've seen Consulate played in OS, or specifically in OCN, which I think was only twice, we definitely saw Archives. So more and more often it is, and that's all I really want to say about it at the moment. We know that the vertical control, depending on how you're deciding to hold, it can be quite important to at least keep admin for some short amount of time, try and force the attacking side to waste util. Looks like they may just opt for similar to what Rufflecopter did in that those C4s coming from underneath the ground. Wait and see.
Wait and see, indeed. PC419, of course, really trying to fight back here on defense. I think, based on that first round, you know, I feel like this is still Rufflecopter's map to take. And look at that. Deptra gets the opening engagement onto Shaq again. I feel like Shaq has been really affected in early parts of the round. I mean, I can see here 3 of the opening deaths of this map have been Shaq, but even not opening deaths, I feel like he's also often been the second. He just really hasn't been able to get into this map that much.
No, I would say a run out, especially when you're looking at running out on meeting balcony, it is ambitious to say the very least. Deptra, no matter how low he may be, still a factor on the board here. Face checking with that Gemini as Boydie coming from behind to support that. And they have taken that top floor control. Obviously not fully in the knowledge of it just yet, but as they do drone, they will find Deptra. Wowzers. Actually, somewhat that gains a little bit more, more fortunate for the Rufflecopter side. A little bit more HP on their sledge.
Yeah, it did actually work out better for Deptra. So maybe not too bad. He's really not having much luck there with the sledgehammer though, just not finding the right spots. But they've got some really good control here through admin and copy room towards tellers, and that is going to help them get towards where they need to be. They've been able to get another opening too, but it has been traded back by Steffi. There's another trade. You talked about the game of trades here, Manic. You are seeing it a lot, but Vlad's going to have to find 4 to save this round for PC419, and he's been spotted by the Ash, taken low, and closed out by Deptra. Rufflecopter, they answer back with their own round.
You know, this is probably going to sound a little bit outrageous, but I actually don't mind that they tried to file in and retrade on that top floor, because had Campo not have held strong, I think Campo was the Ash, whoever was the Ash and took that engagement from meeting, there you go, it was Campo, was on 20 HP. And should Steffi have been able to have converted that kill, all of a sudden, you lose meeting control, you've lost long desk control, your sledge is caught on 20 HP in admin. So I actually don't mind that call at all from PC419. It's a little bit, you know, risk it for the biscuit kind of thing, but sometimes you got to make that call. And make that call they did. They backed themselves. Unfortunately, it doesn't come out. And now, it will be Rufflecopter just edging their way ever so slightly toward the first map victory.
I agree with you about the decision making there, because if you think about it, like a big picture here, if you don't file up, what do? They're going to be down a man advantage with your opponents having really good vertical presence and a lot of time on the clock. So I mean, like history tells you, they're going to end up getting control of Visa and tellers, and they try to play it in tellers, and then because of the time and the man advantage, they'll kind of hunt you, and it's kind of low percentage that maybe you'll close the round out in a more passive way. So why not take the risk, like you said, file up, try and just refrag it out, and actually maybe you can regain vertical control, and even if you end up at, like, let's say 2v2, at least you got the vertical control again. So it's no more like a set thing. So I agree, I think the thought process from PC419 was really good there, but it just didn't work out, and that's just how it is sometimes.
Should I say something about cookies crumbling, and that's just the way it happens? Shaq, my goodness. Oh my word, you're going to give me a heart attack. Again, looking for that quick little peek on admin windows. Could have cost him his life. It doesn't, in fact, and now PC419 are going to keep quite a heavy admin side presence on this CEO defense.
Yeah, really wanting to stop the take of admin early from Rufflecopter. And look, it has. Rufflecopter would have easily been in admin right now if they hadn't put this early presence. They're having to re-drone it and just ensure their safety. Oh my gosh, they almost lined up to that guy in copy room. That could have been devastating, but didn't hit the shots.
Oh man, that made me nervous watching all 3 players running around at the end of long desk trying to cover themselves. Whew. That's all right. And Rufflecopter, really, no matter how much presence was there from PC419, have dealt with it with somewhat a breath of ease. Boydie as well. Now, with established long vertical, not vertical, horizontal lines, can hold that rotate from meeting.
Yeah, oh, here we go. Jump out from Tesla, and he is going to get that kill onto Deptra, but it is refragged beautifully by Campo. So, again, just trades has been a really important cornerstone of this game. No one has been really able to get away with a whole lot. Like you said, there was a flawless round in round 2, but I think outside of that, so much of this has just really been... Oh my god, that was a sharp shot from Steffi.
What was that? Was that... Oh no, it was Vlad that hit the shot down on Spiral. But still, that's gnarly. Shaq has gone unnoticed there. Okay, this gets interesting. Campo with a quick trade on the pun now. If Shaq can still remain undetected, he might be able to swing. Nope, 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 nope. Sorry. I baited you all. See you later. Wipe off the face of this earth as Rafflecopter continue their dominant form in round number 9.
Look, that was a little creative from Shaq there. I wasn't too sure he was ever going to be able to get away with that. Speaking of getting away with it, Vlad, he needs to get away with 3 kills here because there's all up to him. He gets 1, though, onto Rigba. He's going to have to continue this pressure. He sees them rotate through meeting. He does have the bullets available, misses the shots. OJ is going for this plant as he agresses down long desk. He's got the smoke babes, though, and he gashes out Campo. Totally doable right now. 1v1. He's trying to open this hole to see where DEFUSER is. Knows it's in the corner. OJ, though, he's behind the desk, creeping around, catches Vlad off guard. Rafflecopter inch further towards match point.
I mean, what an attempt with a little bit the SMG-11, a 3 versus 1, dropping Campo so low on that rotate. The Gemini is taken out. You definitely have to give credit for the effort there. Should he have sat in the corner, Vlad with that shotgun would have been able to open up and all hell might have broken loose. Match point on map number 1 here, Consulate. PC419's map pick. This is not going well at all. Not the way I'm sure their story was attempted to be written, Raven.
No, certainly not. Look, we can wait and see. They can still, of course, bring this back. They've got 3 rounds to do so. But outside of that, really feeling like this was an important map for them to win in terms of the series. But Cafe is going to bring some surprises. Could turn it around and bring it back to map 3. Let's wait and see whether that does come to fruition or not. But they've got 3 more rounds to push this to overtime at least. And Garage, look, they won Garage last time. It was round number 7. So 1 round at a time, maybe it starts here.
That's where it has to, right? Here and now.
10 seconds left before insertion.
1 pick, 1 kill, 1 round at a time. And you will find yourself back in it should you have the mentality to do so. It can be incredibly detrimental, however, to be down in such a deficit already on your map pick in a best-of-3 series, which will realistically determine whether you are going to fight for a spot in the Oceanic Nationals 2021 season. So, by no means easy breezy game.
Certainly not. So, looking like PC419 want to get aggressive early. Maybe just trying to shoot drones. I mean, not the kind of operators that you would get aggressive early with. Smoke and Kaid, you probably want to keep alive a bit later, especially Vlad on this smoke. And now, look, speaking of Vlad, he's having another good map for his team here. He's been playing really well the entire day. I'd probably say he's my MVP here for PC419 in general, but he has got a lot of work ahead of him, as do the entire team, to try and salvage this map and series. They're about to be an engagement here. Campo swinging around Statue Stairs. He goes in towards lobby, though, pretty much unaware that Vlad is on this flank. So Vlad may or may not commit to this, but Deptra has found that opening kill onto Tesla.
So not having much fun in that department. Not in the second half anyway. Oh, no. Oh, Camp, and we saw that as well. Campo, you poor bugger. Regardless, Vlad now trying to hold that line on Spiral Stairs. An engagement traded with nothing but mere damage. And on that, more the minute mark, surely Boydie catches off Shaq. And Campo dismissing Vlad, my word. Surely, Raven, this is not how we finish map number 1. Flawlessly done from Rafflecopter. It is 7-3, the victory. And we are now set for series point in the lower bracket final.
That was a very convincing win from Rafflecopter. I mean, there weren't many rounds that didn't feel like were theirs. They controlled the pace really well. They stepped up, and I think to finish it off flawless made an even bigger statement than just purely winning the map did. So I'm very concerned for PC 419 now moving forward. I firmly believed that winning Consulate was going to be their winning condition for the entire series.
I will just say this. Every map we've played on Consulate, 3 maps in 3 series have all been won 7-3.
True.
Ah, that's great. That is just
Love
a
it.
great little statistic for you. Something that my brain sees as uniform, and it is beautiful. Just as that performance was in the first map, Raven. A great takeaway for Rufflecopter, nevertheless.
Yeah, it really is. PC 419 map pick. I mean, like, it's one thing to win your opponent's map pick, but to win 7-3,
Yep.
great effort from Rufflecopter. And you heard it from Yoshi at the end of the last series that he put a lot of credit into Rufflecopter, that they played really well and they're a strong team. And
Yeah.
look, they're proving very strong after map 1 here.
They certainly are. Map 1, done and dusted. Map 2 is up next. We're going to go to a short break, and on the other side, again the name, Rufflecopter might secure their final spot.
5 seconds. 10 seconds to go. You're exposed. Bomb located by attackers.
Every night I wonder, will it ever end? Sometimes I can barely breathe, dear. Sometimes I don't wanna be here. Sometimes I don't wanna be here. You follow me under. Sometimes I don't wanna be here. Even when it's so sweet, I end up seeing red. This is such a ghostly revelation. I may have fucked up all my chances. Yeah. And we ain't sleeping on the floor again. We never sleeping on the floor again. For the ones who didn't make it out, for the ones that didn't see the light, for the ones that never cared, never gave a thought, found no happiness in that brand new car or the house you bought. I see you talking about the love you lost, and it was gone like way before you ever thought it was. Yeah, I took my time, no quick ones, quick run, quick gas to get back there. Hot roads, I didn't think I'd come back fast, cause I was running around so many nations. Even when it's so sweet, I end up seeing red. This is such a ghostly revelation. I may have fucked up all my chances. I was running.
This could potentially be the end of our series, the end of our night, and the start of all the finals for tomorrow. We're in to the second map. We head to Cafe. Rufflecopter are 1-0 up, and there is a real feeling like they are going to be pushing on in the lower bracket final. Raven, the match that just was, it felt like PC419 really struggled to keep their toes in the game, if you will, their foot in the game.
Yeah, it did. It just felt like Rufflecopter really controlled the pace. They were never able to string any rounds back-to-back PC419. Their round wins were spread out, and even then, there was a couple of rounds where they managed to claw it back. I mean, Vlad got an almost clutch in a 1v2 situation, but still couldn't get it. Look, regardless, I just felt like Rufflecopter really had a lot of control on that map, which is a concern because it was PC419's pick, and I just think in the scheme of things, so important for them to have won that to be able to take the full series.
Look, to be fair, they did 3 times better than they did the last time they met on that map. It's of course just referencing the 7-1 loss they copped against Rufflecopter in the LPL season. For whatever reason, we've gone back there, and if it is their map pick, I think that is a misstep, and it is definitely something that we will probably question, as it is our job to make sure that we're crossing the T's for everyone at home as well. So now we head to Cafe, which has only been played once by these two teams on record that we can see, obviously. And that was PC419, and they managed to win that match. Now, this is Rufflecopter's choice. So, is this potentially something they've had up their sleeve for a while? Is this potentially something that they've been building towards? I think those are the questions that I'm really curious to have answered, Raven.
Yeah, look, potentially. Based again on both playstyles, I kind of feel like Rufflecopter will do well on this map. I honestly thought PC419 would do better on Consulate, but they really floundered and just, they struggled to keep things tight. So I think, again, that will probably continue on Cafe. I feel like Rufflecopter will win this. Not really confident enough to give a scoreline, but it just feels like it's inching towards a Rufflecopter 2-0 right now. And PC419, they are on the ropes.
Jeez, that is probably the best way to put it. They're down, but they're not out. One match stands between Rufflecopter and that lower bracket final. A potential chance at the Oceanic Nationals Season 21. And we head to Cafe that could potentially decide their fate. PC419 will start on the defensive side. And you have to hope they're going to start off on the right foot.
Yeah, they do need to come out of the gate swinging here, I'd say. They're on defense as well, so generally comfortable to start out on defense. That being said, I mean, they started Consulate on defense. No, they didn't. They started on attack. That's a lie. Regardless, they really need to start strong on Cafe. Not just for the fact they need to, of course, rack up the round count and try and win the map. It's just about a momentum and a mindset thing as well. Not only do you want Rufflecopter to continue to just run away with the series, you have to get yourselves back into it. You have to give yourself some kind of energy, something to, keep you going and get you ready to be able to go for the full 3 maps as BO3.
Yep. And that's it. It's the long legs. We said, literally, we just said that this matchup and the matchups prior to it were 100% going to be a slugfest. They were going to be the kind of maps that were marathons and not sprints, and the series have well and truly shown that. All 2 series prior to this have seen out 3 maps. Now, although the scoreline, I mean, they definitely weren't as close as what I think that the actual matches themselves were. It's definitely draining nevertheless, and on that, we could potentially be at the final line. It is going to be PC419 heading to the reading fireplace for now, and nothing too much of note, but you would have to expect with how monstrous Rufflecopter were on Consulate. Sorry, it should be backed up here.
100%. And again, just to emphasize, I think it's just so important that PC419 start strong here. I can just see it. If Rufflecopter get the first attack, even the first two, that's a dark place. You know, like you're defending on Cafe, really struggle in your own map pick on Consulate. To lose the first opening defenses on Cafe would be not great. It really wouldn't be. So I think this is super critical right now, and a big indicator for where PC419 is at. If they struggle right now, I just feel like they potentially have lost the mental game, and that's hard to come back from.
And just a note from the match before, we didn't really get enough rounds. Like we just didn't go deep enough into the actual game to highlight these kind of points. But out of 10 rounds, Rufflecopter, this name is going to forever haunt me in my nightmares. Rufflecopter managed to open up with the 7 first kills. So like these are the kind of things that really we were saying at the game prior, giving you that comfort, giving you that ability to breathe a little bit easier from the get-go, seems to be working out for a lot of these teams. So on the back of that now, it is a bit of pressure on that eastern side window, and it's alleviated pretty quickly.
Yeah, so starting with the not normal site to start with, at least. But the beauty of Cafe is that generally all 4 of these sites are really easy to play. I don't know what you say, easy to play. People are comfortable defending on all 4 sites in Cafe usually, so you can usually start on any one of these. Right now, the entry has gone pretty successfully. The opening kill was to Shaq onto Rigbar, but they refragged back, they traded back, and again, to highlight Consulate, man, the trades were very significant on Consulate and probably played a part in how successful Rufflecopter were on the site in the end. Yeah. It is. It feels like at a pure gunfight level right now that Rufflecopter just so much more frequently coming out on top. And when I say gunfight, I don't mean like your ones. I'm talking about like a 2v2 little engagement, or just like a stack of trying to take a hallway. It just really feels like more often than not, again, not substantiated with stats, that Rufflecopter are on top in that regard. And right now with 45 seconds in this 3v3, PC419 is setting themselves up ready to deny. It hasn't had a big indicator exactly of where Rufflecopter are going to try and get this execute. Traditionally, you'll see somebody drop down towards reading, and here we go. Boydie is actually at the reading doorway, ready to potentially attack this plant.
Tempting they will. Campo might be able to support there. The smoke, it's not expanding far enough onto Boydie now. Campo could just sit back and hold, wait for it to go down, and that it does. Oh, nice trade from Tesla, though, to find that early pick. Boydie and Campo, partners in crime at this point. With Steffi down, it's all up to Tesla to make these plays. Look at this from Camp, coming all the way back from Fireplace now. It's going to be incredibly awkward for Tesla to bring this back into the realms of possibility, and he's trying to do so. He's trying to at least flush out one of the opening players. Steffi's gone down, so it is well and truly all on the shoulders of Tesla. Time is a-ticking, and you're not going to be able to get past Boydie. Round number 1 goes the way of Rufflecopter.
Just the small things that I think add up to not only losing rounds, but gonna go back to it, the mindset stuff. Just that smoke grenade, just a few centimeters too far to the right, didn't expand enough, like you said, to deny that plant. The planter was low HP as well, so it was gonna be a denial if it hit the mark, and it didn't. It's just these tiny things that cost you rounds, and then they ultimately will cost you maps and series. We emphasized the importance of Rufflecopter winning this initial opening round or 2, and there we go, Rufflecopter 1 in the pocket.
Attackers need to locate and defuse as many bombs as they can.
Certainly gives you the room, the freedom, if you will, to lose 1 or 2 and not be under pump instantly. And the way Rafflecopter have played today, especially in this series, I think is going to highlight, if they can push through that lower bracket, what they may be able to achieve as a team in the Oceanic Nationals regular season, sorry. So
10 seconds left.
I would love to see this matchup. Either, PC419 really gear up and get ready to go for what is this map and then over to Coastline, or have Rafflecopter really make a statement here and set their campaign off from the right foot.
Kitchen Bakery next. Rotating through. Looks like it's going to be an aggressive hold in towards Bakery as well. Tesla going to be playing that with Dormai, which is great because, of course, as you accumulate magnets as the rounds go by, it's going to be helpful to be able to continue to hold that. But, geez, I'm still very concerned for PC419. They need to get a good entry. I mean, you brought up the entry stats about Consulate, and it feels the same. They got the opening kill in round 1. Shaq did manage to take out Rigba there on the Zofia, but they're never able to back it up. Trades are just too strong coming out of Rafflecopter. It never feels like PC419 are getting out to these comfortable man advantages.
Something I'm really curious to have a look at as a whole from their LPL season is how they've been able to continue to achieve these kind of trades. Even in the matchup against Rhythm, they were still looking quite similar. And in this occasion, it is Vlad that goes down nice and early. Campo, once again, compliments to the chef.
Yep. Opening kills. Rafflecopter, it's their thing at the moment. It's going to put a bit of pressure because that's a potential C4 not used. There was one that blew up earlier. I'm not sure if it was Vlad's or Pun might have had the C4 as well. Pun does have in her pockets. Actually, it was Vlad's C4 that was used. But regardless, this still puts PC419 at this man disadvantage. 2 minutes burnt up though, as Rafflecopter have obtained some vertical control. They're starting to open up this hatch in dining, and that's going to put pressure in through Freezer. They haven't cleared out VIP and the lounge area, so that is probably the next phase in this attack here for Rafflecopter.
Oh, Shaq. It's none other than Shaq to try and re-aggress for PC419. There's no surprises there. He's going to rotate to red stairs. He'll be caught out by the air jab. And once again, it's just the alarm bells ringing for Rafflecopter. It might keep them at bay for now. They still have the VIP presence for PC419, but Boydie, well, making short work of Pun in that. Steffi has quite a task ahead. One out on the double window. And one pushing from the freezer wall. Can't get much. And, oh, Raven. Oh, it's steamrolling.
Oh boy, ended up being a flawless. Dear Rafflecopter, they are just going so strongly right now. It feels like they're stepping it up as we go along here. That's the 5th round in a row, in fact, that Rafflecopter have won. They got the final 3 on Consulate. Now they've got the 2 opening on Cafe. I just think this is a really tough ask of PC419. It's a hard momentum game to swing. I think that's the challenge that's ahead of them right now. And it might only take 1 round. All you need is some kind of spark. If it's teammate hitting a clutch, teammate hitting an ace, or you get a flawless round, something that just breaks that pattern so you can start to fight back. They need it desperately right now.
I mean, you definitely saw that in the game against Rhythm, where it was actually, funnily enough, Rafflecopter on the receiving end of just a couple of good rounds, right? We had that big opening attacking round from Rhythm, then backed up by that Drex 2v4 where he actually pulled out the 4K in a 1v3. I know that's a lot of words that I'm throwing at you there, but I think the point is just to reiterate what you're saying there, Raven, which is it really can come down to some individual performances that really give your team just that extra bit. And I would say that Rafflecopter have definitely kind of thrived in the situations where they're on a roll and where their teammates are going, for lack of a better word, ham.
10 seconds remaining.
Yep. So back up to top floor. No, this is the first time they defended top floor, which
first time.
I don't know whether this you could say is a criticism of PC419 or not, but I mean, it's traditionally the first pick. They didn't do that. They went for Reading Fireplace. But I don't know. I don't think I'm going to be that critical of it because, to be honest, like I was saying earlier with Cafe, most teams are happy to flex through almost every site on Cafe. Generally a pretty balanced map in terms of how the bomb sites pan out. But here we go. Like, I feel like if I was to say, yeah, like if there's a one site they should be winning, it's going to be top 4. And if this goes to be not only a 0-3 and they can't win this site, again, it's just kind of all adding up to the same conclusion, really.
I mean, I couldn't agree more on that statement. We've only got so much to go off, and if that's what we do have to go off, it is concerning, to say the very least. Shaq at the moment, you would feel as though he's caught, but okay. When you're caught like that, don't even worry about it. That's the second time this game already Shaq's opened up onto Rigbutt. Like Rigba's been quite quiet in the matchup for Rafflecopter today. Potentially just doing everything that is required of him. Oh, see you later. Absolutely domed. Shaq, what are you doing?
Jeez. Well, I mean, look, that's really big because that's probably the first time in a long time I think I've seen PC49 really string together 2 opening kills. So to credit to PC419, like they are really back against the wall right now. They're just not letting up. They're still playing like themselves, playing aggressive, really getting into the game how you would want them to. That's playing their style of Siege. So great job on Shaq there in particular. Bit of an individual effort to pull that one out and managed to get back in alive.
I think that's the bit that shocked me of all. Was like, yeah, sure, it's all good and well to be jumping out of the window and landing on that west balcony, but like Rafflecopter just weren't really interested in trying to force that fight. You could see Campo was looking for the engagement. And talking of engagements, OJ quickly dismissed, pun from behind, and Deptrop has had some pretty insane moments so far in the past 2 series, but that is too much to ask for. PC419, they put their first round on the board, and ironically enough, it is on the 3rd floor.
Yeah, it is. Look, they look strong in that. You could say it's the back of Shaq getting aggressive. And yeah, I mean, maybe you can't credit it all to that because it would have really destabilized the attack of Rafflecopter. But I think they look strong regardless, well backed up by his teammates. Pun did combine for a 1 kill there. Shaq ended up on the quad. Now they're getting back to reading. And look, if the only rounds that PC419 can win on their defense is bar cocktail, so be it. But they're going to be really in for a fight on their attacks.
Yeah. I feel like the general consensus of the OS Cafe matches I've seen is like 3rd floor and kitchen generally you'd convert them more times than not. And then that kind of reading or mining, whichever one you decide to go to, your tertiary side, if you will, that's kind of like a one side. That's like where the 4-2s come in, and so it could be very troubling for PC419 should they not be able to, like you're saying, at least connect those 2 rounds on the defensive side. And it's not all doom and gloom, and I don't like to, you know, be the Grim Reaper of any sorts, but you do just have to look at things as they are. And for PC419 right now, backs are up against the wall. As you said, Raven, they're on the ropes. Rafflecopter are looking for the southpaw.
Yeah, the old left, right, good night. And that's something they were struggling to do in a round sense against Rhythm. Talked about it, you know, on map 3, map 2 as well, Clubhouse. They had a few rounds there that they should have been able to close out, and they didn't. And C4 missing the mark there. Try to be a little bit cheeky, but not being the case. And yeah, for Rafflecopter, to bring it back to the point we were saying, is the match feels like it's here for them to take right now. Like, it just seriously feels like they're in control, barring that last round. But outside of that, it just feels like Rafflecopter, it's here for them to win. It's just about capitalizing right now while they still have some momentum.
Yeah. You could see as well, as Shaq fell away, they had tried to clear out any ADSs on Cocktail or in Cocktail with those flashes, and Shaq had actually held onto them and then placed them after the fact. So if you start hearing them go off, you know exactly where they are. Rigbutt getting the intel on all the utility on the other side. And I think Rockfieldcopter are doing an exceptional job right now of burning through util.
Yeah, they're really on par for this take. I always say you generally want to give yourself just over a minute to clear out Cocktail, or once you've cleared out Cocktail, to give verticals. Oh, what a sharp shot from Campo onto Pun as he just... Oh my god, the reverse angle! Reverse card is played, and Shaq will get Campo on that drop. That was nasty.
Oh, I love that. And, like, I love that Shaq is still just... You can't even be mad at that Campo. That's great. I love that. I love that Shaq's even looking for more there, but so is Deptra, hungry like the wolf. He'll be fed like one well. And why am I not surprised to see Shaq over on the red stairs?
Yeah, he's doing his best bouncing cosplay, I'd say. Can't keep this man still all over the place and having a bit of a frag impact on top of it. Still running around. Oh, the engagement in pillars doesn't work out in his favor though, and it's now really fallen apart for PC419. And there it is, OJ secures the round for Rufflecopter.
Swiftly shut down is probably the best way to interpret what has just happened there. And Rufflecopter seem to be running an absolute muck on Cafe. They are here, there, and everywhere. And you feel like sometimes the only thing that's giving PC419 a look in is the big Shaq daddy.
Yeah, look, he's having a good performance on this map, but Cafe is one of those maps where you seriously need like a solid team effort. Like, it's one of those maps that relies a lot more on coordination than others. So for example, Coastline is definitely a map where as an individual you could go off and you could swing that result. Cafe and Clubhouse I would use as good examples where that's not really the case. Like, you really need a couple of your teammates more than pulling their weight. Generally you want your whole team to, right? But it can't be down to an individual. Everybody needs to start stepping up and really coordinate here. And if you look at the scoreboard, Shaq's on 6 kills, Tesla 2, Pun 1, and then you've got 2 donuts still with Vlad and Steffi. And the big concern for me on that is that Vlad has been so good for his team today. To see him kind of really not in the game at the moment on Cafe is, yeah, a pretty big concern.
Yeah.
Or a big sad.
A big sad. A big upsetty spaghetti. Will we see James Bond? That's the real question. At the rate this is going, with the way Rufflecopter are playing, I wouldn't surprise if there'd be multiple players on PC419 with the big donut at the end of this. They've really come out to play, and I think that, like, as much as I'm sitting here having a bit of a laugh at it, Rufflecopter are doing incredibly well. They are really ensuring that they grab that, they're grabbing them by the scruff of the neck and just bullying them on Cafe right now.
And look, that's also a good point, because something that a lot of teams can be guilty of, and I mean even like at OCN level, other regions, I've seen it heaps. Teams can certainly be guilty of feeling comfortable they've got something in the bag and just not finishing it when it's there to finish. And sometimes that can be really deadly, because you can let your opponents in. All it takes, like I said, is a big clutch or a big round from somebody, or just stringing 1 or 2 rounds in a row, and that's how a comeback can start. And so what I like from Rufflecopter is it doesn't feel like they're letting up. They're really just pushing and pushing to close this out.
At the end of this round, just as an indication for that, I'd love to see the scoreboard once we're looking into the prep phase of next, because I think that would tell a very damning story as to what you're saying there, Raven, in that really PC419 are just, they're not even being given a chance, not even a look in this matchup. Shaq is the only player from what I've seen that's really been able to stand side by side to Rufflecopter. And a minute's gone right now, and we haven't seen a hell of a lot of action, if I'm being completely honest. I demand more.
Yeah, it's just the nature of this kitchen cooking site. You know, if you try to do this top-down clear, it takes ages. Like, it just seriously takes ages. If you're being thorough, to drone out the 2 floors that you need to get vertical presence onto kitchen cooking, and then clear utility to open walls, for example, takes a long time. Usually, yeah, the better part of 90 seconds to 2 minutes. That's basically what we've seen from Rufflecopter here. So now it's about them directing where are they going to do this execute. They want to drop freezer and push site. Usually you'll try to take that VIP dining, but that's still there. So PC419 do still have some really great positions left on this defense to try and repel this execute, but Deptra is going to get the opening for Rufflecopter.
Tesla just has not been really given a good look at in most of these games. Not really much to breathe. Boydie will manage to find a trade on the back of 2 PC419 kills. Deptra has been able to find the line, and unfortunately there's absolutely no way Boydie can stick that. Nor will Deptra be able to trade effectively enough, and PC419 convert the rounds, and time just running out for Rufflecopter there.
Yeah, that's a big round for PC419. Obviously they lost it back in round 2. And up until that point, the only defense they've done successfully was bar Coxhale, and now that's where we're going. So this is a really important round because Rufflecopter have felt like they have seriously controlled this first half. We've talked about that a lot. If PC419 can manage to sneak away with a 3-3 half, I think that's a really good result for them. It's something that they can definitely build from on their attacks.
Attackers need to
We'll have to,
locate and defuse.
like, they're going to have to build, right? They need a solid foundation, a nice layer of concrete on some firm, sturdy ground. Set their stumps in, and potentially they may be able to find themselves in a homely spirit in no time. But 2-4, I'm not confident enough that with the way Rufflecopter have shown their ability to adapt on the fly, I just don't see that being enough time or enough rounds to play with on their attacking side. So this is the one. This is the one, Raven. I agree.
I think also just Rufflecopter's defense style is it's something we said in the pre-show. I feel like they're just more suited to this map in general. And to me, that's even more indicated by the fact that PC419 banned Valkyrie. I think that's such a clear indicator that they were worried that Rufflecopter were going to try and run around, run out, jump out, you know, to try and play aggressive and elusive on defense. So that's also the concern here, is that PC419 haven't been able to build a buffer in this first half. And I mean, time will tell. Rufflecopter are yet to be seen how they go on defense. Deptra with another opening pick. That's going to take out Vlad on the Maestro. That's a solid pick to get in that first 45 seconds.
And Vlad really, I mean, you were saying it before, has been an instrumental part of PC419 throughout today's games, and I'm sure prior to as well. Going down will be a loss that's defensive side may not recover from right now. Pun on... That's a flank and a half, and Campo kind of seems unawares to it. They're obviously still looking across that side, but Pun, for the most part, looks undetected, and the timing on that still might be able to find something. In fact, it's nothing but a couple of bullets in the face.
Yeah, after all that, Pun was the only one that took damage. Super unfortunate for him. He really missed the timing there by about a half a second of that player rotating from reading to dining. Would have had no idea. But it's what it is. Siege is certainly a game of timing. Shaq, speaking of timing, is timing his flank right now. He's just playing passive there around the red stairs. Some pretty good control now obtained by Rufflecopter, and something that's now standing out to me is they are not doing the traditional take. They are really doing an east solid clear. Good trades, and now solid man advantage, and in they go. Plant going down here, Manic.
Once again, trades just being as efficient as possible. Oh my god, Tesla! Gnarly shot on the Boydie out on the cocktail window. They'll look to reattempt this retake. The vertical lines established from Deptra. Couldn't imagine they'll be able to get past the shield. Hang on a second. Campo now stuck by himself, but Deptra more like Dep-Trap, because those vertical lines were a death sentence for anyone trying to cross.
Deptra just again having such a good impact for Rufflecopter, and that's them taking that half 4-2. Now, this is looking like it's just a big mountain to climb for PC419. I believe, you know, if they can just get even the next 2 rounds in a row, bring us back to 4-4, I would say that's a great momentum swing, because Rufflecopter, while dropping 2 rounds in that first half, felt like they just had full control. So to be able to come back and get 2 against the grain would give PC419 some energy, and, you know, just give them that belief that they can bring it back.
And it is really against the grain, isn't it? It's a great way you've put it there, Raven. There's just been so much friction each and every time for PC419 to win a round, win a gunfight. It just feels like every single time they've had an answer for something, Rufflecopter are quickly, you know, on the rebuttal, and the 2 rounds they've been able to get is a definite testament to, you know, their mentality, not giving up and continuing to fight. So this is really a good opportunity for them to set the tone, set their mark on their attacking side. And with Rufflecopter going into reading, I believe that is,
5 seconds remaining.
it may catch PD419 off guard. I'm not going to say it's going to by any means, but a bit of a taste of the own medicine.
Yeah, like you said, PC419, they did pick this site first for their half, way back in round 1. See whether it works out better for Rufflecopter as compared to PC419, because Rufflecopter did win this as attack in round 1. Right now, PC419 looking like they're going to do the old classic, you know, vertical clear, take through piano, take across the cocktail. So, as I said, the KPI, if you want to call it, the checklist part here is to get this vertical control, clear out this entire top floor, and give yourself about a minute to use that vertical pressure to clear out the defense. That's what we're going to be aiming for.
Just to bring it from a super analytical point down to a dulled point, I do love the way the debris goes everywhere when Sledge smashes open the the hatches on top of the cafe. Anyway, you'll see it next time when you pay attention to it. Shaq holding a very deep line onto the cocktail balcony, and that drone obviously giving a fair bit of intel. Campo, that's Shaq down early, and Shaq has just been an absolute beast for PC419.
Yeah, big pick, taking off their entry as well, and now it's going to slow down their ability here to be able to push across, but doing a great job with using utility to still put pressure in towards Cocktail. They've still got a little bit of time to meet my pass mark, so to speak, in terms of what they need to do to have this pressure, but Rufflecopter, they haven't read into this bait at all. Campo, in fact, he hasn't read into anything other than getting the picks. He's got 2 for the round, and now 3 players remaining. PC419, they have a tall order out of them to be able to try and get this first attack.
At least they're given some intel, I guess. You're going to take what you're given. Rather, no. No intel. Oh my god! What? That was gnarly, man. Rigba is like a shark in water. Oh my god. That was a gnarly finish to the round.
Yeah, that was that was brutal, that's for sure. And that's Rufflecopter going up to a 5-2 lead. Looking tougher and tougher. I mean, the toughest part about facing a team that's on 5 is that it's 1 round away from overtime. So it's no longer a matter of just catching up to win. It's catching up to force the overtime, and then you got to play the extra rounds to win the map. And it's just an extra layer of things to, You probably don't want to think about it, but it's an extra layer of pressure.
Yep. And we're seeing the identical rotation here for Rufflecopter reading kitchen. The trifecta would have obviously be third floor, which you would assume they'll go to next, but hey, I wouldn't be surprised if they throw a spanner in the works and just go to mining next for a laugh. They are, after all, in full... Well, they're in full control of this game. They're dictating the pace. They're opening the kills. They're stalling out PC 419 when they need to. It just feels like they really have made the right calls at nearly every single turn. And I hate it because it sounds like this is the Rufflecopter show, you know? But... I mean, I don't know how else to put it. It just is.
Yeah, look, it's tough when it's like that. I mean, Siege can be tricky because you can have a scoreline like this, for example, and sometimes the team that's down could be having a great game, just not getting the rounds. But right now, it's just a lot about the control that Rufflecopter's had. Like you said, their decision-making has been great, and I'm going to highlight their overall team play because really... It's come down to the fact that even when PC 419 have been able to find openings, it's just consistently traded well by Rufflecopter. And
thank you, Observer.
to bring this back, oh my god, you and your sledge debris, mate. Oh yeah. What I was going to say is to bring it back to the picture here. I mean, what are these teams fighting for? They're fighting for a spot in OCN for 2021. I just really think, given the way Rufflecopter's played in this series in particular, it shows that they have that fundamental down pat for that top level, which, honestly, it's a tricky fundamental. It sounds basic, but it can be hard to pull off consistently.
Oh, Shaq, why? Again, it just doesn't surprise me. It just does not surprise me.
He said he bat fingers.
Oh, God. Oh, Shaq just... I'll tell you what, he's definitely got some character about him, at the very least. You can't knock him for that. And... okay. Now it's... I've lost my train of thought completely, but the fact of the matter is Rufflecopter, like you said, one away from sticking it to map point. Some good trades, in fact. Vlad's not letting them go down without a fight, and he might just be the savior, if you will.
This is the tough part, right? It's like I said, kitchen cooking, you take a lot of time clearing out those top two floors, and now it's time to put pressure vertically. They lost Tesla in that attempt, so now their best attempt at vertical pressure is going to come out of Steffi. Probably got bridge charges. Maybe we'll use his lifeline. Deptra stands right under one, so that's going to help a little bit. He's tagged very low. But time starts to really be your enemy on attack at this phase of kitchen cooking. So it could get a little hectic for PC419. It's going to come down to Rufflecopter's positioning.
That may be the opening that they're looking for there. I'm not wasting the time with little time remaining. There is no time to play with, Raven. And as it ticks down, these vertical lines will need to find them something. It's not, in fact, oh no, pun. It's taking him even longer to get into the site now. Only 5 seconds remain here. Rufflecopter, they're sitting tight. They're sitting pretty. Campo taking down pun. That is the bullet. That's the nail into the coffin. And there is no chance the PC 419 could do anything about that. It's match point for Rufflecopter.
Yeah, now, I mean, it was already a mountain ahead of them, but now it's 4 rounds consecutively, and they haven't been able to get any on their attack so far. Bar Cocktail as well, as we were talking about in the first half. It's hard to argue what site is best on Cafe, but I think a lot of people would agree that Bar Cocktail is usually the more comfortable map to play. Site to play. So here we go. Let's see whether Rufflecopter can close it out 7-2 or the PC419 can start some of comeback.
Attackers need to locate and defuse as many bombs as they can.
It's... Unfortunately, after... Let me just double check this. That is 4 rounds straight now that we've seen from Helicopter. It very much is the factor of almost, you know, beating a dead horse. It's there's only so many times we can talk about this without it sounding like we are really just like bandwagoning Rufflecopter, but the performance in this best of 3 in this series that has only made it to Cafe, it's only made it as far as Cafe, just remember that, really I think highlights what they could do if they are able to, you know, breeze into the Oceanic Nationals. Now, mind you, that means that either Ferox or Rhythm would have to miss out, and 6 in one, half a dozen in the other, I'd say, Raven.
Look, it's definitely going to make for an interesting day tomorrow. And of course, this map is not over yet. PC419 can still bring this back and push us to map 3. Feels like it's going to be a big task, but...
You're too optimistic for me.
Maybe
watch.
They can do it.
Ready? Watch.
Oh,
Pew!
Oh, jeez.
Like, what is that?
Simple things, my friend. Simple things.
What are you trying
look,
to say?
PC419, and I was going to bring up a factor that I haven't brought up, and I mean, that's the pressure again. Because now that match point is against them, like, this is their year next year. I mean, they want to be playing at that top flight. They want to be playing OCN. And they're 1 round away from that just not being a thing. And I've no doubt, it doesn't matter how strong a mentality you've got, it starts to creep into your mind. It probably already has in the last couple of rounds. Like, it's just how it is. So this is a real tough spot for PC419, but potentially could do it here. Let's see what they can do for this bar cocktail attack.
Boydie now on Pixel. It's Shaq that might try to contest, as Tesla just looks to probe a little bit further here. PC419 are just kind of holding on for dear life, trying to find the opening that might give them a good look in. A minute left, Raven. Have they done enough to start opening up this site?
They certainly put some pressure on, and there we go. It falls their way. The opening killed the Vlad. He has taken out Campo, but it's, again, look, it's traded back. Haven't confirmed the kill, but Vlad has been downed. Looks like he's going to be able to crawl to safety, so not quite an effective trade, but close enough to it. And as time ticks away, that's where it starts to get a bit hairy, because you need to be confident you've given yourself enough control to get a plant down. Right now, I'm not so sure that's the case. Shaq, though, he gets depth shot. This is a great start to this attack and to set up and execute for PC419.
Oh, Rigba. That's what they're after. 20 seconds left. This might be everything standing between PC419, a third map, and potentially their opportunity to play in the Oceanic Nationals 2021. And Rigba is standing strong. Make that a double kill. Single-handedly holding onto the site right now is OJ and Bodie. They're all off site. Oh my word, it's falling to pieces for PC419 and Rufflecopter. They'll knock them out of the Promo Relegations playoffs here, and they will proceed through to the lower bracket grand final.
Really well played on that round from Rufflecopter. They were down 2 men into that final execute and still managed to work around and bring it back. 7-3, 7-2 scoreline even on Cafe here. Yeah. Very, very strong for Rufflecopter, and well deserved to be able to move forward. I'm really excited now for tomorrow.
Oh, it's shaping up to be a great day, Raven. The fact that Rufflecopter has shown such a dominant performance holds in high stead for what will be that lower bracket grand final once it is actually determined. It will either be Ferox or Rhythm, and you have the feeling that either team, it doesn't make a difference. We're going to see the full best of 3 to decide that one, because if that is anything to go off of, Rufflecopter are well and truly the best team that we have from our open qualifiers and LPL, to be honest.
Yeah, look, they're proving it yet again. I mean, LPL Pro, they seem like they're the best team through the regular season. They did bail out to Ferox in the playoffs of LPL. But that was around the prep for this. So, I mean, some people question that maybe they were just prepping hard for this and taking it easy. I don't know, hard to say. But regardless, they topped out open qualifiers as well. And here they are. They've triumphed over PC 419.
Yeah.
They're the last remaining open qualifier team to have that chance to get into OCN. So, yeah, like you said, I think they are the best foot forward here from all of those teams that were represented through open qualifiers.
And it's the perfect storyline for us. It makes it very simple and very easy because not only have they put on a good performance against C419 just then, but likewise in their previous series, the one that went to the best of threes, there were plenty of chances that they could have taken Clubhouse. Likewise when we went to Coastline. So this right now is going to make for an incredible lower bracket grand final. We actually have Deptra on the line. So let's have a chat with him. Let's dissect what's been an incredibly long day for you guys. I mean, I want to get your thoughts right now. Are you feeling gassed? That's 5 maps pretty much straight back to back to back.
Look, after the end of the best of 3, after losing to Rhythm, we were just pretty exhausted, to be completely honest. We didn't have much left in the tank. But I'm really proud of the boys for all coming together. You know, OJ gave us a bit of a pep talk, hyped everyone up. We got into gear and, you know, we just started playing and it all just started clicking together. So really proud of everyone for stepping up.
Look, I think you guys just put on such a solid effort. I mean, the big thing that stood out for me was refragging and trades. You guys were constantly there for each other, which is a clear reason why you guys got the dub. Consulate, look, it was a PC 419 map pick. How did you feel when you saw that come out as their map pick? Did you feel like that maybe that was going to be a tough one for you guys?
Yeah, we knew PC were pretty good enough after beating Ferox earlier today, so we were a bit concerned. But we knew we were also pretty strong on Consulate because we prepared a lot for Rhythm on it. So we were pretty confident in our own ability to beat them on that, especially after we beat them in LPL pretty convincingly a couple of weeks ago. So yeah, we're feeling all right going into that.
Now, I'd love to get your thoughts, actually, before I let Raven go for another question here. What has your prep been like leading up to the playoffs / relegations, promos, whatever you'd like to put it as? Because it looks like you guys are very well versed and on the maps, honestly, even that game against Rhythm, you guys had plenty of chances to win that if it had not have been for some huge clutches on their behalf. So what's the prep been like coming into this?
Yeah, look, to be honest, we've been pretty flat out with prep. We've been screwing French every night we can, dry running and voting where else, like in our own time where we can. We've been prepping quite a few maps, trying to counter-strat the other teams where possible. It's a bit hard because there hasn't been many competitions as of late, so it's not as easy as we'd like. But you know, we've just been focusing on our own game and working on our own weaknesses to improve them for the future. On Coastline earlier, we really struggled in, you know, closing out those 1v3s, those 2v5s we had. We threw a bunch of them. If we just got on top of those, then suddenly, you know, we're winning those games and we don't need to go to this PC game.
Yeah, for sure. Raven, any final questions?
Look, I would love to hear, I'm going to put you on the spot. I would love to hear who you think you're going to be playing tomorrow. Who is going to lose or win, whichever way you look at it, out of Ferox and Rhythm?
Well, look, I'm not wearing this shirt for no reason. We're going to beat Ferox tomorrow.
Oh, I love that. Oh, I love that. Setting it up for glory. Well, Deptra, I must admit, you had a banging night of Siege. We were constantly highlighting a lot of your plays. So from us, the casters, to you, congratulations on your win. And we very much look forward to that lower bracket grand final tomorrow afternoon.
Cheers for the cast, guys. Look forward to watching it back.
No worries, mate. Beautiful. Alrighty. You know what? Very well-spoken player. It's he knew exactly what he was after.
Yeah, look, I'm trying to think back with it. I think that is Deptra's first interview that we've had back from when he even played before. But yeah, look, great insight from him, and it was cool to hear things like OJ giving him a pep talk, and then he agreed like with some of the stuff that we'd brought up during the cast about Coastline, where they had so many situations that they could have closed out that they didn't. And they might not have been in this entire situation if that was the case. So look, I'm feeling their confidence going into tomorrow, and it does make me very excited because I'm sure that first series of the day is going to be tough, and then to have Rufflecopter to back it up in that lower final to battle for an OCN spot. Tell me what, that is exciting. What a way to bookend the season.
Oh mate, I could not be more excited. I mean, all right, maybe I could be a little bit more excited. There is the November Major after all in just a couple of days, but I must admit, these matchups are going to be absolute bangers. There's nothing short of a way to put that. Ferox and Rhythm, you really honestly couldn't pick them. I would assume that Rhythm were always going to be the team that pushed through the upper bracket, but Ferox have shown their own throughout the season, and that could really make for such a great best of three. And then Raven, like you're saying, that Rafflecopter match, I don't think it matters who plays them. It is going to go to 3, and it is going to be a close competition.
Yeah, look, I agree with you. I think the great thing now for Rafflecopter is they hadn't played Rhythm before. Now they have in an official, and they came really close. They've played Ferox a bunch of times through LPL, right? And even probably in scrims, I don't really know, but regardless, they've now got a pretty good gauge on both of those teams. Yeah. So they're going to be sitting there just waiting to see who they play. You heard that they feel like Rhythm's going to take the dub, and so they'll be playing Ferox. Guess we'll wait and see how it turns out, but I'd be really excited for that, to be honest. The Ferox Rafflecopter match would be really, really fun. Especially after what we know to be that it would be a rematch of the semi-final from everything, and from LPL, from every tournament ever. No, I think that it's building up to be an incredibly strong storyline between those two teams, and it's a great rivalry which I hope continues on into the future. Rafflecopter, though, my word. They've made statements today, and it's the exact statements that we needed. But Raven, do you know how excited I am tomorrow to have TriCasts? Yes, I am super excited for tomorrow. Look, we'll let it out of the bag. I mean, it's been spoken about it a little bit, but Dev Martin is joining us tomorrow, and he's going to be casting with both of our duos. So he'll be casting with Guz and Xenox for that first BO3, the upper final, and then he'll join you and I for the lower final. So it's going to be really exciting. First time we've all tried it. I know, a TriCast on Siege in OS. We cannot wait. We also cannot wait for all the matches that will be tomorrow. Ladies and gentlemen, that is all we have for you tonight. We are going to be back at 3 p.m. tomorrow, so make sure you tune in, get your rest. Take care.
I still want something that can last. You make me feel like I'm okay. We both know that you feel the same. Baby, I got nothing to do. It's something that you best at. Remember that you always get to choose. Talk to me. I just want a little bit of company. You're acting like you really wanna fall for me. Baby, can you tell me who you want? I just want a little bit of company. You're acting like you really wanna fall for me. But baby, can you tell me who you want?
Attackers have recovered their defusers.
Yeah, I guess you got my intention. Got no place to rather be if you're like another dimension. I don't wanna stop, baby, you should let it go. I don't wanna go, let me say a little more. Talk to me, I just want a little bit of company. I feel like you really wanna fall for me. But baby, can you tell me who you wanna be?
All we know is ball to empty out the mouth. The chosen one they call, I take my plan with me. Know about it if you tell, know you're breaking codes. But your credibility and all fall like dominoes. Can you really take a stance? All I wanna know. Need me real ones when it's time to go. Stepping in, elevator. Listen to all the haters. That's all we know when we level up. Yeah, that's all we know when we level up.